Good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. It's 5 o'clock on the East Coast and 2 o'clock in the morning over on the West Coast. We're so glad all of you could join us this morning as we get you caught up on all the big stories from all around the country and around the world as well. And we do have all these live cams that we like to dip into. We have these cameras all across the country, sometimes even internationally. Right now, taking a look at one of the live shots I use all the time. This is a lovely look at downtown New York City. You see that line of cars there in the middle, a very beautiful shot there as they get started today in the Big Apple. And we get you started with all the big stories. So let's get into what we have to dig into today. You probably heard a little bit about this story. It's been the big story the past couple days. China has been in the headlines here in the U.S. a lot recently between the spy balloon, TikTok, and just overall worsening relations. Now Congress is looking at the threat of their communist government. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has the latest from Washington.
Tensions with China continue to grow worse. Now they're in the primetime spotlight on Capitol Hill.
The Select Committee will not allow the CCP to lull us into complacency or maneuver us into submission.
The House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party laying out their biggest concerns in a hearing Tuesday evening, but it wasn't without protest. Lawmakers say the problem is with the Chinese government and its policies, not its people.
We do not want a war with the PRC, not a Cold War, not a hot war. We seek a durable peace.
According to a Fox News poll, worry over China is a bipartisan issue. Many Americans watched as a spy balloon floated across the U.S. in early February. Now China is reportedly considering aiding Russia in its war in Ukraine.
China has been able to do is take advantage of crises elsewhere to advance their interests through coercion in other places.
Plus, the Energy Department now believes COVID-19 most likely came from a Chinese lab leak, as there are concerns the U.S. is falling far behind China.
We need to face the fact that we have helped to feed the baby dragon of the CCP.
Now the clock is ticking for TikTok. The administration has ordered the Chinese-owned app must be removed from all federal government devices by the end of March.
It gives the Chinese Communist Party the ability to manipulate our social discourse.
FBI Director Christopher Wray said his agency has somewhere around 2,000 active investigations involving the Chinese government. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
There is pushback by one of the leaders of the medical establishment to the Energy Department's conclusion about the origins of the COVID-19 outbreak. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has that story.
Dr. Anthony Fauci casting doubt on the Department of Energy's findings that a lab leak most likely caused the pandemic.
It would be nice to see those data in order to make an evaluation of the validity of that. I don't see any data for a lab leak That doesn't mean it could not have happened.
Just as other former COVID officials say, the agency's updated conclusion is significant, despite its low confidence.
This is a group that has 17 laboratories, but one of their laboratories is really known for having extraordinary molecular virologists who do this very work. The reason it's low confidence is because there's no transparency about what China was actually working on.
On Capitol Hill, frustration. White House officials are reiterating there's no consensus yet.
For the life of me, I don't understand why they're downplaying this. It is clear that evidence is stacking up in favor of the lab leak hypothesis, and for 2 years, anyone who said that was called a conspiracy theorist and in some cases a racist.
Now, a renewed push to declassify probe materials.
Realistically, again, we're never going to get full transparency from the Chinese, but this is about accountability so that they aren't able to do this again.
As Fauci accepts, the nearly 7 million COVID deaths worldwide may never be explained.
Might not. It very well might not.
We learned today President Biden will nominate Julie Su to replace his outgoing Labor Secretary Marty Walsh. Su previously faced criticism for her handling of COVID unemployment benefits in her roles in the California state government, but was widely considered a front-runner for this job, with the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus throwing their weight behind her. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
The 9 justices on the U.S. Supreme Court are considering arguments they heard on Tuesday, that was yesterday, of course, about President Biden's plan to wipe out hundreds of billions of dollars in student loan debt. Fox News chief legal correspondent and anchor of Fox News Sunday, Shannon Bream. She's in Washington and has the story.
We deal with congressional statutes every day that are really confusing. This one is not.
But that is the heart of the debate. Whether or not the HEROES Act, passed in 2003 to ease student loan payment obligations on those deployed in the wake of 9/11, gives the Biden administration authority not only to pause student loan payments, as was initially done under the Trump administration, but to also wipe out roughly $400 billion in principal, all with the stroke of a pen.
I think most casual observers would say if you're going to give up that much amount of money, if you're going to affect the obligations of that many Americans on a subject that's of great controversy, they would think that's something for Congress to act on.
The Biden administration argues Congress did act, that the law in question provided the pathway for Education Secretary Miguel Cardona to step in the face of the COVID emergency. Justice Kagan seems to agree.
We worry about executive power when Congress hasn't authorized the use of executive power. Here, Congress has authorized the use of executive power in an emergency situation. We're in that sphere where the executive is acting with congressional authorization.
In Washington, Shannon Bream, Fox News.
The West Coast gets hit with another wave of stormy weather with heavy rain, snow, and blizzard conditions blanketing the Sierra Nevada range in Northern California there. Fox weather correspondent Max Gordon has the story.
It's amazing. I think it's the best snow we've had in 20 years.
Another week of heavy snow and frigid temperatures in California.
This is some crazy weather. I've never seen this type of snow.
Blizzard warnings are in effect for the northern half of the state's Sierra Nevada mountain range until Wednesday. The National Weather Service warning of dangerous wind gusts and avalanches. Whiteout conditions already closed several roads in the area, including Interstate 80.
We're just hoping and praying that power stays on, because power goes off, we have a lot of people that are going to be in a bad way.
If they tell you to stay home, stay home.
Meanwhile, in Southern California's mountain communities, many were trapped inside their homes and vacation rentals. San Bernardino County declaring a local emergency to help clear roadways after more than a foot of snow fell over the weekend.
All the houses are snowed in. People are walking to the stores. You have elderly up there. It's a mess.
The winter storm also causing chaos in Los Angeles, where heavy rain led to several mudslides, the most recent happening Tuesday at a home near Beverly Hills. No one was hurt, but one home had to be temporarily evacuated.
We need the moisture, but I mean, I'm over it, I'm over it. It's time for spring, time for a little golf.
Forecasters say this latest winter storm is expected to taper off by Wednesday night. In Los Angeles, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
A lot of crazy weather all across the United States. We'll certainly keep track of the cleanup process for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But that was the first block of our news this morning. I want to get to a quick commercial break, just 2 short minutes. We'll be right back with plenty more here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right now you are taking a live look. This is in Greece. They were showing a bit of the scene here, but this is actually the area where that train crash had happened that we're still learning more about. You see a press conference happening right now, most likely not in English, but I just wanted to pull this up for you just so you can see. This is happening live, raw, and unfiltered, so hopefully eventually we'll be able to see a little bit behind them. But here's what we know so far, and probably what they're discussing right now in this press conference. A fiery train collision in Greece killed 36 people and injured 85 others on Tuesday after a passenger train carrying hundreds of people struck an oncoming freight train at high speed. This information here I'm giving you is from Fox News. Now, we know multiple cars derailed and at least 3 of them burst into flames following the wreck, which occurred just before midnight. Rescue crews illuminated the scene with floodlights as they searched through the smoking debris for survivors. So this did just happen yesterday, and obviously you see an official of some sort giving an update on the ground there with the press. Got their microphones in front of them trying to get the latest information on what happened in Greece. So yet another deadly train crash that we are learning about. We've got one in the United States, now this one in Greece. So again, we're learning more about this. We'll update you as we do learn more. But speaking of the train derailment that occurred in the United States in East Palestine, Ohio, I do want to turn to some of this coverage. So you can see this video here. This is actually the scene when this actually just happened. It's about 2.5, 3 weeks ago. You see just the flames just bursting off the track there. Just truly a frightening scene. And there, of course, some of the aftermath. Now, we did hear yesterday from the EPA administrator, the Environmental Protection Agency, giving an update on the cleanup there and where things stand with some of those toxic chemicals. So I want to play that for you. Take a listen.
Welcome, everybody. We're glad to have you here for the opening of the EPA storefront. It's a nice day here in Northern Ohio. Thank you all for coming, and with that, I would like to introduce you to EPA Director Michael Regan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Conway, for being here today and for welcoming me back to East Palestine. I want you to know how much your partnership means to EPA, especially as we work to earn the trust of the community. I also want to thank President Biden, who's made every resource available to help this community get back on its feet after the train derailment. That's why you see representatives from across the federal family, FEMA, HHS, FRA, and others, who in addition to supporting cleanup activities, are leading public engagement efforts to ensure the community is kept informed every single step of the way. That's what my visit here today is all about. This is my 3rd time in East Palestine, and as I've said before, I recognize there has been a deficit of trust. This community has gone through a lot over the last several weeks, and understandably continue to wonder what the future looks like for East Palestine. I've had the privilege of meeting with enough residents, students, business owners, and local leaders here to know that the future of this community is bright, because the people love this town. I mean, really love this town. And there's a lot to be proud of in this town. I can promise that as this community continues to look forward, we're going to be here every step of the way for as long as it takes. We aren't going anywhere, and I can tell you, and you can tell by this storefront behind me, that we are here for the long haul. We want to make sure that the community knows we are here for them and that we're bringing resources to bear for them. I'm excited to share that EPA's Community Welcome Center is now officially open for business from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. Residents and business owners can stop in to get their questions answered, sign up for in-air home monitoring, and learn more about cleaning services. So we're encouraging members of the community who have questions to please visit us here at 25 North Market Street. The people of East Palestine will not have to figure out what comes next for them on their own. We are in this together, as I've said from day one. And at the same time, I want you all to know that we are holding Norfolk Southern accountable for putting this community in harm's way. When I was here last week, I announced an EPA order that requires the company to conduct all cleanup actions associated with the East Palestine train derailment. Norfolk Southern has since agreed to comply with EPA's order. I want to remind folks that at any point the company fails to comply with the actions ordered by EPA, we will immediately step in, conduct the work that needs to be done, and then force Norfolk Southern to pay triple the cost in accordance with the powers granted to my agency. In no way, shape, form, or fashion will Norfolk Southern get off the hook for the mess that they've created. And as the cleanup work continues at a rapid pace, EPA is awaiting Norfolk Southern's work plan, which we will review and approve. The work plan will outline every single necessary step of the environmental damage caused by the derailment. No detail will be overlooked. This work will be done that leaves this community whole again. And the work plan will be finalized in the coming days, and we will share more about the details of that work plan. So for now, we will continue to work day by day to earn the trust of this community and reassure this community that when the cameras leave, we will still be here, however long it takes. Thank you all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have time for some questions. We're going to start right here.
Administrator Reagan, thank you for being with us today. I do have a quick question though. In regards to the dioxins, that has been a big question on everybody's mind. And how do we get to that baseline testing? I know you spoke a little bit briefly in the high school about that.
Yes.
People are concerned. How do we get to get those testing that people are you going to do it to assure those people that things are going to be okay?
Yes, I appreciate that question, and let me say that the agency will continue to follow the science and conduct the necessary testing to keep the community safe. But I want to be clear also. I have heard the students, I've heard the local business owners. We have had conversations about dioxin and what they perceive to be potential impacts. I'm taking that information back to my team, back to Washington, D.C., and I want folks to know that we've heard them loud and clear on that topic.
Sergeant Vasquez, California Army National Guard. Who gave the orders to burn the rail cars?
You know, the decisions for that were made by state and local authorities. And when the actions were taken, we were there to monitor the air quality impacts and provided them the information needed to determine what impacts were happened in terms of air quality. And so those decisions were made at the local level. Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you want to say anything about that.
It was joint. It was a joint effort between local and state authorities. We worked together with the Ohio National Guard for modeling to exactly what would happen if we didn't do anything with the cars, and it was determined that was the best course of action.
Mr. Mayor, do you think that you're on a path now to getting this completely cleaned up? What level of confidence do you have? What do you say to the governors and officials from Michigan, Texas, and Indiana now that are either questioning or rejecting the waste coming from here in East Palestine?
I definitely think we're on a good path. There's definitely lots of questions that still remain to be answered. As far as people from the other states, they knew the facilities were in their states, and I understand their concern, but in the same time, it's governed by the federal EPA, so therefore, you know, it should be safe for all the citizens there.
Mr. Reagan, can I ask, we've talked to farmers in this area to dovetail off the other question. They're concerned, they live outside the immediate area, they live in the neighboring townships, they're concerned about their cattle, they're concerned about the effect of dioxin on the product, the milk that they sell to the community, the beef, the lamb. What assurance can we provide for them that when it comes time to sell those goods, some may already be being sold, that it's safe not only for them to sell, but for the community to consume?
You know, I understand all of the concerns that have been raised. And on that particular issue, let me say that the state, federal, and local partnership is strong. Obviously, the state has primacy through the Department of Agriculture and the Wildlife Commission to determine impacts to wildlife and agriculture. But we're doing all of the proper analysis we can do along with the state to determine those safety measures. And I look forward to, or I look to the governor in the state of Ohio to lead the response on that effort.
To their question, though, they're wondering why testing has not been done for dioxin, because that's their biggest concern.
We have done the testing and put in place testing that is protective of the community. As I said before, I understand the questions surrounding dioxin. I listen to students, local leaders, local business owners, and we're taking that information back. I want folks to understand we hear them loud and clear and understand those concerns. Let me be clear, EPA is testing for all toxic chemicals. We have a complete inventory of everything that was on that train, and everything we're monitoring for and testing for, we understand the levels of potential adverse health impacts from those toxics or any byproducts. There are no gaps in the testing. If there are concerns or folks have questions like the legitimate concerns and questions that were posed by the local business owners and students in terms of dioxin, well, that's why we're having these conversations, and we're going to work to alleviate those concerns.
What specific chemicals do you believe are present, and how was it determined that others like dioxin were not tested?
Every chemical that was on that train, and every chemical that was on that train and every byproduct from those chemicals have been tested or are part of our testing regimen. And so we believe firmly that our testing regimen is protective. We believe that the technology is sound. And if there are gaps, and lots of people have lots of opinions, if there are gaps, we want to address those gaps, which is why I've been to this community 3 times now, and which is why I met with teachers and students and local business owners. What we want to do is close the information gap and be sure that we are addressing the community's needs. And that's what we're going to focus on. What I would say is, as a federal family, all of our agencies are working on community engagement strategies. And as we've taken information from local leaders, we've been encouraged, in addition to the federal government knocking on doors, which may or may not be welcomed, that we're working with local volunteers and community organizations to get this information out. One of the reasons we've opened this storefront is so that people can feel comfortable coming in and getting this information. And we're continuing to work with the community to develop strategies on how best to engage the community and get them that necessary information. Yes, absolutely. Communities have a right to know, which is why there was a brief pause when the EPA took over the cleanup so that we could work to assess directly from the company, where they had contracts in place and which communities the waste and the soil were being shipped to. I want to say that there are facilities that exist within Ohio and all over the country that are heavily regulated and permitted to take this kind of waste. What we are doing is working on an alert system so that Norfolk Southern can be held accountable. And as this material is moving, the appropriate authorities have the appropriate information so that the communities are not alarmed and that communities know that their safety is being taken very, very seriously. Yes, obviously we've been testing the air from the very beginning, and the state has been testing the water. There have been many residents here who have indicated that they worry about some residual or some dust or some particles. While we don't believe that there are any adverse health impacts in homes or businesses as it relates to the derailment, this is an additional step we're taking to alleviate concern and lower the angst. And so what we're providing is an in-home or in-business thorough cleaning service, as well as an external cleaning service for homes and businesses, just to help the community understand that in addition to the air quality monitoring and all of the protective measures we're taking, we want to go that extra mile so that people feel comfortable living in their communities. Absolutely. There will be representation from all of the federal agencies, FEMA, FRA, the HHS or CDC, and EPA. And so in addition to coming in and signing up for those cleaning services, residents will also be able to come in and request indoor air quality monitoring for their homes. And they'll also be able to retrieve information about what the full federal family is doing here on site, as well as give us information about what some of the latest concerns are. I'm sorry, I can't hear the question. Yes, we have taken a look at that article, and what I would say is, we understand based on the testing that we've done, the concern about both short-term and long-term impacts. So we didn't learn anything new from that article and the veterinarian that spoke to health impacts. But what I can say is that we are working as fast as possible to conduct this cleanup and ensure that we protect the community while this cleanup occurs. If there's anyone that is experiencing any kind of adverse health impacts immediately, we ask that they consult medical professionals.
And if you are just joining us, we're listening to an update from the Environmental Protection Agency. The administrator there, Brian Regan, giving an update on the cleanup on East Palestine, as residents there still have plenty of concern about possible toxins in the air, the water, and the ground. The EPA saying that everything checking out mostly safe at this point, but they do continue to monitor that situation. I do want to take a quick commercial break as we need to take our second one of the hour here. And there's plenty more to get into right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Schools around the country have been trying out new ways to make teachers and students feel safer in the classroom. One Nevada district is testing out discrete panic buttons on teachers' ID badges as a line of defense. Fox's Danny Maston has more on this story.
Safety in CCSD classrooms is an ongoing concern for students and educators.
You know, up to this point, they've had over 175 guns brought to schools.
And now with the click of a button on what looks like a normal ID badge, teachers can alert first responders in the event of an emergency.
They have been working at schools that I've heard from educators where it's been implemented.
The panic buttons created by Centegix were installed last summer. President of the Clark County Education Association, Marie Nices, tells me some teachers still don't feel safe.
They're leaving CCSD or the profession altogether. Violence in their classrooms or on their campuses.
According to the CCEA, going into the 2022-23 school year, there were approximately 2,500 vacancies in CCSD. Going into the new year, by the beginning of the spring semester, approximately 500 additional educators had left, and currently have hundreds of vacancies, leaving thousands of students without a licensed educator in their classroom. Nices says we need more mental health help for students to help prevent violent acts on school campuses.
It starts at a very young age, and that's why we need to address the issues that they're having, how to teach them how to cope with their anger and whatever may be happening in their lives at home.
Nices tells me CCEA is currently working with legislator leadership on what laws they can put in place so educators and students can feel safe when at school.
Cleanup at the toxic spill site in East Palestine is resuming, and the EPA continues to say test levels are within safe parameters. Most residents, however, just aren't buying it. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has more from East Palestine.
After a brief pause, the cleanup has resumed at this toxic spill site in East Palestine, Ohio. And on Tuesday, the head of the EPA took another look at the cleanup. This is now the third time EPA Administrator Michael Regan has been on the ground in Ohio. Last time he was in town, he drank the tap water to try and show residents it was safe. Now at the site of the crash itself, which is still covered in dangerous debris.
I can promise that as this community continues to look forward, we're going to be here every step of the way for as long as it takes. We aren't going anywhere.
It's been almost a month since the Norfolk Southern freight train derailed, contaminating the area with toxic chemicals. The EPA claims both the air and water are safe, but some locals are still complaining about chemical smells and ongoing health issues.
I do question, the people getting rashes and stuff like that, what is causing it. They are saying everything's safe, and, we're taking them at their word, but we need to get to the bottom of what's happening.
Federal officials are now sending the contaminated soil to EPA-approved dump sites in and around Ohio. The EPA is going door to door to test the air quality in town. Right now, the agency insists that the air quality here is normal.
This is new. This is not normal. This is not something that was there before. So we're concerned that that is what is making its way into our wells.
Congress is now planning hearings on this spill, and the CEO of Norfolk Southern will be asked to testify. Reporting in East Palestine, Ohio, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And to piggyback off that story, that 38 railcar derailment in Ohio leaves millions of gallons of toxic waste and chemicals to be discarded. But the company thought they found a solution, the company that's handling all that. But residents and officials say it caught them by surprise. Fox's Joy Addison joins us with more on the fallout from that train derailment.
That train derailment happened just over 2 weeks ago, and millions of gallons of wastewater came here to Houston until officials stopped it. Now people here say they're thankful, but they won't change going forward.
Some things make people happy about it. Or maybe some people don't even know about it.
Families in Harris County learned from the news that millions of gallons of wastewater used to fight fire during the Ohio train derailment were being shipped to a company near their homes.
It's a dangerous hazard, because a lot of people here are elderly, and, it affects our way of living and our health.
Texas Molecular is in the Houston suburb of Deer Park, just across the interstate from these homes. In a statement to Fox, it says, in part, our permit allows over 230 million gallons annually, and this volume is well within our authorizations, capabilities, and experience. While we are not required by permit to alert authorities in advance of shipments, we do brief our local stakeholders. But people here had concerns and say they are happy elected officials like Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee stepped in, reasoning with the Environmental Protection Agency for a pause on discarding the chemicals. In a tweet, the Congresswoman says this process of dumping toxic waste in communities without prior notice to local cities and counties has to stop.
What we are doing is working on an alert system so that Norfolk Southern can be held accountable. And as this material is moving, the appropriate authorities have the appropriate information so that the communities are not alarmed and that communities know that their safety has been taken very, very seriously.
The EPA has paused disposal and now says future plans for toxic waste must be reviewed and approved first. People that live near Texas Molecular say this gives them relief.
It's good because the community needs to know. I mean, we live here.
On Sunday, the EPA approved the transportation of wastewater for disposal to other facilities in Ohio. It's unclear whether the disposal will continue here in Deer Park. In Houston, Joy Addison, Fox News.
One of the few remaining survivors of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor has died. Jack Holder was 101 years old. Fox's Lindsay Regis has more.
It's a moment that stuck with Jack Holder for the rest of his life.
The first bomb that fell at Pearl Harbor dropped about 100 yards from me. It's something you never forget, and I think it's something you never forgive for. I certainly haven't.
Holder was 19 years old when he was transferred to Pearl Harbor in December 1940. A year later, the Japanese attacked the U.S. naval base.
Jack was on Ford Island during the attack on Pearl Harbor, and he was the most active Pearl Harbor survivor we had in Arizona.
Holder remembered that day vividly, including the pilot that missed him and his crewmates.
Helmet flapping in the breeze, his canopy was open, and he came in very low and slow.
Now his friends are remembering him, a Navy pilot during World War II and one of the last remaining survivors of Pearl Harbor.
But he was a good man. He meant well. He liked what he was doing. He understood the importance of representing that average GI who served during World War II, particularly the Pearl Harbor survivors.
Speaking to the public was one of many things Holder liked to do during retirement. Proud to share his experience in the Navy.
People call me a hero, but I don't consider myself a hero. When I joined the Navy, I signed an oath. I just tried to live up to it.
Lindsay Regis, Fox 10 News.
What a great story to remember that gentleman there. Well, it's 5:38 on the East Coast and 2:38 over on the West Coast. We've got plenty more to get into on this edition of Live Now from Fox as we take a live look in Washington, D.C. at the White House there. We'll see what interesting things come out of D.C. today. We do know President Biden is scheduled to speak later this morning, so we'll be bringing that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. But of course, we do want to take that quick commercial break. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You're checking out some video here. This is out of the fight in Ukraine from one of the brigades there. I want to show you this, a pretty interesting video that they're finding to see some of this video from the front lines here. Well, multiple Russian armored vehicles were destroyed in a single battle, and that's what the brigade says, the people that brought us this video here that you're looking at. As many as 8 Russian armored vehicles, including 5 tanks, were destroyed in that battle, and that is in Ukraine's Donetsk Oblast region. Now, a brigade deployed to the area, that's what they said on February 28th. Now, this footage released by Ukraine's 79th Air Assault Brigade is described as showing the unit intercepting the Russian armored vehicles. And now, pretty interesting stuff here. A little under an hour's drive from the Russian-controlled stronghold and regional capital of Donetsk. Much of this area where you're seeing this from has been reduced to rubble after months of non-stop fighting. So I want to stick to that story here, turning to some debate here in the United States. Now, testimony in both House and Senate hearings on Tuesday showing lawmakers are split on U.S. assistance to Ukraine. While some continue to question whether helping Kyiv is in America's best interests, others are pressing for the Biden administration to do more to stop dragging out the conflict. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has more from Washington, D.C.
More than a year after Russia invaded Ukraine, and Kyiv stands firm. Experts say the more than $100 billion of U.S. assistance has been essential in Ukraine's fight, covering everything from military equipment to humanitarian assistance. But now both House Democrats and Republicans are demanding accountability.
How do we feel right now in time about providing all the assistance we've provided to Ukraine?
There's no evidence that the Ukrainians are diverting it to the black market or some other thing else.
In the Senate's Armed Services Committee, lawmakers gathering information about Ukraine's most recent request for U.S. fighter jets.
Is there any point in our training the Ukraine, beginning to train the Ukrainian pilots on F-16s at this point?
I would be training them on everything we've got. Get ahead of the game instead of behind the game.
Concerns about Ukraine now tangled up in Congress over China.
I would say that if they did intervene right now, it would fill a critical gap for the Russians for the next several months.
But with billions already spent and the war ongoing, one key Democrat says voters have concerns.
Why are we spending money? But a lot of constituents ask the question, what's all this got to do with me?
If countries like Russia are allowed to go on the march to swallow up their neighbors, the rule of law will be replaced with the rule of the jungle.
A bipartisan delegation recently visited both Poland and Romania to see firsthand how the U.S. military is tracking the weapons it's providing to Ukraine. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
Prosecutors in the double murder trial of Alex Murdaugh begin their rebuttal after the defense rests its case. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seary has the story.
My understanding of what he told me was that he checked them before he called 911.
Prosecutors call Alec Murdaugh's former law partner and close friend Ronnie Crosby to the stand as they begin their rebuttal to the defense in the double murder trial of the disgraced attorney. Crosby challenging Murdaugh's testimony from last week, where he claimed to have checked his wife Maggie and son Paul's pulses while on the phone with 911. The defense later tried to discredit Crosby's testimony during a fiery exchange over whether or not he was angry with Murdaugh for stealing money from their law firm.
You are dead wrong if you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money. When we're talking about 2 people who were brutally murdered, then you're headed in the wrong direction.
Do you think he did it?
I don't have an opinion. I don't have the benefit of the materials you have.
Prosecutors also called Dr. Ellen Reamer back to the stand. She's the pathologist who performed the autopsies on the victims. On Monday, a different pathologist, one hired by the defense, testified, saying the bullet that killed Paul entered the back of his head and would have left significant residue on the shooter. Dr. Reamer, who previously testified the shot went into Paul's neck, reaffirmed her original testimony.
This is a shotgun wound to the left shoulder that's going up to the right side of the head.
Later this week, jurors are expected to be taken to the scene of the murders before closing arguments begin. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seary, Fox News.
And the jurors in that case will actually visit the site of those murders later this morning. Well, turning to this story here in business news, more layoffs in the tech world, and Elon Musk has reclaimed the title as the world's richest man again. Fox's CJ Pava has today's Fox Business Briefs.
The latest in tech layoffs
telehealth startup Cerebral cutting 15% of its workforce. A company spokesperson says the layoffs are part of a year-long plan to reorganize and prioritize patient services. Data analytics firm Palantir also confirming a cut to about 2% of its workforce, affecting roughly 75 jobs. Elon Musk has regained his position as the world's richest man. His net worth is now sitting at $187 billion. Musk briefly lost the top rank to Bernard Arnault of luxury conglomerate LVMH after Tesla's sharp share declines last winter. Sotheby's auction house is celebrating Michael Jordan's legacy with an offering fitting for a six-time champion. The Dynasty Collection features 6 Air Jordan sneakers, all worn by his airness himself in the title-clinching games. They include the Jordan 6, which he wore when he won his first title in 1991, and the Jordan 14, which was worn in his last dance against the Utah Jazz in 1998. And McDonald's launched a surprising test last year to sell Krispy Kreme donuts at some locations. Now it is planning to expand that test into more restaurants. 3 types of donuts will be available all day at 160 locations in the Lexington and Louisville areas of Kentucky for a limited time. That's business. I'm CJ Papa.
If you're a pet owner, you want the best for your animal friends, but an ongoing shortage of veterinarians could create some difficulties. Fox News' Ted Linder takes a look at some of the factors behind the shortage and the struggles many vets are facing.
Pockets of the country continue facing a shortage of veterinarian doctors, nurses, and technicians.
About 2/3 of graduates today enter or leave veterinary school and enter private practices. So we are turning out veterinarians, but the demand is still greater than the supply.
Professionals say the ongoing problem has many roots. According to a recent survey from Forbes Advisor, nearly 80% of pet owners got some type of animal throughout the course of the pandemic. The uptick in the pet population is partially contributing to the burden vets are facing.
We are concerned about burnout, compassion fatigue. A lot of this comes from just the high demand of caseload.
And while working with adorable animals can be a perk, this line of work comes with a darker side, with many vets having to put down pets in overcrowded shelters or if their owners can't afford costly treatments. And this takes a severe mental toll. According to data from the CDC, 1 out of 6 veterinarians has thought about committing suicide.
On the client side, we see longer delays in scheduling appointments, so then there's concerns for their animal being seen in a quick enough time period. Also, we see a shift when they can't get into their primary care veterinarian. We see a shift to seeing emergency room visits going up because they're open, and that puts a greater drain and strain on those practices as well.
While it's not certain how long the shortage will last, professionals warn
the demand for graduate veterinarians will continue to increase over the next 10 to 15 years.
Meantime, many vets are assessing their workflow to identify ways their current teams could be used more efficiently. Ted Linder, Fox News.
All right, it's 5:49 on the East Coast and 2:49 over on the West Coast. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner, as we go through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. I do want to take our last commercial break of the hour here, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us. And turning to more coverage on the Murdaugh trial, we're learning that the jurors will be visiting the murder scene later today at 9:30 Eastern Time. We're keeping tabs on that. We don't expect any live video or any live event out of that, but we will follow that to see what comes out of it and where the trial goes from here. But our Live Now team spoke with a news reporter, the chief investigative reporter there in Columbia, South Carolina. His name's Avery Wilkes, to talk about where the case stands and where things go from here. So I want to play that for you.
Do want to talk a little bit further about everything that we know right now ahead of the jury visiting the Moselle residence site of the murders tomorrow morning. So for more on this, we want to go out live now to reporter Avery Wilkes, who is with the Post and Courier in Charleston, South Carolina. Avery, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. What are your thoughts on everything up to this point, hearing from those final witnesses in court today?
You know, I kind of wonder the same question about the jury. They've been sitting through 5.5 weeks of this trial. They have heard so much material from, you know, evidence surrounding the June 7th, 2021 murders, to Alec Murdaugh's opioid addiction, to his financial crimes, to the bizarre, September 2021 staged shooting / insurance fraud / assisted suicide scheme. I mean, we've just covered so much ground here. I'm very curious how much of that the jurors have retained. And I think that, you know, the next 24 hours in this case are going to be by far the most important, because obviously the jurors are going out for their field trip to Moselle. But then after that, we are going to get into closing arguments. And the state is going to have a big job of bringing its case together, whittling it down into a coherent narrative that explains to the jurors how and why these slayings were committed, and doing that in a compelling way, because one of the big criticisms of prosecutors in this case so far is that they've just presented a lot of numbers and data points and, you know, GPS locations and cell phone message timestamps, but they haven't really explained the relevance of a lot of that material. And so closing arguments, they are going to have to deliver, and they're going to have to remind the jurors of all the important things they've heard and why they're important. And I think that's a big job.
Yeah, and that property at Moselle, very large. I don't know if you've ever been there or maybe close to the area. What do you think that'll present to jurors? Do you think that's really going to be helpful? Because as you said, it is a lot for them to retain all of this information. I mean, even for us reporting on it, people who are just interested in the case, and then the jury hearing from so many people and all this information.
I think it will be helpful just to visualize it and to understand the scale of things. Because when you hear about a 1,700 acre piece of land, it's hard to fathom that, you know, even if most of it is, woods and swamps and waterways and otherwise inaccessible areas. But they've heard a ton about the cabins and the processing shed and the dog kennels and this whole area of the crime scene where Maggie and Paul were killed. But it's hard to visualize that unless you can see it. You know, we've seen maps and 3D renderings and crime scene footage and dash cam, but I think the defense in particular wants them to see that because they just want to see how big the place is, and how, you know, if you're up at the main house where Alec claims he was at the time of the shootings, you know, that's more than 400 yards away as the crow flies, and you may not necessarily hear gunshots or see what's going on down by the kennels, you know, as the slayings are committed. So obviously, this is a field trip that the defense wanted the jurors to take, and it's one that prosecutors objected to and said that, you know, this is a waste of time. This is, you know, not worth it. So there's obviously some strategy going on there by the defense.
Well, and hearing from more than 70 witnesses and also hearing from Alec Murdaugh himself taking the stand last week, what were your thoughts on that?
It was a really pivotal, I think, moment in this trial because, you know, initially we weren't sure he would take the stand. In fact, we thought that he wouldn't. And the fact that he did take the stand is probably a sign of desperation by the defense. It's a sign that they thought the state had proven enough of the case that their client had, you know, had things to explain. And I thought, he testified for 2 full days, and I thought on the first day he came off really well. He humanized himself. He showed emotion. He admitted his wrongdoing in the financial crimes. But, and he provided this explanation of what he had done on the night of the slayings and why he had lied about his alibi and his whereabouts. But then on the second day, it all started to fall apart. And I thought that the prosecutor, Creighton Waters, really landed a lot of blows. And he was able to hammer home the idea over the course of that 2-day cross-examination that, sorry, everything just went dark here. He was able to hammer home over the course of that cross-examination that, Murdaugh was a sort of a sociopath, a liar, a master manipulator, con man, someone who would say anything he had to say in order to get what he wanted, whether it was stealing from his clients or misleading his family or his friends about his opioid addiction, or in this case, trying to get a not guilty verdict from the jury. So by the end of those 2 days on the stand, his credibility, or what remained of it, was basically eviscerated by the prosecution, as he had to repeat over and over again, I lied, I cheated, I misled people, I stole their money, I knew those things were wrong and I did them anyway.
Yeah, it was really interesting to hear him admit to all of that and lying repeatedly within really the first few minutes of him taking the stand. We also heard from other family members throughout the trial as well. Buster, John Marvin, and Maggie's sister. What are your thoughts on the other family members who also took the stand?
Buster was not very emotional. He's Alec's surviving son. He's not really known to be a very emotional guy, but he did help his father in a number of ways. He helped explain some of the behaviors and the actions that Murdaugh did in the aftermath of the shooting, that prosecutors had held up as suspicious or as evidence of wrongdoing. The fact that on the night of the slayings, Murdaugh parked in the back, behind his parents' house when he went to go visit his mom. Prosecutors sort of hinted that he did that in order to stash some of the murder weapons, and then later go back and retrieve them and dispose of them for good a few days after the slayings. But Buster, poked holes in that idea. He said that anytime you were visiting his grandparents' house, especially at night, you would park in the back so you could go in the back door. So it was things like that. I mean, he also said that his father was with him basically all day, every day for the 10 days after the killings, and that he never saw his dad sneak away to dispose of evidence or, do anything suspicious. So while Buster wasn't really helpful on the emotional front, he was helpful in some of the logical, fronts and trying to explain some of the things that were going on. And then, of course, his brother, John Marvin, was very folksy and endearing and personable before the jury, and he did provide some of that emotional detail. He talked about Alec and his wife, Maggie, as a couple and how they would hold hands and sway at a Darius Rucker concert they attended on a double date. He talked about Alec's relationship with his sons and how he would bring them on every hunt they went on and, just lived for those boys. So, I think the family did help him in some respects, but the question is whether that emotional appeal is going to outweigh what prosecutors have presented and how tightly they've condensed the timeline between when Alec was at the crime scene with the 2 victims and when the shootings began just a few minutes later.
Right, and then in the midst of all of this, Netflix releases their series highlighting the Murdaugh family. Everything prior to this, really, the boat crash and all of the financial crimes that they were showing throughout that. I'm not sure how much of it you've seen, Avery, but just being in the community, what are your thoughts on everybody who was a part of that series and what has been said about the family?
Yeah, it's always interesting when one of these documentaries come out, because so many different outlets and so many different streaming platforms everyone has their own, Murdaugh documentary at this point, basically, or they've got one in the works. There are a lot of book deals going around. There's a lot of money being made, on this story. But and each one of these documentaries seems to have something that the others don't. And so from what I've seen from this documentary series, which I haven't seen all of it, they really got some exclusives with the survivors of the 2019 boat crash that really started the undoing of the Murdaugh legacy and started to lead to Alec Murdaugh's downfall. And so we were able to hear things that we had not heard before about Paul and his behavior and what actually happened on the night of the crash. So I found that fascinating. I'm looking forward to getting into the rest of it. But, you know, it has been interesting to see people kind of come in from that national perspective and tell this story of, you know, drugs, deceit, and death and power and privilege here in South Carolina's Low Country.
Yeah, very interesting and a lot of emotional stories that we're hearing from those survivors and everyone who's a part of that series. And speaking of different ways that people have been talking about the Murdaugh story, the Post and Courier has a podcast that I know you have a very big part in called Understand Murdaugh. Tell us a little bit about that and the things that you've uncovered while working on it.
Yeah, so we actually started the podcast last fall. We were a little late in the game on the podcast front, but at least we got it going, and we got it off the ground for a few months before this trial. But basically, we saw the podcast as a way to do what we already do in the print newspaper and on our website, postandcourier.com, which is to provide really in-depth context and analysis and deep dives into what the Murdaugh story is telling us about South Carolina, about problems and flaws within the legal system and the banking system and the criminal justice system, and power and privilege in rural South Carolina and how it affects justice here. And so basically we started the podcast as a way to dive a little deeper into the things that we were already putting into print. We answer readers' questions, and we also have been putting out a daily podcast. It's about 10 or 14 minutes or so, somewhere in that range, every single day of the trial, which is fairly difficult to do, but because of just how fast-paced everything is moving. But it just gives our readers another medium to hear sort of our reporting and our analysis about this case. So we've enjoyed it.
Well, and just being there in South Carolina, seeing the community, what can you tell viewers about what this community has experienced before the trial and now during, the emotions? What all has that been like?
There's been a real buzz about the town of Walterboro as we've been here. This is now, I've lived in Walterboro almost longer than anywhere else at this point, because I've stayed here for about 6 weeks now. But I would say it really depends on which part of the 14th Circuit here in really southern South Carolina you're in. We've written a lot about the town of Hampton, which is where Murdaugh is from, and people there are really interested in disassociating themselves from the Murdaugh name and trying to get away from the stigma of everything Murdaugh and how the Murdaugh family sort of lorded over that area for the better part of a century. But across the county border here in Colleton County in Walterboro, they seem a little bit more gung-ho about all this. People are interested in talking about it at bars. Everybody has an opinion on whether he's guilty or not, or whether the state is doing a good job of proving it or not. Everyone you talk to has different theories and things like that. And really, the town here has rolled out the red carpet for this trial. They've put media up in this in the wildlife center. So I'm working beside snakes and alligators and turtles all day, which is kind of interesting. They installed this really great Wi-Fi for us to use. They've set up food trucks in the parking lot for both us and locals. And, the local officials here have really just been awesome from start to finish. And they're not shying away from this at all. They're sort of embracing this, and they're trying to show, that they are, as they put it, they're the front porch of the Low Country. There's a lot of rocking chairs around town here. That's kind of their big tourism marketing push. So it's been kind of interesting how different types of people and in different areas here have either embraced or shunned this story.
Yeah, that is very interesting all around, and a lot of really great, insightful information. Thanks so much, Avery, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm sure we'll talk again, and especially after the jurors are set to visit Moselle tomorrow morning.
And you heard them mention there that Moselle visit that the jurors will be making. That's actually happening this morning at 9:30. So what you're hearing there, the latest on the Alec Murdaugh trial. A little analysis there from a local news reporter there on the ground for one of the big newspapers in South Carolina. Right now we're taking a live look at New York City as the sunrise coming up over the skyline of New York City. We got plenty more to get into today right here on Live Now from Fox, but I do want to take our first commercial break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. 6:09 on the East Coast and 3:09 over on the West Coast. You might have noticed China's been in the headlines quite a bit this week. A lot of big news around China. Now, between the spy balloon TikTok and just overall worsening relations now, Congress is looking at the threat of their communist government. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has the latest from Washington.
Tensions with China continue to grow worse. Now they're in the primetime spotlight on Capitol Hill.
The Select Committee will not allow the CCP to lull us into complacency or maneuver us into submission.
The House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party laying out their biggest concerns in a hearing Tuesday evening, but it wasn't without protest. Lawmakers say the problem is with the Chinese government and its policies, not its people.
We do not want a war with the PRC, not a Cold War, not a hot war. We seek a durable peace.
According to a Fox News poll, worry over China is a bipartisan issue. Many Americans watched as a spy balloon floated across the U.S. in early February. Now China is reportedly considering aiding Russia in its war in Ukraine.
China has been able to do is take advantage of crises elsewhere to advance their interests through coercion in other places.
Plus, the Energy Department now believes COVID-19 most likely came from a Chinese lab leak, as there are concerns the U.S. is falling far behind China.
We need to face the fact that we have helped to feed the baby dragon of the CCP.
Now the clock is ticking for TikTok. The administration has ordered the Chinese-owned app must be removed from all federal government devices by the end of March.
It gives the Chinese Communist Party the ability to manipulate our
social discourse.
FBI Director Christopher Wray said his agency has somewhere around 2,000 active investigations involving the Chinese government. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
There is pushback by one of the leaders of the medical establishment to the Energy Department conclusion about the origins of the COVID-19 outbreak. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has the story.
Dr. Anthony Fauci casting doubt on the Department of Energy's findings that a lab leak most likely caused the pandemic.
It would be nice to see those data in order to make an evaluation of the validity of that. I don't see any data for a lab leak. That doesn't mean it could not have happened.
Just as other former COVID officials say, the agency's updated conclusion is significant, despite its low confidence.
This is a group that has 17 laboratories, but one of their laboratories is really known for having extraordinary molecular virologists who do this very work. The reason it's low confidence is because there's no transparency about what China was actually working on.
On Capitol Hill, frustration. White House officials are reiterating there's no consensus yet.
For the life of me, I don't understand why they're downplaying this. It is clear that evidence is stacking up in favor of the lab leak hypothesis, and for 2 years, anyone who said that was called a conspiracy theorist and in some cases a racist.
Now, a renewed push to declassify probe materials.
Realistically, again, we're never going to get full transparency from the Chinese, but this is about accountability so that they aren't able to do this again.
As Fauci accepts, the nearly 7 million COVID deaths worldwide may never be explained.
Might not. It very well might not.
We learned today President Biden will nominate Julie Su to replace his outgoing Labor Secretary Marty Walsh. Su previously faced criticism for her handling of COVID unemployment benefits in her roles in the California state government, but was widely considered a front-runner for this job, with the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus throwing their weight behind her. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
The 9 justices on the U.S. Supreme Court are considering arguments they heard on Tuesday, and that's about President Biden's plan to wipe out hundreds of billions of dollars in student loan debt. Fox News chief legal correspondent and anchor of Fox News Sunday, Shannon Bream, well, she's in Washington and has that story.
We deal with congressional statutes every day that are really confusing. This one is not.
But that is the heart of the debate. Whether or not the HEROES Act, passed in 2003 to ease student loan payment obligations on those deployed in the wake of 9/11, gives the Biden administration authority not only to pause student loan payments, as was initially done under the Trump administration, but to also wipe out roughly $400 billion in principal, all with the stroke of a pen.
I think most casual observers would say if you're going to give up that much amount of money, if you're going to affect the obligations of that many Americans on a subject that's of great controversy, they would think that's something for Congress to act on.
The Biden administration argues Congress did act, that the law in question provided the pathway for Education Secretary Miguel Cardona to step in the face of the COVID emergency. Justice Kagan seems to agree.
We worry about executive power when Congress hasn't authorized the use of executive power. Here, Congress has authorized the use of executive power in an emergency situation. We're in that sphere where the executive is acting with congressional authorization.
In Washington, Shannon Bream, Fox News.
And that's the latest on the student loan debt debate. Where things go, we do not know, but we'll certainly keep track of it right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, switching gears to weather, the West Coast gets hit with another wave of stormy weather with heavy rain, snow, and even blizzard conditions blanketing the Sierra Nevada range in Northern California. Fox weather correspondent Max Gordon has the story.
It's amazing. I think it's the best snow we've had in 20 years.
Another week of heavy snow and frigid temperatures in California.
This is some crazy weather. I've never seen this type of snow.
Blizzard warnings are in effect for the northern half of the state's Sierra Nevada mountain range until Wednesday. The National Weather Service warning of dangerous wind gusts and avalanches. Whiteout conditions already closed several roads in the area, including Interstate 80.
We're just hoping and praying the power stays on, because power goes off, we have a lot of people that are going to be in a bad way.
If they tell you to stay home, stay home.
Meanwhile, in Southern California's mountain communities, many were trapped inside their homes and vacation rentals. San Bernardino County declaring a local emergency to help clear roadways after more than a foot of snow fell over the weekend.
All the houses are snowed in. People are walking to the stores. You have elderly up there. It's a mess.
The winter storm also causing chaos in Los Angeles, where heavy rain led to several mudslides, the most recent happening Tuesday at a home near Beverly Hills. No one was hurt, but one home had to be temporarily evacuated.
We need the moisture, but I mean, I'm over it, you know, I'm over it. It's time for spring, time for a little golf.
Forecasters say this latest winter storm is expected to taper off by Wednesday night. In Los Angeles, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
And that's the latest on the wild weather hitting many parts of the United States. Well, 6:17 on the East Coast, 3:17 over on the West Coast. I'm taking a look at our live cameras here, and I want to pull up a few of these for you. I took a look at this shot earlier. This is the New York skyline. You see that sunrise popping up there. Got a couple better angles, though, as we switch gears here, getting another look at the Empire State Building. You see that just sort of orange golden hue behind the Empire State Building there. And then we pull back for a little bit wider shot. Again, these are live looks in New York City right now. You get a much better view of that horizon and the full sunrise there. We have plenty more to get into, though, here on Live Now from Fox. All the top stories from all around the country, around the world, keeping an eye on weather and live events as well. Stay with us. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, schools around the country have been trying out new ways to make teachers and students feel safer in the classroom. One Nevada district is testing out discrete panic buttons. They'll be on teachers' ID badges, and this is as a line of defense. Fox's Danny Maston has more.
Safety in CCSD classrooms is an ongoing concern for students and educators.
You know, up to this point, they've had over 175 guns brought to schools.
And now with the click of a button on what looks like a normal ID badge, teachers can alert first responders in the event of an emergency.
They have been working at schools that I've heard from educators where it's been implemented.
The panic buttons created by Centegix were installed last summer. President of the Clark County Education Association, Marie Nices, tells me some teachers still don't feel safe.
They're leaving CCSD or the profession altogether. Violence in their classrooms or on their campuses.
According to the CCEA, going into the 2022-23 school year, there were approximately 2,500 vacancies in CCSD. Going into the new year, by the beginning of the spring semester, approximately 500 additional educators had left and currently have hundreds of vacancies, leaving thousands of students without a licensed educator in their classroom. NICES says we need more mental health help for students to help prevent violent acts on school campuses.
Starts at a very young age, and that's why we need to address the issues that they're having, how to teach them how to cope with their anger and whatever may be happening in their lives at home.
NICES tells me CCEA is currently working with legislator leadership on what laws they can put in place so educators and students can feel safe when at school.
And switching gears to East Palestine, Ohio, and taking a look at the cleanup there. The cleanup at the toxic spill site in East Palestine is resuming, and the EPA continues to say that test levels are within safe parameters. Most residents, however, they aren't buying it. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has more from East Palestine.
After a brief pause, the cleanup has resumed at this toxic spill site in East Palestine, Ohio. And on Tuesday, the head of the EPA took another look at the cleanup. This is now the third time EPA Administrator Michael Regan has been on the ground in Ohio. Last time he was in town, he drank the tap water to try and show residents it was safe. Now at the site of the crash itself, which is still covered in dangerous debris.
I can promise that as this community continues to look forward, we're going to be here every step of the way for as long as it takes. We aren't going anywhere.
It's been almost a month since the Norfolk Southern freight train derailed, contaminating the area with toxic chemicals. The EPA claims both the air and water are safe, but some locals are still complaining about chemical smells and ongoing health issues.
I do question, the people getting rashes and stuff like that, what is causing it. They are saying everything's safe, and we're taking them at their word, but we need to get to the bottom of what's happening.
Federal officials are now sending the contaminated soil to EPA-approved dump sites in and around Ohio. The EPA is going door to door to test the air quality in town. Right now, the agency insists that the air quality here is normal.
This is new. This is not normal. This is not something that was there before. So we're concerned that that is what is making its way into our wells.
Congress is now planning hearings on this spill, and the CEO of Norfolk Southern will be asked to testify. Reporting in East Palestine, Ohio, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And you heard in that story there, they're talking about some of the toxic cleanup and where they're taking some of those toxic chemicals and other waste from the site there, the kind of ground zero at East Palestine, Ohio. Well, they're making the way to surrounding states and also in some states farther away from Ohio. Fox News' Joy Annison, she joins us with more.
That train derailment happened just over 2 weeks ago, and millions of gallons of wastewater came here to Houston until officials stopped it. Now people here say they're thankful, but they won't change going forward.
Something to make people happy about it. Or maybe some people don't even know about it.
Families in Harris County learned from the news that millions of gallons of wastewater used to fight fire during the Ohio train derailment were being shipped to a company near their homes.
It's a dangerous hazard, because a lot of people here are elderly, and, it affects our way of living and our health.
Texas Molecular is in the Houston suburb of Deer Park, just across the interstate from these homes. In a statement to Fox, it says, in part, our permit allows over 230 million gallons annually, and this volume is well within our authorizations, capabilities, and experience. While we are not required by permit to alert authorities in advance of shipments, we do brief our local stakeholders. But people here had concerns and say they are happy elected officials like Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee stepped in, reasoning with the Environmental Protection Agency for a pause on discarding the chemicals. In a tweet, the Congresswoman says this process of dumping toxic waste in communities without prior notice to local cities and counties has to stop.
What we are doing is working on an alert system so that Norfolk Southern can be held accountable. And as this material is moving, the appropriate authorities have the appropriate information so that the communities are not alarmed and that communities know that their safety has been taken very, very seriously.
The EPA has paused disposal and now says future plans for toxic waste must be reviewed and approved first. People that live near Texas Molecular say this gives them relief.
It's good because the community needs to know. We live here.
On Sunday, the EPA approved the transportation of wastewater for disposal to other facilities in Ohio. It's unclear whether the disposal will continue here in Deer Park. In Houston, Joy Addison, Fox News.
Well, one of the few remaining survivors of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor has died. Jack Holder was 101 years old. Fox's Lindsay Regis has more.
It's a moment that stuck with Jack Holder for the rest of his life.
The first bomb that fell at Pearl Harbor dropped about 100 yards from me. It's something you never forget, and I think it's something you never forgive for. I certainly haven't.
Holder was 19 years old when he was transferred to Pearl Harbor in December 1940. A year later, the Japanese attacked the U.S. naval base.
Jack was on Ford Island during the attack on Pearl Harbor, and he was the most active Pearl Harbor survivor we had in Arizona.
Holder remembered that day vividly, including the pilot that missed him and his crewmates.
Helmet flapping in the breeze, his canopy was open, and he came in very low and slow.
Now his friends are remembering him, a Navy pilot during World War II and one of the last remaining survivors of Pearl Harbor.
But he was a good man. He meant well. He liked what he was doing. He understood the importance of representing that average GI who served during World War II, particularly the Pearl Harbor survivors.
Speaking to the public was one of many things Holder liked to do during retirement. Proud to share his experience in the Navy.
People call me a hero, but I don't consider myself a hero. When I joined the Navy, I signed an oath. I just tried to live up to it.
Lindsay Regis, Fox 10 News.
It is 6:27 on the East Coast and 3:27 over on the West Coast. Taking another live look outside at New York City. A few of the live cameras we have right now to give you a beautiful shot of that sunrise as we start the beginning of March. It is Wednesday, March 1st, and we're starting off with all the big stories from all around the country and around the world as well. We do need to take another quick commercial break, but that'll be just 2 minutes, and when we get back, we'll have plenty more to dive into right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It is 6:30 on the East Coast and 3:30 over on the West Coast as we take another live look outside, this time at the White House in Washington, D.C. We We do expect President Joe Biden to speak later this morning at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, talking about a new secretary or labor secretary, a nominee. Actually, he'll be addressing that and see if he discusses many of the other big topics like China or the COVID-19 revelation of the origins of possible origins of the COVID-19 pandemic. Plenty to tackle at the federal level there. But let's turn to some of the other big stories of the day as we get you started. Testimony in both House and Senate hearings on Tuesday showing lawmakers are split on U.S. assistance to Ukraine. While some continue to question whether helping Kyiv is in America's best interests, others are pressing for the Biden administration to do more to stop dragging out the conflict. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has more from Washington, D.C.
More than a year after Russia invaded Ukraine and Kyiv stands firm. Experts say the more than $100 billion of U.S. assistance has been essential in Ukraine's fight, covering everything from military equipment to humanitarian assistance. But now both House Democrats and Republicans are demanding accountability.
How do we feel right now in time about providing all the assistance we've provided to Ukraine?
There's no evidence that the Ukrainians are diverting it to the black market or some other thing else.
In the Senate's Armed Services Committee, lawmakers gathering information about Ukraine's most recent request for U.S. fighter jets.
Is there any point in our training beginning to train the Ukrainian pilots on F-16s at this point?
I would be training them on everything we've got. Get ahead of the game instead of behind the game.
Concerns about Ukraine now tangled up in Congress over China.
I would say that if they did intervene right now, it would fill a critical gap for the Russians for the next several months.
But with billions already spent and the war ongoing, one key Democrat says voters have concerns.
Why are we spending money? But a lot of constituents ask the question, what's all this got to do with me?
If countries like Russia are allowed to go on the march to swallow up their neighbors, the rule of law will be replaced with the rule of the jungle.
A bipartisan delegation recently visited both Poland and Romania to see firsthand how the U.S. military is tracking the weapons it's providing to Ukraine. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
Prosecutors in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh begin their rebuttal after the defense rests its case. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seary has more.
My understanding of what he told me was that he checked them before he called 911.
Prosecutors call Alec Murdaugh's former law partner and close friend Ronnie Crosby to the stand as they begin their rebuttal to the defense in the double murder trial of the disgraced attorney. Crosby challenging Murdaugh's testimony from last week, where he claimed to have checked his wife Maggie and son Paul's pulses while on the phone with 911. The defense later tried to discredit Crosby's testimony during a fiery exchange over whether or not he was angry with Murdaugh for stealing money from their law firm.
You are dead wrong if you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money. When we're talking about two people who were brutally murdered, then you're headed in the wrong direction.
You think he did it?
I don't have an opinion. I don't have the benefit of the materials you have.
Prosecutors also called Dr. Ellen Reamer back to the stand. She's the pathologist who performed the autopsies on the victims. On Monday, a different pathologist, one hired by the defense, testified, saying the bullet that killed Paul entered the back of his head and would have left significant residue on the shooter. Dr. Reamer, who previously testified the shot went into Paul's neck, reaffirmed her original testimony.
This is a shotgun wound to the left shoulder that's going up to the right side of the head.
Later this week, jurors are expected to be taken to the scene of the murders before closing arguments begin. In Atlanta, Jonathan Searing, Fox News.
And turning to the world of business, more layoffs in the tech world, and Elon Musk has reclaimed the title as the world's richest man once again. Fox's CJ Papa has today's Fox Business Briefs.
The latest in tech layoffs. Telehealth startup Cerebral cutting 15% of its workforce. A company spokesperson says the layoffs are part of a year-long plan to reorganize and prioritize patient services. Data analytics firm Palantir also confirming a cut to about 2% of its workforce, affecting roughly 75 jobs. Elon Musk has regained his position as the world's richest man. His net worth is now sitting at $187 billion. Musk briefly lost the top rank to Bernard Arnault of luxury conglomerate LVMH after Tesla's sharp share declines last winter. Sotheby's auction house is celebrating Michael Jordan's legacy with an offering fitting for a 6-time champion. The Dynasty Collection features 6 Air Jordan sneakers, all worn by his airness himself in the title-clinching games. They include the Jordan 6, which he wore when he won his first title in 1991, and the Jordan 14, which was worn in his last dance against the Utah Jazz in 1998. And McDonald's launched a surprising test last year to sell Krispy Kreme donuts at some locations. Now it is planning to expand that test into more restaurants. 3 types of donuts will be available all day at 160 locations in the Lexington and Louisville areas of Kentucky for a limited time. That's business. I'm CJ Papa.
Take a look at this story here. If you're a pet owner, you want the best for your animal friends, but an ongoing shortage of veterinarians could create some difficulties. Fox News' Ted Linder takes a look at some of the factors behind the shortage and the struggles many vets are facing.
Pockets of the country continue facing a shortage of veterinarian doctors, nurses, and technicians.
About 2/3 of graduates today enter or leave veterinary school and enter private practices. So we are turning out veterinarians, but the demand is still greater than the supply.
Professionals say the ongoing problem has many roots. According to a recent survey from Forbes Advisor, nearly 80% of pet owners got some type of animal throughout the course of the pandemic. The uptick in the pet population is partially contributing to the burden vets are facing.
We are concerned about burnout, compassion fatigue. A lot of this comes from just the high demand of caseload.
And while working with adorable animals can be a perk, this line of work comes with a darker side, with many vets having to put down pets in overcrowded shelters, or if their owners can't afford costly treatments. And this takes a severe mental toll. According to data from the CDC, 1 out of 6 veterinarians has thought about committing suicide.
On the client side, we see longer delays in scheduling appointments, so then there's concerns for their animal being seen in a quick enough time period. Also, we see a shift when they can't get into their primary care veterinarian. We see a shift to seeing emergency room visits going up because they're open, and that puts a greater drain and strain on those practices as well.
While it's not certain how long the shortage will last, professionals warn
the demand for graduate veterinarians will continue to increase over the next 10 to 15 years.
Meantime, many vets are assessing their workflow to identify ways their current teams could be used more efficiently. Ted Linder, Fox News.
And I want to turn to this story here. We had a live shot of this earlier to give you the latest details on this train crash in Greece. Now, to read the latest information, this is from Fox News as we look at some video of the scene there. A fiery train collision in Greece killed 36 people and injured 85 others on Tuesday after a passenger train carrying hundreds of people struck an oncoming freight train at high speed. Multiple cars derailed and at least 3 of them burst into flames following the wreck. You see some of the smoke there in that rubble. And this all occurred just before midnight. Now, rescue crews illuminated the scene with floodlights as they search through the smoking debris for survivors. You're looking at a lot of that right there on your screen as those first responders get there, trying to go through all that rubble and look for survivors. We do know 36 people are dead and at least 85 others were injured yesterday in that train crash in Greece. So this is still a very new situation that we're working to learn information on. So stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox as we do work to learn more. I want to take a quick commercial break, but we've got a lot more to get into here on Live Now from Fox. So stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, as we have a live event occurring right now. This is U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He's giving a news briefing following his official visit to Uzbekistan. So we're going to dip into this and see what he has to say on that official visit. Eventually he may take some questions from reporters there on the ground, but right now we're going to see what he has to say. Take a listen.
So the real question is whether Russia will get to a point where it is genuinely prepared to end its aggression and to do so in a way that is consistent with the United Nations Charter and these very principles. That's why I think what you hear around the world, and you saw reflected in the resolution that was passed at the UN General Assembly by 141 countries, is the strong desire for peace, but for a just and durable peace. Just in that it's consistent with the principles of the UN Charter in terms of territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. And durable, as I said before, so that we don't leave things in a place where Russia gets to simply repeat this exercise, you know, a year or 2 years or 3 years later. It rests, it rearms, and it reattacks. So I think that's what we need to be focused on. In terms of the proposal that China put forth, as I've said and as others in the government have said, look, there's some positive elements there, including things that China itself has said several times in the past. Very similar to elements that are in Ukraine's own proposal that President Zelensky put out some time ago. But if China was genuinely serious about this, the very first principle it put out, sovereignty, it would have been spending all of the last year working in support of the restoration of Ukraine's full sovereignty. And of course, it's been doing the opposite in terms of its own efforts to advance Russian propaganda and misinformation about the war, blocking and tackling for Russia in international organizations, and as we've made clear recently, now contemplating the provision of lethal military assistance to Russia for its aggression against Ukraine. So China can't have it both ways. It can't be putting itself out as a force for peace in public while it, one way or another, continues to fuel the flames of this fire that Vladimir Putin started.
We'll next go to Murdaugh from Gazeta. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, during your visit Mr. Secretary, during your visit in Kazakhstan, you mentioned that the U.S. is trying to demonstrate its commitments to Central Asian countries as a steadfast partner. You announced even today about additional $25 million to the initiative, and also as well as licensing the companies that are working with sanctioned Russian companies. In that regard, I'd like to ask, what are the expectations of the United States from countries of the region, and in particular from Uzbekistan, to be ensured in their commitment as reliable partners, keeping in mind the ongoing war in Ukraine and close ties of the region with Russia and China? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first, what we have been trying to demonstrate throughout this visit, but again, more than that, every single day in our engagement with countries throughout the region. And by the way, the meeting that we had in Kazakhstan of the C5+1, I think that's the fourth meeting that I participated in with my colleagues. But every single day we're engaged to build the strongest possible partnerships with all of the Central Asian countries. And it starts with our enduring support for their sovereignty, for their independence, for their territorial integrity, and our determination that each be able to determine their own futures consistent with those principles. What I think we also know very well is that Central Asia is in a complicated part of the world with long-standing relationships with different countries based on history, based on geography, and that's something that that we well understand. But I think we also see each of these countries looking to multiply and deepen their relationships and partnerships with other countries around the world. And in that, the United States wants to be a steadfast partner and a partner that works with them to create new opportunities for people in this region and new opportunities for us to work together. Now, as I said earlier, we're also very well aware of the consequences that the Russian aggression against Ukraine has had for people in Central Asia. And I'd say two things about that. First, the immediate consequences have been, in one way or another, a rise in energy and in food prices, and then more generally, inflation. Now, there's a simple reason for that. Putin has tried to weaponize energy in his effort to subjugate Ukraine, and in weaponizing energy and trying to hold it back, deny it from different places, that has contributed to rising prices. We've worked very hard to make sure that there was enough energy on world markets to keep prices down. We've come directly to the assistance of countries that were directly targeted by Putin using the energy weapon. But these effects, again, have been felt here in Central Asia as well. We're working to mitigate them. Food. Putin also weaponized food. He blocked the breadbasket of the world, Ukraine, from exporting a lot of its grain and food products. And it was only because of the very good work by the United Nations and Turkey that we were able to establish this Black Sea grain corridor that allowed food once again, to grain and other products, to come out of Ukraine and to reach world markets. The majority of that is going to countries in the developing world and in the global south. But even countries that aren't directly receiving it are benefiting from the fact that with more Ukrainian food products on the market, the more prices are held in check and are lower. The second part of the equation is this: sanctions, export controls that are being imposed by dozens of countries, not just the United States, on Russia. And again, step back. It's not as if we woke up one day and said, oh, let's impose sanctions and export controls on Russia. The reason for those sanctions and export controls is because of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And countries came together both to support Ukraine in defending itself from the Russian aggression, but also to try to impose costs and pressure on Russia to get it to change its conduct, to stop the aggression, and to make it more difficult for Russia to continue that aggression. So that's what this is all about. But we're looking at this very closely. We appreciate the work that countries have done to help prevent the evasion of sanctions, because Russia is looking for ways to nonetheless acquire products and otherwise engage in sanctioned activity. So we're working closely with governments throughout the region, helping them understand exactly what the sanctions require, and as necessary, looking to see what we can do to mitigate the negative effects that they're feeling. And this includes, in some cases, issuing licenses for trade where that makes sense, and we've been engaged in that process as well. Finally, and I'm sorry for going on so long, but it's important, a big part of the work that we're doing here is to help the region diversify trade relationships, to build new partnerships and relationships with other countries, including with the United States, so they're not dependent on any one country or any one source for trade and investment. And at the same time, to increase trade and investment within Central Asia itself. There's a very strong potential market here. And the more connectivity we have among the countries of Central Asia, the more collaboration we have, the stronger that market's going to be, the more investment it's going to attract from outside of Central Asia. So we're working on all of that. And as I noted yesterday and again today, we've made some significant new investments to try to do that, to increase and strengthen the climate, the environment for private sector investment, to strengthen connectivity among these countries, and to help them diversify their trade and investment relationships.
Next, we'll go to Barbara Usher with the BBC.
Secretary Blinken, I wanted to follow up on that, what you've just been talking about with a different angle. You say that you're not asking Central Asian countries to choose between the U.S. and Russia or between the U.S. and China, but you are asking them to divert trade routes away from Russia and China. So isn't this a new version of the Great Game, which has historical resonance here, as I'm sure you're aware? And if I might add briefly, you spoke quite positively about the reforms of the president. Did you also perhaps advise him against trying to change the Constitution so that he can extend his term? Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. I think what many countries have recognized, both in Central Asia and beyond, for a variety of reasons in recent years, is that there's tremendous benefit in having a multiplicity of partners when it comes to trade, when it comes to investment, when it comes to supply chains of one kind or other. We've seen what disruptions in any one partnership and connection can do, and those disruptions might come from anything from conflict to COVID to climate change. So this experience, I think, is causing countries to look very hard at where they may have dependencies, and it's in their interest, I think, to find ways to diversify, multiply, expand their relationships, their partnerships, including when it comes to trade and investment. And of course, that doesn't need to be something that's zero sum. These things can be additive, and countries will benefit tremendously from the increased investment that they're getting, the increased opportunity that's creating. So that's the recognition that we're seeing, and that's what we're trying to support, to help, and to be a strong partner in helping to achieve. And it really runs the spectrum of things that we're engaged in with countries here. I mentioned a little while ago the work we're doing here in Uzbekistan on English language training. It so happens that at this moment in history, it was different before. I'm sure at some point in the future it'll be different. But right now, English happens to be the primary currency for international engagement, whether that's for businesses, whether that's for governments and diplomacy, whether that's for people-to-people connections, whether that's for the internet. And so it's a profound advantage for countries, and in some ways even a necessity, to build up the proficiency, especially among young people, in the English language. And that's going to make people much more able to be competitive in a global economic environment, a global world in which, as I said, English is right now the main connective tissue. So that's just one way in which we're helping to put countries in a position where they can very effectively diversify their contacts, their connections, their work with other countries. When it comes to the reform agenda that the President's put forward here, we talked about that at some length today during our meeting. We applauded the steps that have been taken. I noted as well the importance not only of having the strong vision, but of fully implementing it. And of course, that remains an important work in progress. We talked about the importance of media freedom, having a strong space for civil society, and we did discuss briefly as well the constitutional reform process.
Final question, Nikita Makarenko.
Mr. Blinken, we feel an enormous pressure from Russian propaganda here, and it really shapes minds of our people. So we, our local media, try to struggle with it. Is there any plans the United States going to help us in this struggle? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think it only underscores the importance of having a strong, vibrant, and well-resourced local media. And one of the things that we discussed today, including with the President, was the importance of that, the need for that. in part to be able to deal with misinformation coming from Russia or from any other source. So we have programs, as you know, to support independent media, but also in our own engagements with other governments, urging them to do what's necessary to create the right environment in which media can grow, can flourish, and can bring a diversity of voices and a diversity of views to the public. And with that information, let people make up their minds about what's right and wrong, what's good policy and what's bad policy, what's an appropriate direction or not. But it's certainly true that Russia has built up a very strong and long-enduring propaganda and misinformation system that
And if you are just joining us right now, we're listening to Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking about his official trip to Uzbekistan and also talking a great deal about the conflict in Ukraine and some of the particulars with Russia and their involvement there. So I wanted to play that for you as we dip into live events as they happen live, raw, and unfiltered. And we do have another live event happening right now that I want to take you to.
What work we can do to try and ensure this bridge is secured and convince the Chancellor.
Right now, but eventually British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, well, he's taking questions. Somebody might be asking him a question here in Parliament after they're reaching a new deal with the EU on post-Brexit trading agreements for Northern Ireland. So I want to dip into this live coverage here, live, raw, and unfiltered in the House of Commons there. Take a listen.
The business in his constituency to see what further support can be given to them.
Virginia Crosby.
Businesses on Honest Morn have been impacted by the cost of living crisis, compounded by lack of investment in key infrastructure. With the cancellation of plans for a third Menai Bridge, it's clear that Labour and their Plaid chums in Cardiff would rather Anglesey be on a road to nowhere. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that a free port on Anglesey would demonstrate that my constituency of Honest Morn is on a super highway to the future?
Well, Mr. Speaker, could I pay tribute to the Honourable Lady, who's been a doughty champion for not only a free port, but also a nuclear power station and for a third Menai Bridge within her own constituency of Ynys Môn. And she must have been as disappointed as I was that the Welsh Labour government have decided that they will build no more roads in Wales, meaning that her constituents are going to lose out as a result of not being able to have that vital road connection.
Mr. Rees.
Time, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is committed to delivering high-quality public services. For instance, by next month there will be a record number of police officers serving communities across Wales. And we've seen crime decrease by 10% across England and Wales between 2021 and 22. As she's aware, many public services, including health and education, are devolved in Wales.
Christina Rees.
Will the Minister urge his colleagues to accept the Welsh Affairs Committee's recommendation that HS2 is reclassified as an England-only project? Wales will then receive Barnett consequentials estimated at £5 billion, allowing the Welsh Labour government to continue to expand public transport services. And people in Wales can receive the same benefits from HS2 as those in England, Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Minister.
Thank you for that answer. She knows HS2 is an England and Wales project is an important backbone of Britain's rail infrastructure, and the important thing for Wales is to be able to plug into it and take advantage of it. We also need to see in Wales a roads review that the Welsh Government has brought forward being scrapped with investment in our roads also.
That completes questions. Shh. Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, I would like to inform members that a book of condolences for Baroness Boothroyd has been placed outside the library. I would like to point out that our live subtitles and British Sign Language interpretation of proceedings are available to watch on parliamentlive.tv. We start with questions, Prime Minister. Justin Mathers.
Question number one, please, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I wish everyone, but in particular my honourable friend from Montgomeryshire, a very happy St David's Day. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister understands the importance of NHS staff because he was out there every Thursday night clapping for them during the pandemic. He must therefore also surely know that he hasn't got a hope of dealing with the NHS crisis if he doesn't invest in its workforce. We have a plan to double medical school places and end the scandal of straight A students being denied the chance to become a doctor. Patients support our plan. The NHS supports our plan. Even his Chancellor supports our plan. Why doesn't he?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman needs to keep up. We are doing a workforce plan for the NHS. There are tens of thousands more doctors, more nurses in the NHS, record number of GPs, record investment in the NHS. That's what you get with a Conservative government delivering.
Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister join me in congratulating the staff of Nottingham University Hospitals Trust who, faced with a challenging winter with 300 COVID and flu patients, as well as thousands of appointments affected by industrial action, who have succeeded in reducing the backlog of those waiting more than 18 months for surgery by a quarter in just a month? And will he further reaffirm the Government's commitment to the redevelopment of the Queen's Medical Centre and City Hospitals, the second biggest hospital investment programme in the country?
Prime Minister. Well, I join my honourable friend in thanking everyone at Nottingham University Hospitals Trust for their fantastic work, and I can confirm that we are committed to a new hospital scheme at Queen's Medical Centre and City Hospital as part of our new hospital programme. I know that progress is being made, and I look forward to seeing the project come to completion.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I join the Prime Minister in wishing everybody a happy St David's Day. Mr. Speaker, after 13 years of Tory failure, the average family in Britain will be poorer than the average family in Poland by 2030. Exactly. That's a shocking state of affairs. If the Tories limp on in government, we're going to see a generation of young people learning to say Auf Wiedersehen, pet in Polish, aren't we?
Mr. Speaker, it's clear to everyone that the biggest impact on households' living standards is the energy prices that we're suffering at the moment as a result of an illegal war in Ukraine. And I just remind the honourable gentleman what we are doing to ease people through that. Because of our energy price guarantee.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in as Prime Minister questions underway there in the UK. Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister there, is answering some questions on a variety of topics as he does. I do actually want to take you over to some breaking news right now that we are following. This is involving a breaking story that we brought you last night. Greek police now saying the station master in the city of Larissa has been arrested following a nearby train crash that left at least 36 people dead. A police statement identified the suspect only as a 59-year-old man. Another 2 people have also been detained for questioning. Now, that head-on collision between a passenger train and a freight train flattened carriages, killed at least 36 people, and injured about 85. We are going to continue to follow this and bring you the latest, but again, a station master arrested after the deadly crash. All right, let's take you back to those Prime Minister questions here that are still underway.
Or the oil and gas giants celebrating record profits.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know the honourable gentleman. He made a rare trip out of North London to visit Davos. Recently. Perhaps while he was there, he missed the survey of 4,000 global CEOs from 100 different countries that ranked the United Kingdom as their #1 European investment destination. Now, if he's serious about getting the economy growing, then he should stand up to the vested interests in the unions and back our minimum service levels.
Mr. Speaker, here's the thing. All the CEOs of business saying there's only one party with a plan for growth, and it's this party here. And there's only one party that broke the economy, and they're sitting there. Now, on energy bills, it's not as complicated as he pretends. Oil and gas companies are making vast, unexpected profits, whilst working people face misery of higher bills. He can boast all he likes, but companies like Shell didn't pay a penny in windfall tax last year, and they're still not paying their fair share now. Why doesn't he admit his mistake, get rid of the loopholes in his botched windfall tax, and finally choose family finances over oil profits?
Mr. Speaker, there's a theme here. He seems to forget, as Chancellor, I introduced a new tax on energy companies. Energy companies will pay a 75% tax rate on extraordinary profits, comparable, indeed higher than other North Sea nations. Now, that's what his shadow levelling up secretary called for recently. But I've got good news for them. We did it a year ago. They've got to keep up. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, they claim to support levelling up, but they really do need to keep up.
Here's Starmer. He introduced a tax on Shell and they haven't paid a penny. Fantastic work. If he was serious about investing in the future of the country, he'd start with housing. A few months ago, his backbenchers forced him to scrap house building targets. At the time, he stood there and said it would mean they would build more homes. Well, would you believe it? A few months later, the Home Builders Federation say house building is going to fall to its lowest level in 75 years. Now, he can change course on this. He can bring back targets and planning reforms, or he can duck that fight and let a generation down. Which is it?
Prime Minister. Actually, Mr. Speaker, we've had recordly high numbers of house building and indeed the highest number of first-time buyers in around 20 years under this government. But he talks about investing for the long term of our country, and that's important when it comes to energy security, Mr. Speaker. But Labour's policy is to oppose any new oil and gas licences in the North Sea. It is an absurd policy that would see us paying billions to countries abroad for our energy while shipping it here with twice the carbon emissions. It's typical political posturing. It's bad for the economy. It's bad for our security, just like the Labour Party.
What? Because of the noise, I don't think the Prime Minister is hearing the questions, because I do think it was on house building. Keir Starmer.
On house building, Mr. Speaker, that's the lowest level for 75 years. A whole generation of people desperate to get on the housing ladder, 13 years in power, and all he's got to say to them is, it's somebody else's fault, let me deflect. No wonder they're furious with his government. And it's not just bills or housing. Families are paying over £1,000 a month just to send their child to nursery. If he scrapped his non-dom status, he could start to fund better childcare, put money back in people's pockets and get parents back to work. Seems a pretty simple choice to me. So what's he going to choose? Wealthy tax avoiders or hard-working parents?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if we want to see what happens with house building under a Labour government, just look what's going on in London, Mr. Speaker. And when it comes to tax, the facts don't suit his argument. Let's just go over them. The wealthiest pay more tax, the poorest pay less tax than under any year of the last Labour government, Mr. Speaker. Now, about his plans, he's already spent the money he claims he'd raised from that policy on 5 different things, Mr. Speaker. It's the same old Labour Party, always running out of other people's money.
Mr. Speaker, he's never happier than he's pretending everything's fine or blaming someone else. And didn't we just see it there? He is using tax avoiders over hard-working parents. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to finish this session without asking about the COVID disclosures in today's Daily Telegraph. Now, we don't know the truth of what happened yet. There are too many messages and too many unknowns. Oh, but families across the country will look at this, and the sight of politicians writing books, portraying themselves as heroes, or selectively leaking messages will be insulting and ghoulish spectacle for them. At the heart of this is every family who made enormous sacrifices for the good of the country, or who tragically lost loved ones. The country deserves better. The COVID inquiry has already cost the taxpayer £85 million and hasn't heard from a single government minister yet. So can the Prime Minister assure the House no more delays, that the inquiry will have whatever support it needs to report by the end of this year?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the last couple of years were an incredibly difficult time for everyone involved in the health service, and I pay tribute to all their hard work, and I know the House will join me in that regard. And now, rather than comment on piecemeal bits of information, I'm sure the honourable gentleman will agree with me the right way for these things to be looked at is the COVID inquiry. That's why we've established the COVID inquiry, and he will know, as he has mentioned it one or two times before, that he was a lawyer in a previous life, that there is a proper process to these things. It is an independent inquiry. It has the resources it needs. It has the powers it needs. And what we should all do in this House is let them get on and do their job.
The Prime Minister's work to resolve the Rubik's Cube of the Northern Ireland Protocol. This is the prospect for resuming more positive relations with our nearest neighbours. Last week, Imperial College generously hosted an event to celebrate 5 years of the Environmental Audit Committee's scrutiny work. Academics from Imperial and the other world-class universities that support our work have been clamouring to re-engage with their research partners through Horizon and other programmes. Can my right honourable friend assure the House that he has commenced negotiations to resume an association for the UK with Horizon Europe?
Minister. Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his support for the Windsor framework. He's right about...
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 7:13 on the East Coast and it is 4:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. You are listening in live, raw and unfiltered here as Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister there in the UK, is answering questions during his weekly Prime Minister Questions. We'll check back in with that coming up in just a bit. However, I want to take you over to some of the other stories that we are covering. For the first time, the FBI confirming its assessment that the COVID pandemic was most likely the result of a lab leak in China. This comes as lawmakers held a rare primetime hearing last night on growing threats from the Chinese government. Doug Luzader with Fox News joins us here from Washington with the latest on this situation here. Thank you so much, as always, for being here.
Good morning. It was a busy night here on Capitol Hill with a clear show of bipartisan concern over growing tensions between the U.S. and China. The FBI has long thought that COVID-19 originated from a Chinese lab, not from natural transmission. And for the first time, the Bureau's director is publicly confirming that belief.
The FBI has for quite some time now assessed that the origins of the pandemic are most likely a potential lab incident in Wuhan.
Do you think there is a chance that the Wuhan lab was involved in bioweapons research?
The lab leak theory figuring prominently in last night's primetime congressional hearing on the threat from the Chinese government across the board. Recent events, including the shoot-down of that Chinese spy balloon and efforts to curb data collection from the wildly popular TikTok app, have sharpened bipartisan criticism of China.
Over the last 3 decades, both Democrats and Republicans underestimated the CCP and assumed that trade and investment would inevitably lead to democracy and greater security in the Indo-Pacific region, including in the PRC. Instead, the opposite happened.
The panel heard from a human rights activist as well as former national security leaders.
General, do you think that China poses a greater threat to our freedom and the world's freedom than the Soviet Union ever did?
And China, meantime, has responded to the lab leak theory with their foreign ministry saying it's a smear and an effort to politicize the virus. Back to you guys.
Doug, do you think we're ever going to get a clear answer? Because I feel like we've heard now from the FBI, we've heard from the Energy Department. It seems like we just are not getting a clear answer at this point.
Yeah, we may never have the full answer of what happened with COVID as far as its origin.
All right, Doug Luzader with Fox News. Thank you so much as always.
Thanks.
It is now 7:16 over on the East Coast, and it is 4:16 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will get back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I want to get back into the headlines as it is 7:18 on the East Coast and 4:18 on the West Coast. A Pennsylvania court has unsealed the December 30th search warrant in the Idaho student murders case, which led to the arrest of suspect Brian Kohberger at his parents' home in the Pocono Mountains nearly 7 weeks after the slayings. Police seized a number of new items at the home, including medical-style gloves, a black sweatshirt, size 13 Nike sneakers, and they also took a scrub. Kohberger, a 28-year-old criminology PhD student at Washington State University during the attack, is accused of ambushing 4 University of Idaho students in the middle of the night back on November 13th, 2022. The schools are 7 miles apart. The attack killed 21-year-olds Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan, along with their 20-year-old housemate Xana Kernodle and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin, also 20 years old. To help break down more of what was found during that search, here is our team over at Fox Philadelphia.
This December 30th search warrant details more of what led to the arrest of Brian Kohberger. He's the suspect in the murder of 4 Idaho college students. Investigators seized items from Kohberger's parents' home in the Pocono Mountains, where he was arrested about a month and a half after the killings. We now know that list of items includes 1 silver flashlight, 4 medical-style gloves, a large white Arizona Jean Company t-shirt, a large Champion Washington State University Cougars black sweatshirt, and a pair of black and white size 13 Nike sneakers. Also seized, a pair of black Under Armour socks, large black Under Armour shorts, large Under Armour boxers, and 1 buckle swab. Court documents had revealed police found a knife sheath near a body of one of the victims and were able to get a DNA sample from the snap. Reports indicate that DNA was a familial match for another sample taken from the trash at the family home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. We also know that after police tracked Kohberger across the country, they said they believed his car was parked in a garage at his parents' house, the same car allegedly seen at the crime scene the night of the murders. During a raid of his parents' home on December 30th, state police searched the house, an attached garage, a shed, and his car. State police also swabbed Kohberger's DNA.
That was our Fox Philadelphia team. We appreciate their report as they help break down that warrant that has now been unsealed for the suspect in those Idaho murders. We're going to have much more on that coming up throughout the day. We're going to speak at about 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time with a former New York Police Department sergeant about a group on social media here that has now been shut down. They are quote unquote fans and groupies of the suspect there. So we're going to speak with him about that being shut down. Let's get to some of the other headlines that we are following today. On Tuesday, the suspect, 19-year-old Keith Moses, who was accused of killing several people last week in Central Florida, had 2 more murder charges added to that growing list. The spokesman for the family of 9-year-old Tiana Major, one of the victims, does say that the little girl had just gotten back to her home after a long day at school. Now, according to new documents, Tiana's mother was napping and she woke up to her daughter running into her room yelling, quote, "He shot me." Deputies believe Moses came from the backyard and made his way into their living room through an open sliding glass door, which was unlocked from letting the dog out. Deputies say Moses shot the young girl twice. Our Fox 35 Orlando team has more on at least one of the victims.
They just saw each other and just started crying in each other's shoulders.
Attorney Mark Nejim talks about the family of Dylan Lyons and Tiana Major meeting each other for the very first time since both were shot and killed in Pine Hills last week.
The fathers are hugging and laughing and sobbing and going through every emotion.
He says both moms and Dylan's fiance were also holding hands, wanting to talk about the message they plan to send out to the public.
It has to do with gun violence in America.
Nejim says 9-year-old Tiana had just come home from school. Her father was at the dentist and her mother in the bedroom.
And all of a sudden this intruder came in the back door, saw the little girl and shot her.
He says Tiana ran to her mother Brandy, who was taking a nap because she works nighttime security. Both mother and daughter were shot, but Brandy survived. Family spokesperson Bishop Kelvin Cabarrus talks about Tiana.
A sweet girl, a bright girl with a bright future, with everything ahead of her.
Investigators say suspect Keith Moses then ran outside and saw the crew from Spectrum News 13.
Went to go open my trunk to start pulling out things, and as I was about to open my trunk, I got shot.
While photojournalist Jesse Walden survived, 24-year-old Dylan was killed.
It appears that he just came to the side and then shot into the window and struck Dylan.
Nejim says the families want changes so this doesn't happen to others.
In any way they can minimize this happening to other families.
Valerie Boy, Fox 35 News.
And thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team, as they have been covering this around the clock since that gunfire erupted. Several different shootings there that have now led to the deaths of 3 people, and 2 others are recovering. Our Fox 13 Tampa team also covering this story from each and every angle.
She had dreams, she had aspirations, and unfortunately, this was cut down.
The spokesman for the family of 9-year-old Tiana Major tells us the little girl had just gotten back to her home on Harrington Street in Pine Hills after a long day at school.
Dad was actually leaving and coming back to get her so he could take her to gym practice. She loved gymnastics.
According to new documents, around 4 p.m. Wednesday, Tiana's mother was napping, and she woke up to her daughter running into her room yelling, "He shot me." Deputies believe Moses came into the Major's backyard and made his way into her living room through an open sliding glass door, which was unlocked from letting out the dog. Deputies say Moses shot the girl twice.
Her life is cut down by someone just full of evil and malicious intent. And to see that Tiana fought until she died.
Moses' arrest warrant states that Tiana's mother was also shot in the arm. They barricaded themselves in the master bathroom until deputies arrived. They called 911 around 4:08. Less than 25 minutes later, Moses is spotted by deputies near Hialeah Street and taken into custody.
It's breaking my heart. It's different kind of when you don't know a family, but when you see them every day. See that little girl come home from school and so happy and out there breaking leaves with her mom and dad, and now she's gone.
And a big thank you to our Fox 13 Tampa team and Fox 35 Orlando teams for those reports here. That is a story that we will continue to follow. I do actually want to go to another story we've been tracking very closely. We have had a live feed inside the courtroom as Alec Murdaugh does go on trial here for the murders of his wife and son back in 2021, both of which investigators say were killed execution style. This is video from earlier this week as Murdaugh was escorted into the courtroom. He did testify late last week, and we did get the prosecution wrapping up their rebuttal just yesterday. The jury now expected to visit the crime scene around 9:30, 10 o'clock this morning Eastern time. It is not clear if there will be closing arguments beginning today or if that will start tomorrow. But after closing arguments, that is when the jury will get this case, and they will determine the fate of Alec Murdaugh. Jonathan Seri with Fox News has been covering the trial around the clock, and he has a wrap-up of what happened in court on Tuesday.
My understanding of what he told me was that he checked them before he called 911.
Prosecutors call Alec Murdaugh's former law partner and close friend Ronnie Crosby to the stand as they begin their rebuttal to the defense in the double murder trial of the disgraced attorney. Crosby challenging Murdaugh's testimony from last week, where he claimed to have checked his wife Maggie and son Paul's pulses while on the phone with 911. The defense later tried to discredit Crosby's testimony during a fiery exchange over whether or not he was angry with Murdaugh for stealing money from their law firm.
You are dead wrong if you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money. When we're talking about two people who were brutally murdered, then you're headed in the wrong direction.
Do you think he did it?
I don't have an opinion. I don't have the benefit of the materials you have.
Prosecutors also called Dr. Ellen Reamer back to the stand. She's the pathologist who performed the autopsies on the victims. On Monday, a different pathologist, one hired by the defense, testified, saying the bullet that killed Paul entered the back of his head and would have left significant residue on the shooter. Dr. Reamer, who previously testified the shot went into Paul's neck, reaffirmed her original testimony.
This is a shotgun wound to the left shoulder that's going up to the right side of the head.
Later this week, jurors are expected to be taken to the scene of the murders before closing arguments begin. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
And we have learned, of course, that the jury will visit the crime scene around 9:30, 10 o'clock Eastern time today. The judge, of course, warning people that the scene is going to look a lot different than it did back in 2021 when the killings did happen. Now, it is not clear at this point if there will be closing arguments beginning today after the jury takes that so-called field trip, or if those will begin tomorrow. As we get that information, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here at Live Now from Fox. I want to stick talking about crime here, as Fox News had a chance to speak with the director of the FBI, providing some insight on fighting crime nationwide. This clip here, just about 3 minutes long.
So this is a spot where you're monitoring things. What is the biggest threat that you think you all see?
Well, you know, the thing that jumps out to me, Brett, having been, and I was actually in this facility on 9/11 itself, right, in this hallway, and in a lot of the rooms around here. What's different about the time frame that we're in right now is that every threat is elevated at the same time. So both domestic terrorism and foreign terrorism, hostile nation states, China, of course, Russia, Iran, violent crime is through the roofs. Child exploitation during the pandemic kind of went up significantly. Human trafficking, cyber attacks are at a whole new level. So what really distinguishes so much of what's going on today is not any one threat specifically, but the fact that they're all hitting that level kind of all at the same time. We're involved with all of them.
10 most wanted here, and you've got some captured just in recent weeks.
So, we're very proud of this number. In fact, over the last 4 or 5 years, we've hunted down and captured 11 top 10 most wanted fugitives. And it's a great example of how valuable the public's engagement is, because almost every single one of these successful operations is due to great work by the public, being engaged with the FBI and responding to the, the publicity of it and calling in a tip or letting us know.
You mentioned violent crime. Is it ticking up, and have you seen that post-COVID?
I would say violent crime for the last few years has been at an alarmingly high level, and I talk with police chiefs and sheriffs pretty much every week from all 50 states, and every single one of them will tell you that violent crime is the #1 issue on their list, and we're working hard with them. This past summer, the FBI, working with our partners, was arresting 55 violent criminals per day. Every single day. 55 a day. And that gives you a measure of what we're dealing with, and it's all over the country. I think we arrested 20,000 violent criminals and child predators last year. So it's something we're trying to do our part, but our close partners in state and local law enforcement have a heck of a challenge on their hands, and we are determined to stand with them shoulder to shoulder. I'm grateful for all the task force officers they send to us. I can tell you that our reputation in the law enforcement community is at a level that's at a whole new level. They're sending us their officers when they're shorthanded, frankly, to work on our task forces, and these are high-quality officers. And I'm very grateful and frankly humbled by the trust and partnership that chiefs and sheriffs all over this country are showing in us, and I'm determined to make sure that we stay worthy of it.
No, it's not an easy job, so thank you for your service and for your time.
Thanks, Brad. Take care.
All right, a big thank you to our Fox News team for providing a little portion of that interview there, talking about crime in the U.S. and how that is being combated with the help of the FBI. It is now 7:32 over on the East Coast and 4:32 on the West Coast. Let's take a live look here at just some of the cameras that we do have across the country and the world. This is a live look here at Lady Liberty there in New York. Off to a beautiful start. You can see the helicopter flying through the air, and it looks like they are dealing with beautiful sunshine. I'm trying to figure out what this is an image of right here because it is beautiful. So our producer David McKenzie looking into that to see exactly where we are looking. It's the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. We love David here. He's in charge of all of our cameras, and he can tell us where any camera's pointed at any time. 7:33 on the East Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back.
It's amazing. I think it's the best snow we've had in 20 years.
Another week of heavy snow and frigid temperatures in California.
This is some crazy weather. I've never seen this type of snow.
Blizzard warnings are in effect for the northern half of the state's Sierra Nevada mountain range until Wednesday. The National Weather Service warning of dangerous wind gusts and avalanches. Whiteout conditions already closed several roads in the area, including Interstate 80.
We're just hoping and praying that power stays on, because power goes off, we have a lot of people that are going to be in a bad way.
If they tell you to stay home, stay home.
Meanwhile, in Southern California's mountain communities, many were trapped inside their homes and vacation rentals. San Bernardino County declaring a local emergency to help clear roadways after more than a foot of snow fell over the weekend.
All the houses are snowed in. People are walking to the stores. You have elderly up there. It's a mess.
The winter storm also causing chaos in Los Angeles, where heavy rain led to several mudslides, the most recent happening Tuesday at a home near Beverly Hills. No one was hurt, but one home had to be temporarily evacuated.
We need the moisture, but I mean, I'm over it, I'm over it. It's time for spring, time for a little golf.
Forecasters say this latest winter storm is expected to taper off by Wednesday night. In Los Angeles, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
Max, thank you so much. Our Fox Weather teams have been all over the place over the last several days, covering these storms from each and every location. Don't forget to download the Fox Weather app. Just go to the App Store, Google Play Store, type in Fox Weather. You'll have a radar. You get instant alerts for your area as storms are heading your direction, whether we're talking about snow or we're entering severe weather season. So some pretty powerful rain, possible tornadoes, and things of that nature. So again, just go to the App Store, Google Play Store, and type in Fox Weather. Nicole Valdez with more on these major storms.
It's been a mild winter here so far, but Tuesday, people across the Northeast saw their first real snowfall this season.
That's not too bad. I mean, it's warm out, so it's melting as I go along.
In the New England area, drivers woke up to a messy commute as parts of this region saw 6 inches of snow overnight. Those conditions forcing hundreds of schools to close or delay their openings. In Massachusetts, plow trucks have been working around the clock to treat and clear roads.
A lot of these guys showed up 8 o'clock last night. They will continue to be on here working until 11, plowing and the like, and working hard to make sure that our roads and highways are safe.
Further south, New York City avoided any significant snow. Instead, about an inch of slush coated streets and sidewalks. Some say salt thrown down Monday night kept most of those streets from becoming too slick.
Not bad at all. It was pretty clean all the way from my home to here.
And on the West Coast, California is seeing yet another round of snow as some are still digging out from last week's storms. Forecasters say the Sierra Nevada mountains could experience blizzard conditions through Wednesday morning, making travel nearly impossible.
It's slipping and sliding all the way down. There were some wrecks, there was some whiteout, there was not very much wind, but there was plenty of snow on the road and in the sky. One must be very careful driving down that hill.
And back here in the Northeast, forecasters say it's possible we could see more snowfall later this week. In Springfield, Massachusetts, I'm Nicole Valdez, Fox Weather.
Nicole, thank you so much. And that right there is a look at, what they're seeing so far. But as Nicole did mention, they could see more and more snow later on this week. We'll keep an eye on that storm system and bring you the latest right here on Live Now from Fox. Our Fox 10 Phoenix team also covering some of these storms, and they're talking about snow in several different areas there.
Sunrise Park Resort is expecting about 20 inches of snow this week, similar to what they got last week. Now, we spoke with the general manager to find out how they plan to stay open this time around. Instead of having to make snow in the past, Sunrise Park Resort in the White Mountains is well stocked thanks to Mother Nature.
We're a winter destination, so every time it snows, we're ready, and we make it ready for our guests to just come up and have a great time.
Too much snow is exactly what the resort got the last 2 weeks, having to close twice due to road closures.
But what it does is it creates a lot of pent-up demand, so it'll help after every storm. The enthusiasts will come for multiple days after.
Both times ADOT snowplows got stuck, and both times Sunrise Park Resort was able to help by using their winch snowcat, a snow grooming piece of equipment.
So it was out there last week really helping dig out the ADOT plows that were stuck and really helped expedite getting that road open.
That equipment will need to be used again. Sunrise is expecting more snow on Wednesday and Thursday.
It's really just a winter haven out here at Sunrise.
General Manager of Sunrise Park Resort, Todd Clark, says this time the snow won't stop them from staying open.
We don't anticipate that because what we've done is we've assisted ADOT at pushing all the snowbanks back. What happened before was we ran out of locations to put snow. So we're back to a fresh status. The biggest thing to be excited for is truly you're going to have amazing deep coverage on every aspect of our mountain.
Coming up at 9 and 10, we'll check in with flags.
And that was our Fox 10 Phoenix team. I do want to stick over in Arizona as Governor Katie Hobbs took questions yesterday on a slew of topics, but mainly focused on her recent visit to the southern border, saying she wants to make a few changes with funding and try to better equip those living in border communities. She briefly touched on topics like current tax bills, water, and foreign relations, but her main message was about her recent trip to Yuma. This comes as the sheriff, Mark Lamb, testified in D.C. about how dire the situation is becoming. Hobbs said, quote, "We are not coming down there for photo ops. We want to take real action and implement solutions that are going to be helpful." She made her second trip to the border since taking office in January, meeting with Border Patrol agents, local officials, farmers, and migrant health care workers. This comes as Title 42 is expected to expire in May. Our Fox 10 Phoenix team with more.
We're not coming down there for photo ops. We want to take real action and implement solutions that are going to be helpful.
On Monday, Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs marking her second trip to the border since taking office in January. She met with Border Patrol agents, local officials, farmers, and migrant health care workers. This comes as Title 42 is expected to expire in May.
We're pushing to get FEMA dollars released. That's going to be incredibly helpful. And we're continuing to have ongoing communication with the Biden administration about what we need when Title 42 goes away.
Hobbs said she's had encouraging meetings with leaders in Mexico to rebuild relationships and address crime. From the federal level, Hobbs says we need comprehensive immigration reform from Congress, something many have argued the White House is ignoring. For now, Hobbs's focus is on how state dollars can help, even if that means moving things around, like the border strike force implemented by the previous governor.
In our budget, we looked at the border strike task force within DPS, and our proposal is to eliminate that, but not eliminate the funding. Right now, the border strike task force is not being actually utilized at the border, and so we want to coordinate those resources where they can be most helpful with the law enforcement there.
In Washington, D.C., the House heard testimony this morning from a parent who lost her child to fentanyl, as well as Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb, who is advocating for more help along the southern border.
You know, I tried. It's not for lack of trying. And my kids grew up, their birth mother was a drug addict. She died 6 months after them. Their uncle died a month after them. My son had 5 times the amount of fentanyl in his system that was enough to kill. Again, this is not an overdose. This is poisoning. It's murder. It's homicide.
Governor Katie Hobbs says DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is planning a trip to Arizona, but a date has not yet been set. Reporting at the state capitol, Stephanie Bennett, Fox 10 News.
All right, taking a live look here from just one of our cameras. You can see a beautiful shot there. I believe that is Erie, Pennsylvania right there. I mean, a beautiful shot. It looks like it's off to a pretty nice start to the day and very little traffic. So if you're watching from there, hey, time to drive. 7:45 on the East Coast and 4:45 on the West Coast. Let's head to a 2-minute commercial break and we'll get back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Hoboken, New Jersey, under a boil water advisory this morning as crews continue to work to fix a broken water main that forced schools and businesses there to shut down. Officials say crews now have the break under control. That is some good news here. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti live there with the latest for us. Briella, as always, thanks so much for being here. What is the latest?
Yeah, good morning to you. And that certainly is good news, considering it has been a roller coaster for so many people living here in Hoboken. City officials had said they hoped that service would be restored by today, and that appears to be true for most people who live here. But water is not back on for everyone. That's evident by the crews still working diligently over my shoulder. But people are pretty much just happy to finally see some progress.
And probably 8:30 last night.
Oh, it came up last night?
Yeah. It started trickling a little, but it's been okay, given the circumstances.
They've been doing construction all over, and the residents are getting tired of the water main breaks. Hopefully they're able to come up with something, because I don't know how much longer the residents are going to be able to take all this.
After 2 days of a citywide water crisis, it seems crews in Hoboken have finally gotten the catastrophic water main break under control. But the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection has now issued a precautionary boil water advisory for all 58,000 residents.
I'm coping with it. It's hard, but we're coping with it.
Veolia Water, the company which provides water to the Mile Square City, tweeted yesterday evening, ruptured main has been fully isolated and repairs continue. Water pressure will begin to stabilize citywide. The company went on to say with the ruptured main isolated, crews are reopening valves to stabilize water pressure throughout the city. The city remains in a state of emergency, and moving forward, Mayor Ravi Bala warns things may not return to status quo right away.
Water will incrementally be restored to the city of Hoboken, and Hoboken residents will be able to do the normal things that they usually do.
The water crisis began when a construction crew mistakenly struck a 16-inch pipe on Observer Highway and Madison Street, sending water gushing out onto the road. The situation forced schools to close, shuttered businesses, and even led to a strategic and coordinated evacuation at Hoboken University Medical Center.
So right now we currently have a little under 100 patients that are admitted to the hospital across all of our different service lines. Probably about 40 will require transfer to other hospitals.
Hoboken set up 17 water distribution centers for people to fill up, bathe, and use the restroom. The city's Office of Emergency Management also placed large basins, or so-called water buffaloes, at more than a dozen locations.
We have a very severe case of cabin fever.
I just love to be able to take a shower.
All right, and as if the city needed any more bad news, the mayor of Hoboken said that anytime there's a major disruption to the water supply, that also could trigger minor disruptions as well. So that means there is a possibility of another water main break in the coming days and weeks, and a lot of people here are just hoping that does not happen, because according to them, it happens far too often. We'll send it back to you.
Not a great situation there. So we know that some businesses, some schools, I believe the hospital evacuated there. What is the situation this morning?
Yeah, that is an excellent question. So I did just get off the phone a little while ago with an operator from the Hoboken University Medical Center. That woman says that the hospital is fully operational, both the emergency room and the rest of the hospital. So there were about 40 patients who were transferred yesterday. That seems to be under control now. Hoboken Public Schools are also open today, and all municipal offices, according to the city, are back open. So progress is certainly being made on that front. We'll send it back inside to you.
All right, Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
7:52 on the East Coast, 4:52 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's head to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour here, and I leave you with this beautiful shot of New York City. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get back into some of the headlines that we are following here. So let's go to some political news at this point. Take a look here. Chicago getting a new mayor. Incumbent mayor Lori Lightfoot has lost her bid for a second term. Paul Vallis and Brandon Johnson will meet in a runoff election on April 4th, since neither got more than 50% of the vote. Lightfoot, who made history as the first black woman and openly gay mayor of Chicago, failed to finish in the top two. She is the first elected Chicago mayor to lose a re-election bid in 4 decades. She did give a concession speech just yesterday. I want to play about a minute of that for you here, raw and unfiltered.
So thank you, and thank everyone so much. I feel a lot of love in this room, as I've felt every step of the way on this journey. I've called Brandon Johnson and Paul Vallis to congratulate them on their victories in advancing to the runoffs. We were fierce competitors in these last few months, but I will be rooting and praying for our next mayor to deliver for the people of the city for years to come.
You're class act, babe.
Thank you. Obviously, we didn't win the election today, but I stand here with my head held high and a heart full of gratitude. I am grateful to the millions of Chicagoans who came together as we made tough decisions, saw the struggles of our frontline workers, and beat back a deadly pandemic. I'm grateful that we worked together to remove a record number of guns off our streets, reduce homicides, and started making real progress on public safety. I'm grateful that we were able to connect youth to mental health services, housing, education, job training, and legal services.
That was the concession speech right there from Lori Lightfoot. Again, she has not been re-elected Chicago's mayor. The race does continue in that runoff election. The Supreme Court met Tuesday to hear 2 cases challenging President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. At stake, forgiveness of up to $20,000 in debt for more than 40 million Americans. Nearly half of those people could have their federal student debt wiped out entirely. Already, about 26 million people have applied for debt forgiveness, and 16 million applications have been approved. However, because of court rulings, all the relief is now on hold. The Education Department stopped taking applications back in November because of legal challenges to that plan. The Supreme Court will have the ultimate say on whether Biden can wipe out student loan debt, fulfilling a campaign pledge that he made back in 2020. So a lot of information here. Our Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez takes a closer look.
During the pandemic, we understood that small businesses were hurting, and we helped them, and it didn't go to the Supreme Court to challenge it. All of a sudden, when it's about our students, they challenge it, the corporations challenge it, the student loan lenders challenge it. That is not right. That is not fair.
Do the right thing. Support Biden's proposal. Cancel student debt.
Passionate calls from both lawmakers and union leaders outside the courtroom as the U.S. Supreme Court heard arguments over President Biden's student loan debt forgiveness plan. The plan that is expected to forgive up to $20,000 for many borrowers has been in limbo because a federal court blocked it. One of the challengers is a group of 6 Republican-led states that call it an abuse of executive power. The Biden administration is relying on the HEROES Act to cancel debt, a law enacted after 9/11 to ease student loan payment obligations on those deployed during a national emergency. The White House argues the pandemic falls under that category. Justice Kagan seems to agree.
We worry about executive power when Congress hasn't authorized the use of executive power. Here, Congress has authorized the use of executive power in an emergency situation. We're in that sphere where the executive is acting with congressional authorization.
However, the conservative majority is skeptical about the plan, given its estimated $400 billion price tag.
This is a grant of $400 billion, and it runs headlong into Congress's appropriations authority.
$500 billion is being diverted to one group of favored persons over others.
Thank you to our very own Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez, a friend of the show who joins us every weekend, Saturday mornings at 10:10 a.m. Eastern Time. She helps break down some of the biggest stories of the week. China has been in the headlines here in the U.S. a lot recently between the spy balloon, TikTok, and just overall worsening relations. Now Congress looking at the threat of their communist government. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has the latest from Washington.
Tensions with China continue to grow worse. Now they're in the primetime spotlight on Capitol Hill.
The Select Committee will not allow the CCP to lull us into complacency or maneuver us into submission.
The House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party laying out their biggest concerns in a hearing Tuesday evening, but it wasn't without protest. Lawmakers say the problem is with the Chinese government and its policies, not its people.
We do not want a war with the PRC, not a Cold War, not a hot war. We seek a durable peace.
According to a Fox News poll, worry over China is a bipartisan issue. Many Americans watched as a spy balloon floated across the U.S. in early February. Now China is reportedly considering aiding Russia in its war in Ukraine.
China has been able to do is take advantage of crises elsewhere to advance their interests through coercion in other places.
Plus, the Energy Department now believes COVID-19 most likely came from a Chinese lab leak, as there are concerns the U.S. is falling far behind China.
We need to face the fact that we have helped to feed the baby dragon of the CCP.
Now the clock is ticking for TikTok. The administration has ordered the Chinese-owned app must be removed from all federal government devices by the end of March.
It gives the Chinese Communist Party the ability to manipulate our social discourse.
FBI Director Christopher Wray said his agency has somewhere around 2,000 active investigations involving the Chinese government. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Testimony in both House and Senate hearings Tuesday showing lawmakers are split on U.S. assistance to Ukraine. While some continue to question whether helping Kyiv is in America's best interest, others are pressing for the Biden administration to do more to stop dragging out the conflict. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has more from D.C.
More than a year after Russia invaded Ukraine and Kyiv stands firm. Experts say the more than $100 billion of U.S. assistance has been essential in Ukraine's fight, covering everything from military equipment to humanitarian assistance. But now both House Democrats and Republicans are demanding accountability.
How do we feel right now in time about providing all the assistance we've provided to Ukraine?
There's no evidence that the Ukrainians are diverting it to the black market or some other thing else.
In the Senate's Armed Services Committee, lawmakers gathering information about Ukraine's most recent request for U.S. fighter jets.
Is there any point in our training beginning to train the Ukrainian pilots on F-16s at this point?
I would be training them on everything we've got. Get ahead of the game instead of behind the game.
Concerns about Ukraine now tangled up in Congress over China.
I would say that if they did intervene right now, it would fill a critical gap for the Russians for the next several months.
But with billions already spent and the war ongoing, one key Democrat says voters have concerns.
Why are we spending money? But a lot of constituents ask the question, what's all this got to do with me?
If countries like Russia are allowed to go on the march to swallow up their neighbors, the rule of law will be replaced with the rule of the jungle.
A bipartisan delegation recently visited both Poland and Romania to see firsthand how the U.S. military is tracking the weapons it's providing to Ukraine. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
Let's talk more about that big story that we have been following. This is the Ohio train derailment over in East Palestine. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine is going to be there with the First Lady around 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, so a little more than an hour here. It is likely we will get video out of there, and he may say a few words, so we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. DeWine did suffer a displaced distal fibula fracture just above his ankle during his recent visit there to East Palestine in the aftermath of this toxic train derailment. DeWine's office confirmed with our Fox 8 Cleveland team that the governor will need to wear a boot for the next few weeks as he does recover from that fairly serious injury, again resulting from his trip over to East Palestine. DeWine told the Columbus Dispatch that his, quote, foot caught on something while walking down the stairs of the First Church of Christ on Tuesday of last week. He said, quote, I'm fine, I'm just not walking my dog as much. Alexis McAdams with Fox News has more on the current situation in East Palestine.
After a brief pause, the cleanup has resumed at this toxic spill site in East Palestine, Ohio. And on Tuesday, the head of the EPA took another look at the cleanup. This is now the third time EPA Administrator Michael Regan has been on the ground in Ohio. Last time he was in town, he drank the tap water to try and show residents it was safe. Now at the site of the crash itself, which is still covered in dangerous debris.
I can promise that as this community continues to look forward, we're going to be here every step of the way for as long as it takes. We aren't going anywhere.
It's been almost a month since the Norfolk Southern freight train derailed, contaminating the area with toxic chemicals. The EPA claims both the air and water are safe, but some locals are still complaining about chemical smells and ongoing health issues.
I do question, the people getting rashes and stuff like that, what is causing it. They are saying everything's safe, and we're taking them at their word, but we need to get to the bottom of what's happening.
Federal officials are now sending the contaminated soil to EPA-approved dump sites in and around Ohio. The EPA is going door to door to test the air quality in town. Right now, the agency insists that the air quality here is normal.
This is new. This is not normal. This is not something that was there before. So we're concerned that that is what is making its way into our wells.
Congress is now planning hearings on this spill, and the CEO of Norfolk Southern will be asked to testify. Reporting in East Palestine, Ohio, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And again, after suffering that pretty serious injury about a week ago, the Ohio governor and the First Lady will visit that train derailment site in East Palestine around 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. As we get those images from there and a possible speech, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. So this 38 rail car derailment in Ohio left millions of gallons of toxic waste and chemicals to be discarded. The company thought they found a solution, but residents and officials say it caught them by surprise. Fox Houston's Joy Addison has the story.
That train derailment happened just over 2 weeks ago, and millions of gallons of wastewater came here to Houston until officials stopped it. Now people here say they're thankful, but they won't change going forward.
Something to make people happy about it. Or maybe some people don't even know about it.
Families in Harris County learned from the news that millions of gallons of wastewater used to fight fire during the Ohio train derailment were being shipped to a company near their homes.
It's a dangerous hazard, because a lot of people here are elderly, and, it affects our way of living and our health.
Texas Molecular is in the Houston suburb of Deer Park, just across the interstate from these homes. In a statement to Fox, it says, in part, our permit allows over 230 million gallons annually, and this volume is well within our authorizations, capabilities, and experience. While we are not required by permit to alert authorities in advance of shipments, we do brief our local stakeholders. But people here had concerns and say they are happy elected officials like Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee stepped in, reasoning with the Environmental Protection Agency for a pause on discarding the chemicals. In a tweet, the Congresswoman says this process of dumping toxic waste in communities without prior notice to local cities and counties has to stop.
What we are doing is working on an alert system so that Norfolk Southern can be held accountable. And as this material is moving, the appropriate authorities have the appropriate information so that the communities are not alarmed and that communities know that their safety has been taken very, very seriously.
The EPA has paused disposal and now says future plans for toxic waste must be reviewed and approved first. People that live near Texas Molecular say this gives them relief.
It's good because the community needs to know. We live here.
On Sunday, the EPA approved the transportation of wastewater for disposal to other facilities in Ohio. It's unclear whether the disposal will continue here in Deer Park. In Houston, Joy Addison, Fox News.
And thank you so much to our Fox Houston team for that report here. I do want to get back to this breaking news that we have been following. A head-on collision between a passenger train and a freight train flattened carriages, killing at least 36 people and injuring about 85. That is according to Greek officials, with the death toll only expected to rise. The cause of the crash was not immediately known, but we have learned within the last hour that the station master in the nearby city of Larissa was arrested Wednesday. The police not releasing his name. Now another 2 people have been detained for questioning. Before dawn the next day, rescuers searched through smoking wreckage for any survivors there. What appeared to be the 3rd carriage lay atop the twisted remains of the first 2. It's unclear at what speed the 2 trains were traveling when they ran into each other just before midnight on Tuesday, but state broadcaster ERT quoted rescuers as saying that some victims' bodies were found 30 to 40 meters, which is 100 to about 130 feet from the impact site. So again, breaking at this hour, the station master in the nearby city of Larissa has been arrested and 2 other people are detained for questioning. We'll keep you updated with the latest here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:11 on the East Coast and 5:11 on the West Coast. Let's head to our first commercial break of the hour, and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 8:13 on the East Coast and 5:13 on the West Coast. I want to get back to some of the big stories that we have been following here. A Pennsylvania court has unsealed the December 30th search warrant in the Idaho student murders case, which led to the arrest of suspect Brian Kohberger at his parents' home in the Pocono Mountains nearly 7 weeks after those killings. Police seized a number of new items at the home, including medical-style gloves, a black sweatshirt, size 13 Nike sneakers, and they also took a scrub. Kohberger, a 28-year-old criminology PhD student at Washington State University during the attack, is accused of ambushing 4 University of Idaho students in the middle of the night back on November 13th of last year. The schools are about 7 miles apart. The attack killed 21-year-olds Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan, along with their 20-year-old housemate, Xana Kernodle, and her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, also 20 years old. According to court documents, police found a knife sheath near Mogan's body and recovered a DNA sample from the snap. The DNA was a match for another sample taken from the trash at the Kohberger family residence in Pennsylvania. Our Fox 29 Philly team has more.
This December 30th search warrant details more of what led to the arrest of Brian Kohberger. He's the suspect in the murder of 4 Idaho college students. Investigators seized items from Kohberger's parents' home in the Pocono Mountains, where he was arrested about a month and a half after the killings. We now know that list of items includes 1 silver flashlight, 4 medical-style gloves, a large white Arizona Jean Company t-shirt, a large Champion Washington State University Cougars black sweatshirt, and a pair of black and white size 13 Nike sneakers. Also seized, a pair of black Under Armour socks, large black Under Armour shorts, large Under Armour boxers, and 1 buckle swab. Court documents had revealed police found a knife sheath near a body of one of the victims and were able to get a DNA sample from the snap. Reports indicate that DNA was a familial match for another sample taken from the trash at the family home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. We also know that after police tracked Kohberger across the country, they said they believed his car was parked in a garage at his parents' house, the same car allegedly seen at the crime scene the night of the murders. During a raid of his parents' home on December 30th, state police searched the house and attached garage, a shed, and his car. State police also swabbed Kohberger's DNA.
And that was our Fox 29 Philadelphia team, as that warrant has been unsealed for Brian Kohberger. Coming up in about July, I believe, there's going to be a week-long preliminary hearing for Kohberger. We'll bring you all of the testimony there as witnesses, and several of them are likely to be called to testify. In other news here, the teenager accused of killing an Orlando journalist and a 9-year-old girl during a shooting spree in Central Florida last week, now facing new charges in their deaths. First-degree murder charges have been filed against 19-year-old Keith Moses in the deaths of Spectrum News 13 reporter Dylan Lyons and 9-year-old Tiana Major, seen in that photo right there. Moses was charged earlier in the death of a 38-year-old woman. He is also facing attempted first-degree murder charges in the shootings of Tiana's mother, Brandy, and Spectrum News 13 photojournalist Jesse Walden. Moses also charged with armed burglary. Our Fox 35 Orlando team has the latest.
They just saw each other and just started crying in each other's shoulders.
Attorney Mark Nejim talks about the family of Dylan Lyons and Tiana Major meeting each other for the very first time since both were shot and killed in Pine Hills last week.
The fathers are hugging and laughing and sobbing and going through every emotion.
He says both moms and Dylan's fiance were also holding hands, wanting to talk about the message they plan to send out to the public.
It has to do with gun violence in America.
Nejim says 9-year-old Tiana had just come home from school. Her father was at the dentist and her mother in the bedroom.
And all of a sudden this intruder came in the back door, saw the little girl and shot her.
He says Tiana ran to her mother Brandy, who was taking a nap because she works nighttime security. Both mother and daughter were shot, but Brandy survived. Family spokesperson Bishop Kelvin Cabarrus talks about Tiana.
A sweet girl, a bright girl with a bright future, with everything ahead of her.
Investigators say suspect Keith Moses then ran outside and saw the crew from Spectrum News 13.
Went to go open my trunk to start pulling out things, and as I was about to open my trunk, I got shot.
While photojournalist Jesse Walden survived, 24-year-old Dylan was killed.
It appears that he just came to the side and then shot into the window and struck Dylan.
Nejim says the families want changes so this doesn't happen to others.
In any way they can minimize this happening to other families.
Valerie Boy, Fox 35 News.
And our Fox 35 Orlando team has been covering that around the clock. We appreciate their contributions here, and we will continue to follow the story and bring you their reports. So the Orange County, Florida sheriff telling reporters that the suspect has not provided a motive in any of the shootings. However, he said that the suspect was, quote, an acquaintance of the first woman who was murdered. She was shot and killed Wednesday morning, so a week ago. He also does not appear to have any connections to the journalist or the mom and her daughter. Our Fox 13 Tampa team also covering the story.
She had dreams, she had aspirations, and unfortunately, this was cut down.
The spokesman for the family of 9-year-old Tiana Major tells us the little girl had just gotten back to her home on Harrington Street in Pine Hills after a long day at school.
Dad was actually leaving and coming back to get her so he could take her to gym practice. She loved gymnastics.
According to new documents, around 4 p.m. Wednesday, Tiana's mother was napping, and she woke up to her daughter running into her room yelling, "He shot me." Deputies believe Moses came into the Major's backyard and made his way into her living room through an open sliding glass door, which was unlocked from letting out the dog. Deputies say Moses shot the girl twice.
Her life is cut down by someone just full of evil and malicious intent. And to see that Tiana fought until she died.
Moses' arrest warrant states that Tiana's mother was also shot in the arm. They barricaded themselves in the master bathroom until deputies arrived. They called 911 around 4:08. Less than 25 minutes later, Moses is spotted by deputies near Hialeah Street and taken into custody.
It's breaking my heart. It's different kind of when you don't know a family, but when you see them every day. See that little girl come home from school and so happy and out there breaking leaves with her mom and dad, and now she's gone.
A big thank you to our Fox 35 Orlando and Fox 13 Tampa teams as they do cover these stories around the clock. 8:21 over on the East Coast and 5:21 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick commercial break and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Good news for car buyers. While it's nowhere near where it used to be, in-stock inventory when we're talking about cars rebounding according to Edmunds.com. Consumer reporter with our Fox 4 Dallas team, Steve Noviello, I wanted to make sure I said that right, is in Dallas to explain more about it. I still think I said your name wrong, but I tried.
No, you did it right. You did it right. It can be a tricky one sometimes. Just treat all of the syllables equally and you can never go wrong. Hey, listen up. It's really all about which car manufacturers you should be looking at and also which car categories are rebounding the fastest. Take a look.
Consumers come calling for new cars, but finding one can be frustrating. Take a look. Discouraged, took forever, impossible to find. But there may be good news for drivers who've been detoured by supply chain issues.
We've seen wild swings in the way that consumers shop.
Ivan Drury is the director of insights at Edmunds.com. We took a deep dive into their DTT, or days to turn data. That's the number of days a vehicle sits in inventory before it's sold. And those numbers are looking up.
Anytime the vehicle starts sitting on lot, you start to see the increased selection.
While some of the national numbers on availability are hard to duplicate locally, we did see some telling trends.
So this is a 2023 Kia EV6, all electric.
Over at the Clay Cooley family of dealerships,
we have Kia, Hyundai, Chevrolet, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Cadillac, Volkswagen, Mitsubishi, and Nissan.
There are cars for sale right now. Lots of them, depending where you look.
Nissan's doing a great job. Kia and Hyundai, they're both doing a great job.
We saw rows of new inventory. Why? The less complex a car, the faster they're being produced.
If you want a Chevy truck or a Ford truck, you could customize it and build it 1,000 different ways. So each specification requires a different number of chips.
Conversely, Nissan has 2 or 3 different options on each trim, which makes manufacturing faster and has helped the company steer clear of supply chain delays.
It's not back to what it was, but it's probably 50% better than it was at the low point.
The segment in which you're shopping also matters. High-end big domestic SUVs can still be hard to come by.
A lot of those are still built to order.
Instead, consider an alternate car category, even at the same manufacturer, if you need something sooner. But those who are really in the driver's seat right now,
your trade-in value, that's your best bargaining chip too.
Especially if you started a 3-year lease at the start of the pandemic, you've likely got lots of equity.
Let's say they set the residual at 60% and the car is worth 75%, 80%, 85%, depending on the car. It's thousands and thousands of dollars.
Before you turn in the keys and walk away, you've got dibs on those dollars. It may be worth it to buy your lease and keep driving until the inventory you want is back on lots, or pull the cash out as a down payment.
You'll buy the lease out, then trade it in, and you'll use that equity on your next vehicle.
It could be the break you need in a market that hit the skids.
Here's the real key dealers we spoke with say the very best way to get the best idea of actual inventory is to either call or come on in. Oftentimes people will shop online and see those 2 little words, in transit. Chances are that vehicle may already be sold.
Yeah, I was going to say that happened to me where they said, oh, it's on the way over there. Nope, already sold. I know that I sold my car.
For somebody else.
Yeah, you used to be able to get more money for a used car, but it appears that may not be the case for much longer.
You know, it's going to go well into 2023 in terms of the used car market. Remember, we really have a lot of ground to make up here. And one of the things that's going to keep used car prices high is that so many people are actually not getting out of their leases. So they're letting them end up them purchasing those vehicles because the used cars are worth so much. So you're really going to continue to feed the demand for both used and new vehicles. Not quite as much money for the used cars as maybe perhaps a year ago, which was really kind of a one-off at the height of all of this craziness, but certainly worth much more than they used to be.
All right, Steve Noviello with our Fox 4 Dallas team. Thank you so much for being here.
Good to see you.
All right, everyone, 8:27 over on the East Coast, and it is 5:27 on the West Coast. I'm looking around to see what kind of cameras we have here. This is one of my favorites showing New York City. That is Lady Liberty there in the distance. A little bit of smoke, I guess, rising above the screen there. Want to take a look at another camera we do have, and our producer, David McKenzie, great at pulling up different cameras here, so I'm checking to see exactly what this one is. This appears to be Duluth, Minnesota. Oof, I would not want to be there. Our studio right here located in Orlando, Florida, where I can promise it is a lot warmer than it is in Duluth. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will take a look at your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Back into the headlines here. Prosecutors in Alec Murdaugh's double murder trial rested their case Tuesday afternoon after calling 6 rebuttal witnesses that include a crime scene expert who let the South Carolina Attorney General point a gun at his head in a dramatic reenactment. The trial that has stretched into its 6th week has chronicled Murdaugh's stunning downfall from a wealthy man of a powerful legal dynasty to an admitted drug addict and thief who allegedly swindled his law firm and clients out of nearly $9 million. Prosecutors have argued that Murdaugh used a shotgun to blow off the head of his son Paul and a rifle to execute his wife Maggie back on June 7th of 2021 to distract from his financial issues. Jonathan Seri with Fox News has been covering this trial around the clock. He has a wrap-up of what happened on Tuesday.
My understanding of what he told me was that he checked them before he called 911.
Prosecutors call Alec Murdaugh's former law partner and close friend Ronnie Crosby to the stand as they begin their rebuttal to the defense in the double murder trial of the disgraced attorney. Crosby challenging Murdaugh's testimony from last week, where he claimed to have checked his wife Maggie and son Paul's pulses while on the phone with 911. The defense later tried to discredit Crosby's testimony during a fiery exchange over whether or not he was angry with Murdaugh for stealing money from their law firm.
You are dead wrong if you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money. When we're talking about 2 people who were brutally murdered, then you're headed in the wrong direction.
Do you think he did it?
I don't have an opinion. I don't have the benefit of the materials you have.
Prosecutors also called Dr. Ellen Reamer back to the stand. She's the pathologist who performed the autopsies on the victims. On Monday, a different pathologist, one hired by the defense, testified, saying the bullet that killed Paul entered the back of his head and would have left significant residue on the shooter. Dr. Reamer, who previously testified the shot went into Paul's neck, reaffirmed her original testimony.
This is a shotgun wound to the left shoulder that's going up to the right side of the head.
Later this week, jurors are expected to be taken to the scene of the murders before closing arguments begin. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Thank you, Jonathan. That right there was a wrap-up of what happened in court on Tuesday. We have learned in about an hour or so at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That is when the jury will travel over to the site of those killings, the judge warning them that it may look a bit different than when those murders actually happened back in 2021. No cameras allowed out there during that visit, and it's not clear if closing arguments will begin after that trip today or if they won't start until tomorrow, but we'll bring you all of that information live, raw, and unfiltered. Now, sticking with crime here, our Fox News team was able to catch up with the director of the FBI who talked about some of the crime-fighting tools being used to battle crime across the country.
So this is a spot where you're monitoring things. What is the biggest threat that you think you all see?
Well, you know, the thing that jumps out to me, Brett, having been, and I was actually in this facility on 9/11 itself, right, in this hallway, and in a lot of the rooms around here. What's different about the time frame that we're in right now is that every threat is elevated at the same time. So both domestic terrorism and foreign terrorism, hostile nation states, China, of course, Russia, Iran, violent crime is through the roofs, child exploitation during the pandemic kind of went up significantly, human trafficking, cyber attacks are at a whole new level. So what really distinguishes so much of what's going on today is not any one threat specifically, but the fact that they're all hitting that level kind of all at the same time. And we're involved with all of them.
10 most wanted here, and you've got some captured just in recent weeks.
So, we're very proud of this number. In fact, over the last 4 or 5 years, we've hunted down and captured 11 top 10 most wanted fugitives. And it's a great example of how valuable the public's engagement is, because almost every single one of these successful operations is due to great work by the public being engaged with the FBI and responding to the, the publicity of it and calling in a tip or letting us know.
You mentioned violent crime. Is it ticking up, and have you seen that post-COVID?
I would say violent crime for the last few years has been at an alarmingly high level, and I talk with police chiefs and sheriffs pretty much every week from all 50 states, and every single one of them will tell you that violent crime is the #1 issue on their list, and we're working hard with them. This past summer, the FBI, working with our partners, was arresting 55 violent criminals per day. Every single day. 55 a day. And that gives you a measure of what we're dealing with. And it's all over the country. I think we arrested 20,000 violent criminals and child predators last year. So it's something we're trying to do our part, but our close partners in state and local law enforcement have a heck of a challenge on their hands, and we are determined to stand with them shoulder to shoulder. I'm grateful for all the task force officers they send to us. I can tell you that our reputation in the law enforcement community is at a level that's at a whole new level. They're sending us their officers when they're shorthanded, frankly, to work on our task forces, and these are high-quality officers. And I'm very grateful and frankly humbled by the trust and partnership that chiefs and sheriffs all over this country are showing in us, and I'm determined to make sure that we stay worthy of it.
No, it's not an easy job, so thank you for your service and for your time.
Thanks, Brad. Take care.
A big thank you to our Fox News team for that report there. A lot of very interesting information. So I want to talk about another story that we have been following very closely here at Live Now from Fox. A Reddit channel for supporters of Bryan Kohberger, the suspect accused of slaughtering 4 University of Idaho students last year, has now been banned. The notice displayed on the Bry Nation subreddit states that the online community has been banned for repeatedly violating Reddit's moderator code of conduct. I want to bring in an expert here, Joseph Jackalone, a former NYPD sergeant, to talk more about this. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Good morning, Josh. Thanks for having me.
So first off, your thoughts on even knowing that something called Bry Nation exists?
Yeah, no, I'm not shocked by that. I mean, and this is not the only thing. There's plenty of groups on social media out there in full support of Bryan Kohberger. Remember that he's just, accused right now. He hasn't been convicted, but this is not unusual. We've seen this a lot, actually, even with serial killers and you name it.
Do you think he would have had any idea that these groups existed? How does that work when you're in jail? Are you able to be informed of things like this? Do you get sent fan mail, so to speak?
Well, certainly they get fan mail. They can get probably email now and everything else that they have to do it. I mean, we know that there's a lot of changes in the correction system that allows access to the outside world for prisoners. So I wouldn't be, shocked by this. There's a dating site that you can, get yourself hooked up with one of these people from online. I mean, we saw this happen. Ted Bundy married a witness in the courtroom. Charles Manson nearly got married. I think he died before it happened, but they had the wedding certificate all ready to go. I mean, you name it. Richard Ramirez, right, the Night Stalker. I mean, this is not this is not unusual, and I think you'll see marriage proposals coming through as this case gets closer and closer to the time.
What is it that leads somebody to do that? Is it even possible to figure out why somebody would want to do that? Why he would have groupies and supporters and people possibly proposing marriage at some point?
Well, I mean, I think you look at it as probably most of the people there are there as like what I refer to as like defense attorneys, right? So they're trying to prove that he didn't do it, just like you have the groups on the other side of it trying to prove that he did do it. So I don't see anything wrong with that. The issue that comes down to is that he may be this charismatic figure to certain people that forms this attraction or this bond that they think they have, and that's not unusual. I mean, we've seen it with other killers where they've had this charisma or this kind of aura about them that attracts people. It's probably a psychological thing that probably somebody in that field could probably answer a lot better than I do, but it's not unusual to see this.
And Bry Nation has now been shut down there on Reddit. We're still waiting on a little bit more information about that, how it was shut down, whether it will be brought back up. Do you think there are other groups that are just like this that are supporting Kohberger, not just on Reddit, but I guess Facebook, Instagram? I don't know, you can't really do groups on Instagram, but are there other groups that exist supporting him?
Yes, there is. There's at least one other group that I have found on Facebook, but it is a locked group, right? So you have to apply to get in, and I guess maybe they'll go through your profile and see who you are to see if they will let you in or not. I mean, like I said, unless they're saying, we're going to try to break this guy out of jail and stuff like that, I really don't see an issue where a group of people can get together and talk about the case. I mean, that's part of social media, right? Being able to find a niche or something that you're interested in and then, discuss it or talk about it.
And we also learned, I believe it was about a week ago, that Kohberger apparently had photos of at least one of the victims on him or on his phone. What are your thoughts on that? Does that show any sign of guilt or anything of that nature?
Well, it depends on when those photos showed up, right? So if these photos, they can prove that they were before the murders, then yes, it's a big deal. If it happens after the murders, it's really nothing that you can think about, right? So lack of a better pun, right? A nothing burger kind of thing. The issue that you're dealing with here is the timing of it all, right? So when is it time-stamped and dated? Because, listen, as Josh, many of us were following this case very closely in social media, and people, took screenshots of the house and the people involved because they wanted to see, who they were talking about or what they were doing or where the location was. They were trying to figure things out. So I don't think that would have been unusual if it happens after the fact, but I don't think they'll be able to do anything about that.
And just from your experience, the preliminary hearing is going to be in a few months here. I believe it's July. It's expected to last for a week. Any idea what we can expect during that time, if there could be new details released or anything of that nature?
Well, more than likely, they're going to have to come forward. When you have these preliminary hearings, as you know, they talk about a different thing. So, for instance, I'm sure, I don't know what they call it in Idaho, but we call it a map hearing, right? Where it's basically about how the evidence was secured, was it done properly, or the fruits of the poisonous tree, and all those things are going to come in. Of course, the defense attorney is going to fight tooth and nail to try to have this evidence, make it inadmissible for court. And that's where these cases really lie in regards to these preliminary hearings. So if there was any interrogation, any of those, if there was eyewitness identification rights, we still don't know so much because of the gag orders. So anything that comes really out on any of this is just pure speculation. And I think once this thing starts, they're not going to be able, unless they ban the media from the courtrooms, this information will be out in the public.
Yeah, and it's a lot of questions at this point that we still don't necessarily have the answers to, including, what investigators believe the possible motive for these crimes could be. Is it possible we could learn more about a motive during that hearing?
We might, but like, for instance, out of all the evidence that has been talked about, the thing that really sticks with me is, was there evidence found in his car, right? We haven't heard anything if there was any blood recovered or anything like that. We do know that there were hair fibers and an animal fiber taken from his apartment, so that could be potentially huge too. But for me, it's that car that really could put him in a bad way, or put his defense team in a bad situation.
All right, Joseph Jackalone, former NYPD sergeant, a friend of the show, here to always answer questions and provide insight. Anything else you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
No, I think people just need to be patient, especially the true crime community. I mean, there are so many gag orders out there that this information will come out, and I think being patient will be prudent in this instead of wild speculation and, conspiracy theories and stuff. That's not really helpful.
And one last question, just based on your experience, is it possible that this could go to trial sooner rather than later as a result of so much public, speculation and people just paying such close attention to it? Does that lead to a trial that comes along quicker?
Well, it could, right? But here's two things that will hold that up, right? So if they try to change the venue, or if they can't find enough jurors to sit on the case, and that's going to be probably the most difficult part of this, to try to find 12 people and a few alternates. that have really no kind of opinion on this case, and that's going to be the tough part.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us and provide that insight.
Have a great day.
You too. All right, everyone, 8:45 over on the East Coast and 5:45 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I'm taking a look at just some of the cameras that we do have here. We have a beautiful live image that just popped up on our screen. I'm looking with our producer, David, to see. It's El Paso, Texas. It looks like a cloudy start to the day, but hey, a beautiful shot nonetheless. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll talk more about the stories that are making headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:48 on the East Coast and 5:48 on the West Coast. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Uzbekistan. He made some comments earlier this morning, speaking on a variety of topics, including his meetings with leaders there in Uzbekistan, but also about the war in Ukraine. I want to pop up the audio and listen into some of those comments here, raw and unfiltered.
Just for Ukraine or for us, but for countries around the world. And I think that certainly resonates here in this region, where every single Central Asian country feels very strongly about their territorial integrity, their sovereignty, their independence, all of which, of course, were very, very hard won. So the real question is whether Russia will get to a point where it is genuinely prepared to end its aggression and to do so in a way that is consistent with the United Nations Charter and these very principles. That's why I think what you hear around the world, and you saw reflected in the resolution that was passed at the UN General Assembly by 141 countries, is the strong desire for peace, but for a just and durable peace. Just in that it's consistent with the principles of the UN Charter in terms of territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence. And durable, as I said before, so that we don't leave things in a place where Russia gets to simply repeat this exercise, a year or 2 years or 3 years later. It rests, it rearms, and it reattacks. So I think that's what we need to be focused on. In terms of the proposal that China put forth, as I've said and as others in the government have said, look, there's some positive elements there, including things that China itself has said several times in the past. Very similar to elements that are in Ukraine's own proposal that President Zelensky put out some time ago. But if China was genuinely serious about this, the very first principle it put out, sovereignty, it would have been spending all of the last year working in support of the restoration of Ukraine's full sovereignty. And of course, it's been doing the opposite in terms of its own efforts to advance Russian propaganda and misinformation about the war, blocking and tackling for Russia in international organizations, and as we've made clear recently, now contemplating the provision of lethal military assistance to Russia for its aggression against Ukraine. So China can't have it both ways. It can't be putting itself out as a force for peace in public while it, one way or another, continues to fuel the flames of this fire that Vladimir Putin started.
We'll next go to Murdaugh from Gazeta. Thank you. Gazeta website. Mr. Secretary, during your visit Mr. Secretary, during your visit in Kazakhstan, you mentioned that the U.S. is trying to demonstrate its commitments to Central Asian countries as a steadfast partner. You announced even today about additional $25 million to the initiative, and also as well as licensing the companies that are working with sanctioned Russian companies. In that regard, I'd like to ask, what are the expectations of the United States from countries of the region, and in particular from Uzbekistan, to be ensured in their commitment as reliable partners, keeping in mind the ongoing war in Ukraine and close ties of the region with Russia and China? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first, what we have been trying to demonstrate throughout this visit, but again, more than that, every single day in our engagement with countries throughout the region, and by the way, the meeting that we had in Kazakhstan of the C5+1, I think that's the fourth meeting that I participated in with my colleagues. But every single day we're engaged to build the strongest possible partnerships with all of the Central Asian countries. And it starts with our enduring support for their sovereignty, for their independence, for their territorial integrity, and our determination that each be able to determine their own futures consistent with those principles. What I think we also know very well is that Central Asia is in a complicated part of the world with long-standing relationships with different countries based on history, based on geography, and that's something that that we all understand. But I think we also see each of these countries looking to multiply and deepen their relationships and partnerships with other countries around the world. And in that, the United States wants to be a steadfast partner and a partner that works with them to create new opportunities for people in this region and new opportunities for us to work together. Now, as I said earlier, we're also very well aware of the consequences that the Russian aggression against Ukraine has had for people in Central Asia. And I'd say two things about that. First, the immediate consequences have been, in one way or another, a rise in energy and in food prices, and then more generally, inflation. Now, there's a simple reason for that. Putin has tried to weaponize energy in his effort to subjugate Ukraine, and in weaponizing energy and trying to hold it back, deny it from different places, that has contributed to rising prices. We've worked very hard to make sure that there was enough energy on world markets to keep prices down. We've come directly to the assistance of countries that were directly targeted by Putin using the energy weapon. But these effects, again, have been felt here in Central Asia as well. We're working to mitigate them. Food. Putin also weaponized food. He blocked the breadbasket of the world, Ukraine, from exporting a lot of its grain and food products. And it was only because of the very good work by the United Nations and Turkey that we were able to establish this Black Sea grain corridor. that allowed food once again, to grain and other products, to come out of Ukraine and to reach world markets. The majority of that is going to countries in the developing world and in the global south. But even countries that aren't directly receiving it are benefiting from the fact that with more Ukrainian food products on the market, the more prices are held in check and are lower. The second part of the equation is this: sanctions, export controls that are being imposed by dozens of countries, not just the United States, on Russia. And again, step back. It's not as if we woke up one day and said, oh, let's impose sanctions and export controls on Russia. The reason for those sanctions and export controls is because of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And countries came together both to support Ukraine in defending itself from the Russian aggression, but also to try to impose costs and pressure on Russia to get it to change its conduct, to stop the aggression, and to make it more difficult for Russia to continue that aggression. So that's what this is all about. But we're looking at this very closely. We appreciate the work that countries have done to help prevent the evasion of sanctions, because Russia is looking for ways to nonetheless acquire products and otherwise engage in sanctioned activity. So we're working closely with governments throughout the region, helping them understand exactly what the sanctions require, and as necessary, looking to see what we can do to mitigate the negative effects that they're feeling. And this includes, in some cases, issuing licenses for trade where that makes sense, and we've been engaged in that process as well. Finally, and I'm sorry for going on so long, but it's important, a big part of the work that we're doing here is to help the region diversify trade relationships, to build new partnerships and relationships with other countries, including with the United States, so they're not dependent on any one country or any one source for trade and investment. And at the same time, to increase trade and investment within Central Asia itself. There's a very strong potential market here. And the more connectivity we have among the countries of Central Asia, the more collaboration we have, the stronger that market's going to be, the more investment it's going to attract from outside of Central Asia. So we're working on all of that. And as I noted yesterday and again today, we've made some significant new investments to try to do that, to increase and strengthen the climate, the environment for private sector investment, to strengthen connectivity among these countries, and to help them diversify their trade and investment relationships.
Next, we'll go to Barbara Usher with the BBC.
Secretary Blinken, I wanted to follow up on that, what you've just been talking about with a different angle. You say that you're not asking Central Asian countries to choose between the U.S. and Russia or between the U.S. and China, but you are asking them to divert trade routes away from Russia and China. So isn't this a new version of the Great Game, which has historical resonance here, as I'm sure you're aware? And if I might add briefly, you spoke quite positively about the reforms of the president. Did you also perhaps advise him against trying to change the Constitution so that he can extend his term? Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. I think what many countries have recognized, both in Central Asia and beyond, for a variety of reasons in recent years, is that there's tremendous benefit in having a multiplicity of partners when it comes to trade, when it comes to investment, when it comes to supply chains of one kind or other. We've seen what disruptions in any one partnership and connection can do, and those disruptions might come from anything from conflict to COVID to climate change. So this experience, I think, is causing countries to look very hard at where they may have dependencies, and it's in their interest, I think, to find ways to diversify, multiply, expand their relationships, their partnerships, including when it comes to trade and investment. And of course, that doesn't need to be something that's zero sum. These things can be additive, and countries will benefit tremendously from the increased investment that they're getting, the increased opportunity that's creating. So that's the recognition that we're seeing, and that's what we're trying to support, to help, and to be a strong partner in helping to achieve. And it really runs the spectrum of things that we're engaged in with countries here. I mentioned a little while ago the work we're doing here in Uzbekistan on English language training. It so happens that at this moment in history, it was different before. I'm sure at some point in the future it'll be different. But right now, English happens to be the primary currency for international engagement, whether that's for businesses, whether that's for governments and diplomacy, whether that's for people-to-people connections, whether that's for the internet. And so it's a profound advantage for countries, and in some ways even a necessity, to build up the proficiency, especially among young people, in the English language. And that's going to make people much more able to be competitive in a global economic environment, a global world in which, as I said, English is right now the main connective tissue. So that's just one way in which we're helping to put countries in a position where they can very effectively diversify their contacts, their connections, their work with other countries. When it comes to the reform agenda that the President's put forward here, we talked about that at some length today during our meeting. We applauded the steps that have been taken. I noted as well the importance not only of having the strong vision, but of fully implementing it. And of course, that remains an important work in progress. We talked about the importance of media freedom, having a strong space for civil society, and we did discuss briefly as well the constitutional reform process.
Final question, Nikita Makarenko.
Mr. Blinken, we feel an enormous pressure from Russian propaganda here, and it really shapes minds of our people. So we, our local media, try to struggle with it. Is there any plans the United States going to help us in this struggle? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think it only underscores the importance of having a strong, vibrant, and well-resourced local media. And one of the things that we discussed today, including with the President, was the importance of that, the need for that, in part to be able to deal with misinformation coming from Russia or from any other source. So we have programs, as you know, to support independent media, but also in our own engagements with other governments, urging them to do what's necessary to create the right environment in which media can grow, can flourish, and can bring a diversity of voices and a diversity of views to the public. And with that information, let people make up their minds about what's right and wrong, what's good policy and what's bad policy, what's an appropriate direction or not. But it's certainly true that Russia has built up a very strong and long-enduring propaganda and misinformation system that is felt here and is felt in other parts of the world. And the best answer to that, of course, is the strongest possible environment for genuinely free, independent, open media to bring the facts to people and let them make up their minds.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
And
And if you are just joining us, that was a press conference there from Secretary of State Antony Blinken talking about his trip to Uzbekistan. It was an official trip there, but also he spent a lot of time during that press conference talking about the war in Ukraine and the latest developments with Russia there. So I always like to play the latest information coming out from officials from the United States when available. But something I'm looking at that's not in the United States that we are keeping a close eye on. There should be a press conference here happening on this case. British police said that yesterday they've launched a major search for a 2-month-old baby after officers arrested the infant's mother and boyfriend who had been missing since January. British aristocrat Constance Martin and her boyfriend were arrested on suspicion of child neglect. So we're waiting to see what authorities have to say on this topic, and we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered as soon as that press conference does begin. But I do want to take our first commercial break of the hour, but stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. Plenty to get into, plenty of the top stories from all around the country and around the world as well. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, China has been in the headlines here in the U.S. a lot recently. Between the spy balloon, TikTok, and just overall worsening relations with the United States, now Congress is looking at the threat of their communist government. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has the story.
The FBI has long thought that COVID-19 originated from a Chinese lab, not from natural transmission. And for the first time, the Bureau's director is publicly confirming that belief.
The FBI has for quite some time now assessed that the origins of the pandemic are most likely a potential lab incident in Wuhan.
Do you think there is a chance that the Wuhan lab was involved in bioweapons research?
The lab leak theory figuring prominently in last night's primetime congressional hearing on the threat from the Chinese government across the board. Recent events, including the shoot-down of that Chinese spy balloon and efforts to curb data collection from the wildly popular TikTok app, have sharpened bipartisan criticism of China.
Over the last 3 decades, both Democrats and Republicans underestimated the CCP and assumed that trade and investment would inevitably lead to democracy and greater security in the Indo-Pacific region, including in the PRC. Instead, the opposite happened.
The panel heard from a human rights activist as well as former national security leaders.
General, do you think that China poses a greater threat to our freedom and the world's freedom than the Soviet Union ever did?
Congressman, yes, I do.
And that was the latest there from Doug Luzader on the issues with China versus the United States. Well, the 9 justices on the U.S. Supreme Court are considering arguments they heard on Tuesday, and that's about President Biden's plan to wipe out hundreds of billions of dollars in student loan debt. Fox News chief legal correspondent and anchor of Fox News Sunday, Shannon Bream, she's in Washington and has the story.
We deal with congressional statutes every day that are really confusing. This one is not.
But that is the heart of the debate. Whether or not the HEROES Act, passed in 2003 to ease student loan payment obligations on those deployed in the wake of 9/11, gives the Biden administration authority not only to pause student loan payments, as was initially done under the Trump administration, but to also wipe out roughly $400 billion in principal, all with the stroke of a pen.
I think most casual observers would say if you're going to give up that much amount of money, if you're going to affect the obligations of that many Americans on a subject that's of great controversy, they would think that's something for Congress to act on.
The Biden administration argues Congress did act, that the law in question provided the pathway for Education Secretary Miguel Cardona to step in the face of the COVID emergency. Justice Kagan seems to agree.
We worry about executive power when Congress hasn't authorized the use of executive power. Here, Congress has authorized the use of executive power in an emergency situation. We're in that sphere where the executive is acting with congressional authorization.
In Washington, Shannon Bream, Fox News.
Well, turning now to the latest on the wicked weather that hit parts of the United States. The West Coast gets hit with another wave of stormy weather with heavy rain, snow, and blizzard conditions blanketing the Sierra Nevada range. That's in Northern California. Fox weather correspondent Max Gordon has the latest.
It's amazing. I think it's the best snow we've had in 20 years.
Another week of heavy snow and frigid temperatures in California.
This is some crazy weather. I've never seen this type of snow.
Blizzard warnings are in effect for the northern half of the state's Sierra Nevada mountain range until Wednesday. The National Weather Service warning of dangerous wind gusts and avalanches. Whiteout conditions already closed several roads in the area, including Interstate 80.
We're just hoping and praying that power stays on, because power goes off, we have a lot of people that are going to be in bad way.
If they tell you to stay home, stay home.
Meanwhile, in Southern California's mountain communities, many were trapped inside their homes and vacation rentals. San Bernardino County declaring a local emergency to help clear roadways after more than a foot of snow fell over the weekend.
All the houses are snowed in. People are walking to the stores. You have elderly up there. It's a mess.
The winter storm also causing chaos in Los Angeles, where heavy rain led to several mudslides, the most recent happening Tuesday at a home near Beverly Hills. No one was hurt, but one home had to be temporarily evacuated.
We need the moisture, but I'm over it, I'm over it. It's time for spring, time for a little golf.
Forecasters say this latest winter storm is expected to taper off by Wednesday night. In Los Angeles, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
And now turning to the topic of school safety. Well, schools around the country have been trying out new ways to make teachers and students feel safer in the classroom. One Nevada district is testing out discrete panic buttons. They'll actually be on teachers' ID badges as a line of defense. Fox's Danny Maston has more on this story.
Safety in CCSD classrooms is an ongoing concern for students and educators.
Up to this point, they've had over 175 guns brought to schools.
And now with the click of a button on what looks like a normal ID badge, teachers can alert first responders in the event of an emergency.
They have been working at schools that I've heard from educators where it's been implemented.
The panic buttons created by Centegix were installed last summer. President of the Clark County Education Association, Marie Nices, tells me some teachers still don't feel safe.
They're leaving CCSD or the profession altogether. Violence in their classrooms or on their campuses.
According to the CCEA, going into the 2022-23 school year, there were approximately 2,500 vacancies in CCSD. Going into the new year, by the beginning of the spring semester, approximately 500 additional educators had left and currently have hundreds of vacancies, leaving thousands of students without a licensed educator in their classroom. Nices says we need more mental health help for students to help prevent violent acts on school campuses.
Starts at a very young age, and that's why we need to address the issues that they're having, how to teach them how to cope with their anger and whatever may be happening in their lives at home.
Nisus tells me CCEA is currently working with legislator leadership on what laws they can put in place so educators and students can feel safe when at school.
It's 9:15 on the East Coast and 6:15 over on the West Coast. I'm your host, Zach Horner, as we get you caught up on all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. As we take a live look here at, well, let's go to this live shot here. This is in Washington, D.C. there. President Biden expected to speak on his nominee for the Secretary of Labor. You see folks gathering there, getting set up. That is expected to start in about 15 minutes. And we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered as it happens. But we do want to take another quick commercial break. We'll be back in just 2 short minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, turning our attention to East Palestine, Ohio, as the cleanup continues there. The cleanup of the toxic spill site there in Ohio, it's resuming, and the EPA continues to say test levels are within safe parameters. Most residents, however, they really just aren't buying it. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has more from East Palestine, Ohio.
After a brief pause, the cleanup has resumed at this toxic spill site in East Palestine, Ohio. And on Tuesday, the head of the EPA took another look at the cleanup. This is now the third time EPA Administrator Michael Regan has been on the ground in Ohio. Last time he was in town, he drank the tap water to try and show residents it was safe. Now at the site of the crash itself, which is still covered in dangerous debris.
I can promise that as this community continues to look forward, we're going to be here every step of the way, for as long as it takes. We aren't going anywhere.
It's been almost a month since the Norfolk Southern freight train derailed, contaminating the area with toxic chemicals. The EPA claims both the air and water are safe, but some locals are still complaining about chemical smells and ongoing health issues.
I do question, the people getting rashes and stuff like that, what is causing it. They are saying everything's safe, and we're taking them at their word, but we need to get to the bottom of what's happening.
Federal officials are now sending the contaminated soil to EPA-approved dump sites in and around Ohio. The EPA is going door to door to test the air quality in town. Right now, the agency insists that the air quality here is normal.
This is new. This is not normal. This is not something that was there before. So we're concerned that that is what is making its way into our wells.
Congress is now planning hearings on this spill, and the CEO of Norfolk Southern will be asked to testify. Reporting in East Palestine, Ohio, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And sticking with the coverage of this train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, happening just over 2 weeks ago. The 38 railcar derailment in Ohio, it actually leaves millions of gallons of toxic waste and chemicals to be discarded. And we're learning that some of those toxic wastes and chemicals are being moved around the country to different states. And we have a story here from Fox's Joy Annison about how this is being moved around the country and taking some residents by surprise.
That train derailment happened just over 2 weeks ago, and millions of gallons of wastewater came here to Houston until officials stopped it. Now people here say they're thankful, but they won't change going forward.
Some things make people happy about it. Maybe some people don't even know about it.
Families in Harris County learned from the news that millions of gallons of wastewater used to fight fire during the Ohio train derailment were being shipped to a company near their homes.
It's a dangerous hazard, because a lot of people here are elderly, and, it affects our way of living and our health.
Texas Molecular is in the Houston suburb of Deer Park, just across the interstate from these homes. In a statement to Fox, it says, in part, our permit allows over 230 million gallons annually, and this volume is well within our authorizations, capabilities, and experience. While we are not required by permit to alert authorities in advance of shipments, we do brief our local stakeholders. But people here had concerns and say they are happy elected officials like Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee stepped in, reasoning with the Environmental Protection Agency for a pause on discarding the chemicals. In a tweet, the Congresswoman says this process of dumping toxic waste in communities without prior notice to local cities and counties has to stop.
What we are doing is working on an alert system so that Norfolk Southern can be held accountable. And as this material is moving, the appropriate authorities have the appropriate information so that the communities are not alarmed and that communities know that their safety has been taken very, very seriously.
The EPA has paused disposal and now says future plans for toxic waste must be reviewed and approved first. People that live near Texas Molecular say this gives them relief.
It's good because the community needs to know. We live here.
On Sunday, the EPA approved the transportation of wastewater for disposal to other facilities in Ohio. It's unclear whether the disposal will continue here in Deer Park. In Houston, Joy Addison, Fox News.
And switching gears to a different story here, one of the few remaining survivors of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, we're learning has died. Jack Holder was 101 years old. Fox's Lindsay Regas has more.
It's a moment that stuck with Jack Holder for the rest of his life.
The first bomb that fell at Pearl Harbor dropped about 100 yards from me. It's something you never forget, and I think it's something you never forgive for. I certainly haven't.
Holder was 19 years old when he was transferred to Pearl Harbor in December 1940. A year later, the Japanese attacked the U.S. naval base.
Jack was on Ford Island during the attack on Pearl Harbor, and he was the most active Pearl Harbor survivor we had in Arizona.
Holder remembered that day vividly, including the pilot that missed him and his crewmates.
Helmet flapping in the breeze, his canopy was open, and he came in very low and slow.
Now his friends are remembering him, a Navy pilot during World War II and one of the last remaining survivors of Pearl Harbor.
But he was a good man. He meant well. He liked what he was doing. He understood the importance of representing that average GI who served during World War II, particularly the Pearl Harbor survivors.
Speaking to the public was one of many things Holder liked to do during retirement. Proud to share his experience in the Navy.
People call me a hero, but I don't consider myself a hero. When I joined the Navy, I signed an oath. I just tried to live up to it.
Lindsay Regas, Fox 10 News.
Now turning our attention to the battle in Ukraine there with Russia and the debate about funding in the United States. Well, testimony in both the House and Senate hearings on Tuesday showing lawmakers are split on U.S. assistance to Ukraine. While some continue to question whether helping Kyiv is in America's best interests, others are pressing for the Biden administration to do more to stop dragging out the conflict. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has more from Washington, D.C.
More than a year after Russia invaded Ukraine and Kyiv stands firm. Experts say the more than $100 billion of U.S. assistance has been essential in Ukraine's fight. covering everything from military equipment to humanitarian assistance. But now both House Democrats and Republicans are demanding accountability.
How do we feel right now in time about providing all the assistance we've provided to Ukraine?
There's no evidence that the Ukrainians are diverting it to the black market or some other thing else.
In the Senate's Armed Services Committee, lawmakers gathering information about Ukraine's most recent request for U.S. fighter jets.
Is there any point in our training beginning to train the Ukrainian pilots on F-16s at this point?
I would be training them on everything we've got. Get ahead of the game instead of behind the game.
Concerns about Ukraine now tangled up in Congress over China.
I would say that if they did intervene right now, it would fill a critical gap for the Russians for the next several months.
But with billions already spent and the war ongoing, one key Democrat says voters have concerns.
Why are we spending money? But a lot of constituents ask the question, what's all this got to do with me?
If countries like Russia are allowed to go on the march to swallow up their neighbors, the rule of law will be replaced with the rule of the jungle.
A bipartisan delegation recently visited both Poland and Romania to see firsthand how the U.S. military is tracking the weapons it's providing to Ukraine. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
And those are some of the top stories from all around the country and around the world as well. Right now it's 9:26 on the East Coast and 6:26 over on the West Coast. We do have a lot more to get into here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye on this situation here. This will be a live event of President Biden speaking in D.C. We'll actually be talking about his nominee for Labor Secretary. So we are waiting for that to begin. Keeping an eye on it to see when it does in fact start. But we want to take another quick commercial break here. Right back. It's too short. That's right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, we continue to follow the case of Murdaugh. He's the disgraced former attorney in South Carolina facing double murder charges, accused of killing his wife and one of his sons. Now, we've been staying on top of this from the beginning, and one thing we've been doing is checking in with experts to get different insight, as it is the legal process. It can be somewhat confusing. So our Live Now team actually spoke with a reporter who's been all over this case in South Carolina. He's one of their chief investigative reporters. You'll learn more about him in just a second, but I want to play that interview for you right now. Take a listen.
I do want to talk a little bit further about everything that we know right now ahead of the jury visiting the Moselle residence site of the murders tomorrow morning. So for more on this, we want to go out live now to reporter Avery Wilkes, who is with the Post and Courier in Charleston, South Carolina. Avery, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. What are your thoughts on everything up to this point, hearing from those final witnesses in court today?
I kind of wonder the same question about the jury. They've been sitting through 5.5 weeks of this trial. They have heard so much material from, evidence surrounding the June 7th, 2021 murders, to Alec Murdaugh's opioid addiction, to his financial crimes, to the bizarre, September 2021 staged shooting / insurance fraud / assisted suicide scheme. I mean, we've just covered so much ground here. I'm very curious how much of that the jurors have retained. And I think that, the next 24 hours in this case are going to be by far the most important, because obviously the jurors are going out for their field trip to Moselle. But then after that, we are going to get into closing arguments. And the state is going to have a big job of bringing its case together, whittling it down into a coherent narrative that explains to the jurors how and why these slayings were committed, and doing that in a compelling way, because one of the big criticisms of prosecutors in this case so far is that they've just presented a lot of numbers and data points and GPS locations and cell phone message timestamps, but they haven't really explained the relevance of a lot of that material. And so closing arguments, they are going to have to deliver, and they're going to have to remind the jurors of all the important things they've heard and why they're important. And I think that's a big job.
Yeah, and that property at Moselle, very large. I don't know if you've ever been there or maybe close to the area. What do you think that'll present to jurors? Do you think that's really going to be helpful? Because as you said, it is a lot for them to retain all of this information. I mean, even for us reporting on it, people who are just interested in the case, and then the jury hearing from so many people and all this information.
I think it will be helpful just to visualize it and to understand the scale of things. Because when you hear about a 1,700 acre piece of land, it's hard to fathom that, even if most of it is, woods and swamps and waterways and otherwise inaccessible areas. But they've heard a ton about the cabins and the processing shed and the dog kennels and this whole area of the crime scene where Maggie and Paul were killed. But it's hard to visualize that unless you can see it. We've seen maps and 3D renderings and crime scene footage and dash cam, but I think the defense in particular wants them to see that because they just want to see how big the place is, and how, if you're up at the main house where Alec claims he was at the time of the shootings, that's more than 400 yards away as the crow flies, and you may not necessarily hear gunshots or see what's going on down by the kennels, as the slayings are committed. So obviously, this is a field trip that the defense wanted the jurors to take, and it's one that prosecutors objected to and said that, this is a waste of time. This is, not worth it. So there's obviously some strategy going on there by the defense.
Well, and hearing from more than 70 witnesses, and also hearing from Alec Murdaugh himself taking the stand last week, what were your thoughts on that?
It was a really pivotal, I think, moment in this trial because, initially we weren't sure he would take the stand. In fact, we thought that he wouldn't. And the fact that he did take the stand is probably a sign of desperation by the defense. It's a sign that they thought the state had proven enough of the case that their client had things to explain. And I thought, he testified for 2 full days, and I thought on the first day he came off really well. He humanized himself, he showed emotion, he admitted his wrongdoing in the financial crimes, but and he provided this explanation of what he had done on the night of the slayings and why he had lied about his alibi and his whereabouts. But then on the second day, it all started to fall apart. And I thought that the prosecutor, Creighton Waters, really landed a lot of blows. And he was able to hammer home the idea over the course of that 2-day cross-examination that, sorry, everything just went dark here. He was able to hammer home over the course of that cross-examination that, Murdaugh was a sort of a sociopath, a liar, a master manipulator, con man, someone who would say anything he had to say in order to get what he wanted, whether it was stealing from his clients, or misleading his family or his friends about his opioid addiction, or in this case, trying to get a not guilty verdict from the jury. So by the end of those 2 days on the stand, his credibility, or what remained of it, was basically eviscerated by the prosecution, as he had to repeat over and over again, I lied, I cheated, I misled people, I stole their money, I knew those things were wrong, and I did them anyway.
Yeah, it was really interesting to hear him admit to all of that and lying repeatedly within really the first few minutes of him taking the stand. We also heard from other family members throughout the trial as well, Buster, John Marvin, and Maggie's sister. What are your thoughts on the other family members who also took the stand?
Buster was not very emotional. He's Alec's surviving son. He's not really known to be a very emotional guy, but he did help his father in a number of ways. He helped explain some of the behaviors and the actions that Murdaugh did in the aftermath of the shooting, that prosecutors had held up as suspicious or as evidence of wrongdoing. The fact that on the night of the slayings, Murdaugh parked in the back, behind his parents' house when he went to go visit his mom. Prosecutors have sort of hinted that he did that in order to stash some of the murder weapons, and then later go back and retrieve them and dispose of them for good a few days after the slayings. But Buster, poked holes in that idea. He said that anytime you were visiting his grandparents' house, especially at night, you would park in the back so you could go in the back door. So it was things like that. He also said that his father was with him basically all day, every day for the 10 days after the killings, and that he never saw his dad sneak away to dispose of evidence or, do anything suspicious. So while Buster wasn't really helpful on the emotional front, he was helpful in some of the logical, fronts and trying to explain some of the things that were going on. And then, of course, his brother, John Marvin, was very folksy and endearing and personable before the jury, and he did provide some of that emotional detail. He talked about Alec and his wife Maggie as a couple and how they would hold hands and sway at a Darius Rucker concert they attended on a double date. He talked about Alec's relationship with his sons and how he would bring them on every hunt they went on, and just lived for those boys. So I think the family did help him in some respects, but the question is whether that emotional appeal is going to outweigh what prosecutors have presented and how tightly they've condensed the timeline between when Alec was at the crime scene with the two victims and when the shootings began just a few minutes later.
Right, and then in the midst of all of this, Netflix releases their series highlighting the Murdaugh family. Everything prior to this, really, the boat crash and all of the financial crimes that they were showing throughout that. I'm not sure how much of it you've seen, Avery, but just being in the community, what are your thoughts on everybody who was a part of that series and what has been said about the family?
Yeah, it's always interesting when one of these documentaries come out, because so many different outlets and so many different streaming platforms everyone has their own, Murdaugh documentary at this point, basically, or they've got one in the works. There are a lot of book deals going around. There's a lot of money being made, on this story. But and each one of these documentaries seems to have something that the others don't. And so from what I've seen from this documentary series, which I haven't seen all of it, they really got some exclusives with the survivors of the 2019 boat crash that really started the undoing of the Murdaugh legacy and started to lead to Alec Murdaugh's downfall. And so we were able to hear things that we had not heard before about Paul and his behavior and what actually happened on the night of the crash. So I found that fascinating. I'm looking forward to getting into the rest of it, but it has been interesting to see people kind of come in from that national perspective and tell this story of, drugs, deceit, and death and power and privilege here in South Carolina's Low Country.
Yeah, very interesting and a lot of emotional stories that we're hearing from those survivors and everyone who's a part of that series. And speaking of different ways that people have been talking about the Murdaugh story, the Post and Courier has a podcast that I know you have a very big part in called Understand Murdaugh. Tell us a little bit about that and the things that you've uncovered while working on it.
Yeah, so we actually started the podcast last fall. We were a little late in the game on the podcast front, but at least we got it going, and we got it off the ground for a few months before this trial. But basically, we saw the podcast as a way to do what we already do in the print newspaper and on our website, postandcourier.com, which is to provide really in-depth context and analysis and deep dives into what the Murdaugh story is telling us about South Carolina, about problems and flaws within the legal system and the banking system and the criminal justice system, and power and privilege in rural South Carolina, and how it affects justice here. And so basically we started the podcast as a way to dive a little deeper into the things that we were already putting into print. We answer readers' questions, and we also have been putting out a daily podcast. It's about 10 or 14 minutes or so, somewhere in that range, every single day of the trial, which is fairly difficult to do, but because of just how fast-paced everything is moving. But it just gives our readers another medium to hear sort of our reporting and our analysis about this case. So we've enjoyed it.
Well, and just being there in South Carolina, seeing the community, what can you tell viewers about what this community has experienced before the trial and now during, the emotions? What all has that been like?
There's been a real buzz about the town of Walterboro as we've been here. This is now, I've lived in Walterboro almost longer than anywhere else at this point, because I've stayed here for about 6 weeks now. But I would say it really depends on which part of the 14th Circuit here in really southern South Carolina you're in. We've written a lot about the town of Hampton, which is where Murdaugh is from, and people there are really interested in...
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you're listening to an interview done with our Live Now team with a reporter there in South Carolina who's been very much on top of covering the Alec Murdaugh case. And I did want to go to a break here for a moment, but it looks like we're checking out what's going on here in Washington, D.C. President Biden is expected to speak at any point. It looks like that's actually starting right now. So we do want to dip into this live, raw, and unfiltered. President Biden will be talking about his new nominee for Secretary of Labor. So we'll dip in and see what he has to say and see if he hits any other topics, as the president sometimes will do. So here it is, live, raw, and unfiltered. Take a listen.
I think they like you. Good morning. I'm going to close my eyes and pretend you're clapping for me. Please, have a seat. I think they like you. You see this senator right here? If in fact you were not picked to be the next Secretary of Labor, I would be run out of town. First of all, let me say, I don't know, I see a lot of members of Congress here who are strong. And by the way, they've got a full day today. They're supposed to be in Baltimore for a caucus up there. And I don't want to start reading out names in case some aren't here, but you've had overwhelming support in the caucus, in both the House and the Senate, I might add. And I'm joined by Vice President Harris, who chairs the White House Task Force on Work Organization and Empowerment, to ensure that every worker has a voice and the ability to exercise their sacred right to organize. That's a big deal, the right to organize. You know? We've had no better partner in this effort, and so much more, that he's done than Marty Walsh from Boston. Marty, stand up. Stand up. Marty has several claims to fame. He's a proud son of Irish immigrants, mayor of Boston, was for the last 2 years Secretary of Labor, and I assume he knows something about hockey. I asked if he'd take me with him, but he wouldn't. Chris, he thought I'd be the hockey puck. Anyway, look, it matters. I promised to be the most pro-union president in presidential history. I'm going to put this down. And folks, thank you. The reason I ran was to rebuild the backbone of this nation, the middle class. Grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. Because look, when in fact you build it that way, everybody does well. The rich still do very well. They don't get hurt. It's like it's not the punishment, you know? But when it trickles down, not a whole lot dropped on our kitchen table when I was growing up. Not much trickle there. And we're changing that. You know, there was a law passed in the early 30s saying that, not that unions could organize, but we should have more unions. We should have more unions. Encourage them. And we're all guided by things that we've heard our parents and our grandparents repeat 1,000 times growing up and as a young person. And my dad, I know some of you are tired of hearing me say, my dad used to say, and he meant it, a job is about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say everything's going to be all right and mean it. And he meant it. Marty Walsh understands that each of these fundamental principles in his very bones. The past 2 years, we made incredible progress, in my view, and Marty's been an overwhelming reason why we have made that progress. Our economy sees record job growth. Historic laws that I've signed are going to create even more new jobs in years to come. And Marty put us on track to meet the bold goal of 1 million new registered apprenticeships by 2025. And that means training and pathways for everyone, from teachers to truckers to cybersecurity specialists to construction workers. Marty played a pivotal role in delivering rail workers this historic pay raise they got to prevent a potential catastrophic strike at the same time. But when we signed into law the Butch-Lewis Act that protects the pensions of millions of millions. Sounds easy now, but it was a long time in coming. Thanks, Marty, for all your hard work. Marty's done an incredible job fighting wage theft, combating the way that workers and labor is exploited, and protecting workers and their rights and their safety. You know, for example, he helped recover more than $520 million in back wages for liquidated damage from more than 335 workers. 335,000 workers, I should say. And he made sure employees understand the National Labor Relations Act, again, didn't say we should allow unions, it said we should encourage unions. And we're going to continue to do that. Thanks to Marty's leadership, support for unions in America now is higher than it's been any time in the last 60 years, Marty. I've known Marty a long time. I know his heart. Marty, thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for standing up for labor. Thank you for standing up for ordinary people. And thank you for having my back, pal. Most of all, thank you, your partner, Lori, who's watching from home. He's here. He's here. Front row. And I know your mom, Mary, is watching from home as well. Mary, you're raising an incredible son. You're raising an incredible son. If I ever want anybody in the foxhole with me, I want Marty Walsh there. Marty, you've been incredible. I really mean it. We're grateful for your service. We're grateful for your service to American workers and to our nation. And Marty is the first to say that the Department of Labor has accomplished an awful lot. But it wouldn't have done all this we've done without Julie Sue. She's been a strong partner and a real leader. She used to be a Secretary of Labor before in a state about as big as the rest of America. Julie knows in her bones as well the people who get up every morning and go to work and bust their necks just to make an honest living deserve something, someone to fight on their side, to give them an even shot, just a shot, so they don't get stiffed. Well, that's happened to too many workers for much too long. Fighting to make sure they have a fair shot is no one's left behind. Julie has spent her life fighting for that vision, her entire professional career. And as a civil rights lawyer, a leader of California State Labor Department, the biggest in the entire country, Julie spent 2 years representing workers. Many without college degrees, many who didn't speak English, but who worked long, long hours at low pay, and were just looking for a little bit of dignity. That's a little bit of dignity for themselves and their families. She's increased the minimum wage, cracked down on wage theft, protected trafficked workers, established and enforced workplace safety standards, and so much more. The Department of Labor, she's led the effort to ensure jobs of high-growth industries like semiconductor manufacturing, broadband, healthcare, and so mumuch more, making sure they're good-paying jobs, high-quality jobs, and union jobs. Union jobs. When I spoke at the Business Roundtable, they want to know why I was so pro-union. I said, to save you money. No kidding. Most Americans out there think you want to be an electrician or you want to be a laborer, you want to be a carpenter, you show up and you get a job. Well, you spend 4 to 5 years as an apprentice. It's like going back to college with a little added degree. They're the best workers in the world, and you might as well get the job done right the first time and long-term save you a lot of money. And by the way, I didn't get much blowback when I made that comment. And like it is for Marty, it's personal for Julie. Born in Wisconsin, she's the daughter of Chinese immigrants. Mom of a union worker. Her mom was a union worker, and her dad was a small business owner. She went to law school, served the people of California. Julie is the American dream. She is what the American dream is about. More importantly, I think even more importantly, she's committed to making sure that dream is in the reach of every American. Every American. That's what she's all about. She's going to make sure it happens as the 4th Asian American woman in my cabinet. But, you know, I know Julie, her most important title is mom, and she has 2 accomplished, wonderful daughters. Stand up, girls, will you? The reason we're a few minutes late, I was asking them what they were doing. They're both in college still. And we had a little debate in there, whether Amherst is better than Yale or Yale is better than Amherst. But anyway, I won't get into that. It's my honor, and I mean it sincerely, my honor to nominate Julie Sue to be our next Secretary of Labor. And I ask the United States Senate to move this nomination quickly so we can continue the progress to build this economy that works for everyone. Julie, thank you for your willingness to serve. Thank you for all you've done, and thank you for what you're about to do. God love you, as my mother would say. All you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, for your words and for your trust. 60 years ago, my mom came to the United States on a cargo ship because she couldn't afford a passenger ticket. Recently, she got a call from the President of the United States telling her that her daughter was going to be nominated to be U.S. Labor Secretary. So I believe in the transformative power of America, and I know the transformative power of a good job. I know because it was the kind of job that my mom got that had predictable hours, paid sick leave, health benefits, a secure income, and a pension when she retired. A union job that gave my parents a path to the middle class and gave our family the kind of breathing room that the president talks about. We have never had a president who has made workers, worker well-being, and worker power so central to his vision of a strong nation and a strong economy. Mr. President, when you said you wanted to be the most pro-worker, pro-union president in history and restore decency and build the middle class, I said, sign me up for that. I want to help do that. And it's been my honor to be the Deputy Secretary. Those shared values are what I will work to make real every day. To Secretary Marty Walsh, with whom I have worked side by side, you embraced a true, real partnership between us from day one. You have changed the world for millions of workers, and you will be sorely missed, not just by those of us who got to work with you every day, but by those workers who have benefited from your leadership. And I'm grateful for all that I've learned from you, and I am proud to be chosen to, in the words of the president, finish the job. I have also been able to work in close partnership with the people who are the Department of Labor. To my team who's here and across the country, especially the career staff who have devoted your lives to the mission of the DOL, you are the heart and soul of the department, and I'm thrilled to continue our good work together. And I stand here today deeply grateful for community. And as I look out, I see that today is a celebration of that community. When the president talks about those who've been forgotten or invisible, I know what he means because I have spent my career fighting for them to be seen. So to all workers who are toiling in the shadows, to workers who are organizing for power and respect in the workplace, know that we see you, we stand with you, and we will fight for you. And to my daughters, my bébés, who are here, thank you for the love, for missing class to be here today, for the sacrifices that you have made so Mama can do this work. I would not be who I am without you. We have an extraordinary opportunity to build an economy where no one feels invisible, where every individual and community not only gets to benefit from the president's transformative vision for America, but also gets to help make it real. So let's build together. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, girls, come up here.
Oh, come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know there are more presidents in this room than I've met with when I met with the G20 presidents, but of unions. But I also know there's a bunch of cabinet members here. Would all the cabinet members walk up on the stage here that are here? Come on. The reason I did, I want to know if anybody's working today. Secondly, we got a bunch of members of Congress that are here today, too. I don't want to ask them to have to come up, but if you want to, you can. I got to start reading down. But at any rate, members of Congress, come on up. And I want you to know, maybe your strongest, most intimidating supporter is right there, the distinguished senator. God love you. It works. Folks, all kidding aside, putting politics aside, we can do a lot of good things. We have a shot to really do some really good things that are totally consistent with everything about what this country's about. And I'm just anxious to finish the job here. And so thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank all of you, and I wouldn't be standing here were it not for labor. Thank you all for all you've done for me, but much, much more importantly, all you've done for the country. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're welcome to hang around.
And if you are just joining here on Live Now from Fox, this was a live event. President Biden making his formal announcement. He made the announcement yesterday, but this is the first public announcement of his Secretary of Labor. So, actually, Deputy Secretary of Labor, Julie Su. That's going to be the person that he is pointing to head up the Labor Department, replacing Marty Walsh. The White House said that yesterday. Now, the White House called Su a, quote, tested and experienced leader, and said she would help to build a more inclusive economy. That's in part of the announcement that they spoke about yesterday. The White House goes on to say this. Well, this is actually from President Biden. Over several decades, Julie has led the largest state labor department in the nation, cracked down on wage theft, fought to protect trafficked workers, increased the minimum wage, created good-paying, high-quality jobs, and established and enforced workplace safety standards. Su, the former Secretary of Labor for California, was confirmed by a razor-thin margin, 50 to 47 by the U.S. Senate in July of 2021 to serve in her current role. So that's part of what we were listening in on there as President Biden spoke this afternoon. We have a couple more live events we're keeping an eye on, but I do want to get in a quick commercial break, the first one of the hour here. We're going to be looking at Merrick Garland actually speaking and also hearing from the UN about a trip to Iraq. What that will entail, we're not quite sure, but we are keeping our eyes on those feeds, and we will bring you the latest live, raw, and unfiltered as it happens. A lot of live events going on this morning. A lot of news to get into, in fact. We have in the Murdaugh trial, Alec Murdaugh, the jury actually making a trip to the scene of where Murdaugh's wife and son were killed. Now, Murdaugh obviously is suspect in that case. He's on trial for those two murders right now. The jury making a trip out there just to lay eyes on everything and make some sort of decision. And we will have more on that, actually, speaking with our Fox News friends later on this morning. But like I mentioned, I do want to get to a quick commercial break here, the first one of the hour. It's 10:03 right now on the East Coast, 7:03 over on the West Coast. I'm your host, Zach Warner. There's plenty more to get into, so stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It's 10:06 on the East Coast and 7:06 over on the West Coast. Dipping into another live event we've been watching. This is the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee holding a hearing about oversight of the Department of Justice. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, he'll testify during this hearing here. It actually just got started a few minutes ago, so I do want to dip into this live, raw, and unfiltered. Take a listen.
The department must defend America's bedrock values. At this point, I turn to my colleague and the ranking member on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Attorney General. Appreciate you coming to the committee. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having the hearing. Here's sort of the other side of the story. When you asked Americans, are we on the right track as a nation, about 70% of them say no. Now, why? I think there's a feeling in this country that we're losing control of our streets, that crime is increasing, and the world is a very dangerous people, and people don't feel safe anymore. You talk about the number of deaths from gun violence, certainly something we should be concerned about. But let me tell you something we all should be concerned about. Rebecca Keisling, a mother, testified yesterday who lost 2 sons to fentanyl overdose. They were buying, I think, a Percocet pill, and it was laced with fentanyl, and they died from taking one pill, both of them. She said, as I quote, "This is a war, act like it, do something." So 106,000 people died from drug overdoses, 70,000 from fentanyl last year, and it's getting worse. The leading cause of death for Americans age 18 to 45 is death by fentanyl poisoning. What are we doing? What is that something? So I hope we'll recommit ourselves, Mr. Chairman, at this hearing to do something, to act like we're at a war, because we are. Foreign terrorist organization designation for the Taliban. That's a good thing. Other groups. How about making drug cartels in Mexico and other places foreign terrorist organizations under U.S. law so we can go deeper and prosecute those who help these people poison America? So the bottom line, we're adrift as a nation. We're not taking the crime problem as seriously as we should. The world is on fire. We say that Putin's engaged in crimes against humanity. I agree with that statement, but we're not giving jets to the Ukrainians to defend themselves against the crime. So we got to up our game. And I hope by this hearing, we will have a recommitment to convince the American people that we're going to keep you safe, that we're going to have policies to deal with the poisoning of America from fentanyl, that we're going to hold Mexico and other countries accountable, that most of this stuff comes from China, and enough is enough. We're going after those who are killing our kids from fentanyl. Gitmo. This administration let 2 detainees out of Gitmo. There's 30-something left. The recidivism rate is about 25, 30, 40%, depending on who you ask. Now is not the time, after Afghanistan, to be letting people who've been in jail for 20 years because they're so dangerous out of jail. And I hope this administration will not empty Gitmo, because the worst thing we could do right now is let people go who have been involved in terrorist activities, who are still a danger, who are enemy combatants under international law, because of passage of time. So, Mr. Chairman, we all want to work with you on this side, but there is no strategy that I can discern about how to deal with the poisoning of Americans through fentanyl. Most Americans are worried about the rise in crime, and we need to reassure them we get it, that we're going to do better, that Schedule 1 designation for fentanyl expires at the end of the year. Mr. Chairman, I know you don't want that to happen. Senator Cotton's been ahead of this before any of us. So if you put arsenic in a pill, knowing somebody's going to take it, why aren't you charged with murder? You would be charged with murder. If you lace a pill with fentanyl, which is probably more lethal than arsenic, why aren't you charged with murder? We're going to have to deter those who are killing young people in America. We're going to have to put countries on notice that you're with us or you're against us when it comes to this scourge of fentanyl. We're going to have to control our border. We're going to have to come up with a rational immigration policy. We're going to have to change our asylum laws because everybody in the world believes if they get 1 foot in America, they never leave. On many fronts, law and order has broken down here at home, and the world is in chaos. China is watching what we do in Ukraine, and the question for all of us, are we doing enough to combat the threats that we're all living with? And I would say we're woefully inadequate in dealing with the threats that exist against America at home and abroad, and maybe this committee, in a bipartisan fashion, can do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Let me lay out the mechanics of today's hearing. After I swear in the Attorney General, he'll have 5 minutes to provide an opening statement. We have his written statement for the record. There will be a first round of questions, and each senator will have 7 minutes. Please try to remain within your allotted time. Following the first round of questions, if there's an interest in a second round, senators will have an additional 3 minutes each. I now ask the Attorney General to please stand and raise his right hand. You affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. The record reflects that the Attorney General answered in the affirmative, and now you're invited to proceed with your opening statement.
Got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning, Chair Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, and distinguished members of this committee. Every day, the 115,000 employees of the Justice Department work tirelessly to fulfill our mission to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, and to protect civil rights. Every day, our FBI, ATF, and DEA agents and our Deputy U.S. Marshals put their lives on the line to disrupt threats and respond to crises. Every day, Department employees counter complex threats to our national security. They fiercely protect the civil rights of our citizens. They pursue accountability for environmental harms. They prosecute crimes that victimize workers, consumers, and taxpayers, and they defend our country's democratic institutions. And every day, in everything they do, the employees of the Justice Department adhere to and uphold the rule of law that is the foundation of our system of government. Thank you for an opportunity to discuss our work. First, upholding the rule of law. When I began my tenure as Attorney General, I said it would be my mission to reaffirm the norms that have guided the Justice Department for nearly 50 years. I did so because those norms matter now more than ever to our democracy. The health of our democracy requires that the Justice Department treat like cases alike and that we apply the law in a way that respects the Constitution. It requires that as much as possible, we speak through our work and our filings in court so that we do not jeopardize the viability of our investigations and the civil liberties of our citizens. And the survival of our democracy requires that we stand firmly against attempts to undermine the rule of law, both at home and abroad. I am proud of the work that the Department has done on each of these fronts. We are strengthening the norms that protect the Department's independence and integrity. We are securing convictions for a wide range of criminal conduct related to the January 6th attack on the Capitol. We are disrupting, investigating, and prosecuting violence and threats of violence, targeting those who serve the public. And we are working closer than ever with our Ukrainian partners in defense of democracy, justice, and the rule of law. We will continue to do so for as long as it takes. Second, keeping our country safe. The Justice Department is using every resource at our disposal to keep our country safe. We are working to counter, disrupt, and prosecute threats posed by nation states, terrorist groups, radicalized individuals, and cyber criminals. And together with our partners across the country, we are continuing to combat the rise in violent crime that began in 2020. All 94 of our U.S. attorneys' offices are working alongside their state and local partners to pursue district-specific violent crime reduction strategies. The department's grant-making components are providing financial assistance to local law enforcement agencies. At the same time, they are supporting community-led violence intervention efforts. And our law enforcement components are working with state, local, tribal, and territorial counterparts to apprehend the most dangerous fugitives and seize illegal drugs and illegal guns. For example, last year, DEA and its partners seized enough fentanyl-laced pills and powder to kill every single American. We are also aggressively prosecuting the crimes that inflict economic harm on the American people. We are prioritizing the prosecution of schemes that impact older Americans and vulnerable populations, as well as schemes involving pandemic and procurement fraud. In our corporate criminal enforcement, we are prioritizing and securing individual accountability, and we are vigorously enforcing our antitrust laws. Our enforcement actions have already resulted in the blocking or abandonment of mergers that would have stifled competition and harmed consumers. Third, protecting civil rights. Protecting civil rights was a founding purpose of the Justice Department, and it remains an urgent priority. The department's storied Civil Rights Division has been at the forefront of efforts to protect the right to vote, ensure constitutional policing, and enforce federal statutes prohibiting discrimination in all of its forms. But now, protecting civil rights is also the responsibility of every Justice Department employee every single day. We are working across components to combat hate crimes and improve hate crimes reporting. In the wake of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe and Casey, the department has pulled together to protect reproductive freedom under federal law. And the department recognizes that communities of color, indigenous communities, and low-income communities often bear the brunt of harm caused by environmental crime, pollution, and climate change. So we are prioritizing cases that will have the greatest impact on the communities most burdened by those harms. I am proud of the work of the department's employees, the work they have done to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, and to protect civil rights. The department's career workforce has demonstrated extraordinary resilience after years of unprecedented challenges. They have conducted themselves with the utmost integrity, without regard to any partisan or other inappropriate influences, and they have done their work with a singular commitment to the public we all serve. The employees of the Justice Department are dedicated, skilled, and patriotic public servants. It is my honor to represent them here today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Attorney General. You grew up in Lincolnwood, Illinois, if I'm not mistaken, at least part of your life.
That's true.
It's not far from Highland Park, is it?
That's also true.
And we know what happened last 4th of July when the people of Highland Park gathered for a 4th of July parade. A gunman went on the roof of a business downtown and fired off 83 rounds into the crowd in 60 seconds. Even the armed good guys, the policemen who were there trying to protect the public, had trouble locating that person and certainly, sadly, could not have the time to respond to what he had done until it was finished. When he was finished, there was an 8-year-old, Cooper Roberts, who will be paralyzed for life. There was a young man, 2-year-old, Aidan McCarthy, who became an orphan because both of his parents were killed. 7 total lives were lost, 50 people were injured. It is hard for me to imagine that some disciple of originalism believes that our Second Amendment envisioned what happened in Highland Park. To think that there is a weapon out there, a military-style weapon, and the rounds and clips that are available to fire off multiple rounds into innocent crowds, just to me makes little or no sense when you read the basic language of the Second Amendment. And so Congress did something, and I want to credit Senator Cornyn for being a participant in this effort, a leader in this effort, with Senator Murphy of Connecticut, to try to pass a bill to make it better. The bipartisan Safer Communities Act addressed issues of straw purchasing, which we have discussed before, the terrible death of Ella French, a Chicago policeman, because of the straw purchase made in the state of Indiana. And this situation with the shootings of innocent individuals in Highland Park, I'd like to ask you, what have you seen, if anything, that's changed for the better since we passed our law?
I think it's a very important law, and I'm grateful to the members who sponsored it and to the overall Congress that passed it. It's done several things for us. First of all, it has, as you said, established a standalone crime for straw purchasing and a standalone crime for trafficking in illegal weapons. We have already—
Are these being prosecuted?
Yes, in both cases, we have already brought trafficking cases. I think we already have 2 gun trafficking cases and several straw purchasing cases as a consequence of this law. In addition, the law provided for enhanced background checks for people under 21, and we have largely completed the process of making those possible so that juvenile records that disclose prohibited conduct or, and make somebody a prohibited possessor would now be identified. That's another thing we've done. The statute also provided funds under the BURN program and additional programs for violence intervention and for helping states deal with red flag laws so that people who have been subject to a court order barring them from obtaining a gun, we would be able to get those kind of systems provided. And we've already given out grants in both of those areas.
Senator Graham basically challenged me, and I accept the challenge, to show as much concern about the gun deaths, to show as much concern about fentanyl deaths in this country, and I want to do that. He noted, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that the #1 cause of death, people 18 to 45, is drug overdose. I don't know if it's fentanyl specifically, but a drug overdose. And I know that reality. But the #1 cause of death to children under the age of 18 is gun violence in America, too. We can do both. We must do both. So let's address the fentanyl issue for a minute. We had a hearing in this committee 2 or 3 weeks ago, which talked about the social media platforms and what they are peddling to Americans, particularly to our children across America. There were mothers sitting near where you're sitting today who brought color photographs of their children who died as a result of their trafficking of information on social media. And there's little or no responsibility accepted by these platforms. Section 230 absolves them from civil liability when they broadcast things which harm children, whether it's bullying or harassment or something as basic as this choke challenge, which unfortunately claims the lives of children as well. I think there was a general consensus on this committee, which is saying something, that we need to do something about the social media platforms. And I coincidentally had a meeting just a day or two later with Ann Wiggum from the Drug Enforcement Agency. She described for me the sale on the internet and social media platforms of phony drugs. Senator Graham made the reference to a person who thought they were buying Percocet and bought fentanyl and died as a result of it. I asked her how common this was. She said very common. And the sellers even have valet services where they will physically deliver boxes of these phony drugs to people at their homes on their porches. This is out of hand. Do you believe that we need to do more to regulate and control the use of social media platforms that are currently exploiting families and children across America?
Senator, I agree with both you and Senator Graham with respect to how horrible this situation is. I have personally met with the families of children and teenagers and young adults and even the elderly who have taken these pills, often thinking that they're taking Adderall or oxycodone or Percocet, a prescription drug, but when in fact it is filled with fentanyl. And as the DEA administrator's testimony demonstrated, 6 out of 10 of those pills are a fatal dose. The cartels that are creating these pills and that are distributing them within the United States are the most horrid individuals you can imagine. And unfortunately, they are doing it on social media, advertising as if they are prescription pills. So the DEA has a program of going out to the social media companies and urging them to advise DEA when they see this, and advising.
Ms. Wiggum told me that when they approach the social media and ask for the algorithms so that they can get to the root cause of this death and destruction, these social media platforms plead Section 230 and refuse. What do we do?
Well, I think we do have to do something to force them to provide information to search their own platforms for sales of illegal drugs. This is
I tell you, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think Section 230 has become a suicide pact. We have basically said to these companies, you are absolved from liability, make money, and they're at it in overtime. And deaths result from it, and we have a responsibility. I think the committee really spoke to it. We may see it differently, but on a bipartisan basis. And I've spoken to Senator Graham, and I want to make sure that when we agree, it also is publicized. We both feel very strongly that this committee needs to be a venue to take on this issue. I hope we have your support and the support of the president when we do that.
You certainly have our support with respect to finding a better way to get the social media companies, whether it's civil or criminal, to take these kind of things off their platforms, to search for them, to not use algorithms that recommend them. I totally agree with that, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Graham.
Thank you. Again, welcome, Attorney General.
And if you are just joining us right now, the Attorney General Merrick Garland, he is testifying in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, talking about oversight of the DOJ and also the DOJ Department of Justice's handling of multiple topics, including fentanyl. They were talking a great deal about there. We do need to take a quick commercial break, but I want to come back to this as this testimony continues of U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee. But stay with us. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As I was talking about before the break there, we're going to dip back into this live event that is happening right now. Attorney General Merrick Garland is speaking in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, talking about oversight of the Department of Justice and also talking about the handling of certain issues with the Department of Justice there. Facing a lot of questions, we're going to dip into this live, raw, and unfiltered. Take a listen.
Solution to this problem to create deterrence that doesn't exist. Mexican drug cartels, should they be designated foreign terrorist organizations under U.S. law?
Yeah, I think it's the same answer I gave before. They are already designated in any number of ways and sanctioned by the Treasury.
Would you oppose some of us trying to make them foreign terrorist organizations?
I wouldn't oppose it, but again, I want to point out there are diplomatic concerns. We need the assistance of Mexico in this and designating.
Is Mexico helping us effectively with our fentanyl
They are helping us, but they could do much more. There's no question about that.
Well, if this is helping, I would hate to see what not helping looks like.
Well,
So the bottom line for me is they're not helping, and we need to up our game when it comes to fentanyl. Gitmo, are you familiar with the Gitmo prison?
I haven't been there, if that's what you're asking.
No, I mean, but you know that we have foreign terrorists housed there, is that right?
I certainly do.
Do you agree with me that under the law of war, an enemy combatant properly designated can be held to the end of hostilities?
Yes, that's the law, both of the circuit I was on before and the Supreme Court.
Right. So do you agree with me that ISIS and Al-Qaeda is still at war with us?
Yes, I do.
So you agree that anybody associated with these organizations could be held indefinitely if they present a risk to the American people?
I think they could. I think that the determination of whether they present a risk and how they should be dealt with is a determination to be made by the Defense Department, and the Defense Department is making.
But legally, they can be held as long as they're a risk, and that could be for the rest of their lives, correct?
I think that's right. It obviously depends on the facts of the determination.
I totally agree. Do you believe Russia is committing crimes against humanity?
I do.
Okay, that's a pretty bold statement. Should we create an international court to support charges of crime of aggression? Do you support that idea?
So the United States supports what is now being developed in The Hague, sponsored by Eurojust, looking into the possibility of creating that court. There are concerns that we have to take into account with respect to how that might deal with our own service members and other circumstances. We have to be sure that the appropriate guardrails are up, but we support any number of different ways in which war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the potential for crimes against aggression are investigated.
I'd like to work with you in that regard. I think that's something we could do.
I would be happy to.
When it comes to federal prisons, are you aware that 1,200 prisoners are requesting to be sent from a male prison to a female prison?
I'm not, no.
Okay. What is our policy when it comes to allowing a male prisoner to be transitioned into a female prison?
I think if you're generally asking the question of how trans people are dealt with in the Bureau of Prisons, my understanding is that these are determinations about where they're placed or where people are placed in general have to do with individualized determinations regarding the security of that individual and the management of the prison. These are done on a case-by-case basis. That's my understanding.
Are you aware of any policy guidelines that they use to make that determination?
I think there is a policy guideline along the lines that I just said that they are.
I would like for the Bureau of Prisons to send it to us. Are you concerned that if a biological male is sent to a female prison, that could be a risk to female prisoners?
I think every person in prison has to be dealt with dignity and respect. That determinations of the safety questions you're talking about have to be made on an individualized basis and not categorically.
Okay. Finally, let's end where we started, fentanyl. If this drug is killing more Americans in car wrecks and gun violence combined, do you believe that the policies we have today in effect are working?
I've been involved in the problem of drug crime and drug trafficking for more than 40 years, including...
That's not my question. It's not how long you've been involved. Are they working?
They are not stopping fentanyl from killing Americans, if that's the question you're asking.
You say they're woefully inadequate to the task.
We are putting all the resources that Congress provides to us into doing this. The DEA is doing, we are starting at the precursor level when precursors are sent from China to Mexico. We are then working on attacking the labs.
My time is up. Mr. Attorney, they're not working. And we're going to help you if you'll work with us to give you more tools. I hope you will meet us in the middle. Thank you.
Happy to have more tools, Senator.
Before recognizing another colleague, I want to apologize in my reference to the DEA administrator. Her name is Ann Milgram, and I mispronounced it, so I want to, for the record, clarify that. Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks, Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General, for being here. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Methane is probably one of the most dangerous greenhouse gases. We see plumes of it miles long floating across the United States. It takes multiple levels of enforcement, federal, state, local, and private, to address these massive leaks. What can you tell me you are doing to assure that there is that coordinated multi-jurisdictional enforcement operation in place?
You are exactly right, and we now have the benefit of overhead commercial satellites, which are able to actually see methane with respect to the infrared spectrum. So we are in the process of establishing a working group between our Environment Natural Resources Division in the Justice Department, the EPA, the Interior Department, and affected U.S. attorneys' offices across the country to make use of the tools, the scientific tools we have, and also some of the funding that was provided in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act.
That is good news, and I hope that that effort will include advisory participation from state law enforcement, from local law enforcement, and from private litigant experts in this space.
Well, all of our work in the law enforcement field involves partnering with state and local law enforcement. Always happy to have expertise provided, but our law enforcement working groups are confined to law enforcement as a general matter.
I just got a document from a insurance publication that says, I'm just reading here, at least 1,375 climate change-related lawsuits have already been brought in the United States. These include suits filed by local municipalities and by states. Rhode Island is one of them, as well as shareholder suits. Given all of that government litigation taking place in this space, I would ask you, is there anyone looking at federal DOJ involvement in that area in the Department of Justice, and if so, who is that person?
So I really don't, as a general matter, want to describe our internal decision-making processes on these. I can assure you that the Environmental and Natural Resources Division has taken a very close look at this question. But beyond that, I really can't say.
Okay. Well, you may recall that the last time the Department of Justice took a really close look at this question, they got the standard of decision wrong. Applied a criminal standard of review to civil litigation. So I hope that the seriousness of the look that's been taken, what I would like to call an honest look, is actually in fact taking place, because the record from before your time is not very convincing.
I agree with you, Senator, that the criminal standard beyond a reasonable doubt is not appropriate for fraud cases.
Yeah,
correct.
I'm
sorry, for civil fraud
civil
cases.
fraud cases, correct. Criminal cases. Congress right now is on the wrong side of a bunch of OLC opinions that relate to executive privilege. And there are some specific ones that relate to so-called absolute immunity that are on the books at OLC that have been specifically rejected in quite forceful language by actual Article 3 judges. And yet, those OLC opinions are still on the books. They're still available to other agencies who are making determinations about whether to block congressional oversight based on those OLC opinions. I would like to ask you, we go back a step. OLC says that they don't ordinarily review opinions of their own even after they've been discredited by Article 3 judges, unless they've been asked. And you're one of the people who can ask them. So I'm asking you, will you ask them to review the OLC opinions that are now publicly on the books of the Department of Justice that have been discredited by specific findings of Article 3 judges? They relate to absolute immunity.
So my understanding of the long-standing process at OLC is not to reevaluate old opinions unless they are now relevant for a current controversy.
That's the problem.
And I also believe that their process is that if a court of ultimate jurisdiction determines that they are wrong, then they will evaluate it. My understanding of the case.
So Ketanji Brown Jackson was one of the authors of one of the opinions that said the OLC opinions were wrong. She's a pretty credible judge, I think. She's now sitting on the United States Supreme Court. And those OLC opinions hang out there for review by other executive agencies, even if there's no direct ask to the department that would trigger that OLC review. It's sort of like executive branch jurisprudence that sits on its own, independent from Article 3 jurisprudence. And somehow we've got to figure out how to connect those two things, because at the moment you have OLC opinions that appear to be flat out wrong by the determinations made by those whose job it is to say what the law is, the Article 3 judges, and there's no effort to ask them in that fairly unique circumstance to go back and fix it.
So again, I think all the circumstances you're talking about individual judges, sometimes a single judge on a court of appeals, sometimes a judge speaking in dicta, but no decision. If there were a decision of the United States Supreme Court that was inconsistent, or of a court of appeals, I believe OLC would reevaluate. Otherwise, there are lots of judges who criticize OLC opinions and the Justice Department.
And if you are just joining us right now on Live Now from Fox, you're listening to U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland speaking to the Senate Judiciary Committee, talking about oversight of the Department of Justice and the handling of different issues with the department there. So facing a lot of questions. Been going on for a while now. We might dip into that later and see how things are going. But right now, we're going to need to take a quick commercial break. Just need to break for 2 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll have plenty more on this topic and also turn into the Alec Murdaugh trial.
To get the Supreme Court to overturn it?
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We were taking a look at this event right here. Before we went to break, this is Attorney General Merrick Garland speaking to the Senate Judiciary Committee, answering questions about oversight of the Department of Justice. But I want to turn to another story that we've been following for quite some time here on the Alec Murdaugh trial. The jury making a trip this morning to actually where those murders occurred in South Carolina on the property of Alec Murdaugh. So looking to see what comes out of that and looking to get the latest details on the case here. So we are bringing in Fox News' Jonathan Seary. Jonathan, where does everything stand at this point? We know the jury went to that property this morning to take a look around, but where do things go in terms of the trial at this point?
Yeah, so they're waiting on the jurors to return from this tour, this 30-minute tour of Moselle. That's the 1,700-acre hunting property belonging to the defendant, Alec Murdaugh, where his wife Maggie and son Paul were fatally shot the evening of June 7, 2021. The bulk of that tour was centered on the kennels and the shed where Maggie and Paul were found shot that night, but also we're told that the jury is going to view the exterior of the Murdaugh family home on the property. They will not go inside. This was a request from the defense. They wanted the jury to get a feel for the property, and really the pool reporter riding along on this caravan just described the vastness of heading out there, where you can travel for several miles without seeing another house, really get an idea of how isolated this hunting property was where the crime took place. They're traveling under heavy police escort. Law enforcement authorities are maintaining a vigil on the perimeter of the property, not allowing anyone unauthorized in. They're trying to prevent the jury from any outside interference. In fact, the vans that were carrying the jurors, these 12 jurors and 2 alternates, out to the site, the windows were blocked so that passersby wouldn't be able to look in and see who these individual jurors were. But once they return at some point today, either late this morning or perhaps in the afternoon, closing arguments will begin. And so this trial appears like we are in the final week. But of course, it's anyone's guess how long it will take this jury to deliberate, Zach.
And it might be hard to speculate on this, but this trip that the jurors are taking to that property, what kind of impact could this even have on this case, if any?
Well, because there was the defense that was asking for this tour, my guess, and again, as you pointed out, this is speculation, that perhaps the defense just wanted to show the vastness of the property. Would it be possible that if you had gone back to the house, as Alec Murdaugh claimed, and there was a shooting at the kennels, would it be possible for someone not to hear what was going on? Could something be taking place at one end of the property and someone on the other end not know? So just a feel for the vastness of the property. Now, although the judge ended up granting the defense's request while this was being argued between the two sides, the prosecution brought up an issue that this is a different property than what it was even back in June of 2021. There's more tree growth, and so there may be more of a sound buffer between the crime scene and the main house. So that was something that the prosecution was concerned about, Zach.
All right, we'll see where things go from here and how the trial progresses. Fox News' Jonathan Seary joining us for the latest details. Jonathan, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
All right, it is 10:48 on the East Coast, 7:48 on the West Coast. We do want to get to another quick commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes. Plenty of live events going on, plenty of big news to get into. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to dip into this live event here. I had this on earlier. This is Attorney General Merrick Garland. You don't see him there, but he's actually testifying in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee about oversight of the Department of Justice and also fielding questions about how the department has handled certain issues and investigations. So a lot of questions, a lot of topics to jump into here. Let's pull that up live, raw, and unfiltered. Take a listen.
Very first, and the reason violent crime is important to the federal government is because it makes it impossible for people to go about their ordinary lives and carry out their civic responsibilities and their family responsibilities without fear. So the department is very seized with this problem. One of the very first things I did after becoming Attorney General, this was I think in May, is to establish an anti-violent crime strategy, which involves the kind of partnerships that you're talking about, and the kind of individual district-by-district determination that U.S. Attorney Lugar has made in his own district as to what is most necessary in that district to fight violent crime. Okay. Our plan involves 3 sets of partnerships. One is among all federal law enforcement, FBI, DEA, marshals, ATF, and Homeland Security and other agencies, so that there is no turf fighting, that we all work together in joint task forces, that those partnerships at the second level be expanded to state and local law enforcement, police, and sheriffs. There are not enough federal law enforcement in the world to deal with the problem of violent crime. This is largely a state and local issue and problem, and they are our force multipliers, and we are their resource and expertise multipliers. So in every jurisdiction, the U.S. Attorney is responsible for creating a task force of federal and state. And then finally, there has to be relationships with the community. As a former violent crime prosecutor myself, I know we don't get witnesses to testify in violent crime cases unless the community trusts us. The community doesn't trust us if law enforcement doesn't engage with them, show that we're being honest and transparent about our work, and through our funding mechanisms provide grants for violence interruption and violence intervention.
Okay, thank you.
That's in a nutshell.
Thank you for the thorough answer. I'm going to just now do a bit of a rapid round follow-up on some of these. Sure. You mentioned law enforcement. You noted in your testimony that the COPS office has dedicated $224 million to help law enforcement. Senator Murkowski and I have long championed the COPS hiring program through the COPS Reauthorization Act. I assume you continue to support that and continue to support the work that needs to be done to address police officer recruitment and retention issues.
Yeah, absolutely. In the previous fiscal year, I think we had $100 million to distribute, which we did for COPS hiring, for recruitment and retention. In the next fiscal year, we expect over $200 million for the same purpose. We know how difficult police departments are, how much difficulty they're having with respect to recruitment and retention. And we are trying to do everything we can, both in terms of grants and in terms of expertise to help.
Okay, very good. Minnesota, currently a backlog of around 3,800 DNA cases awaiting testing. Senator Cornyn and I are working together on the Debbie Smith Act, and would that help law enforcement have the tools they need? These numbers just came out yesterday, so it's very timely.
Absolutely. I think that needs to be re-upped, and we are very strongly supportive of providing more funds to state and locals for DNA rape kits and forensic analysis and the like.
Okay, I want to leave 2 minutes for antitrust, so just one quick other follow-up. Senator Capito and I asked what steps the department has taken to stop the trafficking of fentanyl on the dark web. I know some of my colleagues have asked about fentanyl. Any update you want to give on that, or you could give it in writing afterward?
Well, I'll give you more detail in writing. As you know, we had a major takedown of 2 different dark web websites which were trafficking in fentanyl. And we are continuing to investigate using our cyber tools to take those websites down and to arrest the operators.
Okay, thank you. Senator Grassley and I worked together on passing, as you know, the changes to the merger fees. It was kind of a lot of drama at the end of the year. And we're very pleased that that went through, and it had, I think, 88 senators supporting an amendment at the end of the year on the budget. And I assume you're going to use those resources in a good way as they start coming in. But I really wanted to focus on some of the legal changes we'd like to see. Senator Lee and I were pleased the venue bill passed that he led, and I know we also have a bill on the marketing side on Google. We're going to be having a hearing coming up on that topic. And I know the department recently announced a new antitrust case against Google for its blocking of competition in digital advertising. But could you talk a little bit about beyond that, what you think legal changes, law changes would be helpful as we're seeing a changing internet economy, and on the privacy kid side, which Senator Durbin asked about, we haven't seen any changes to our laws, but also on the antitrust side, on the marketing, on the self-preferencing of their products, whether it's Amazon or Apple, we haven't seen changes. And Senator Blackburn and Senator Blumenthal have worked together on the App Store bill. Talk about what you'd like to see to give you the tools to better combat the issues that we're seeing.
So first, gratitude for the merger fees increase. It gives us the opportunity to staff up and be able to have enough lawyers and economists to oppose private sector, which is way more than we do, and we still have fewer antitrust employees than we had in the 70s, the last time I was in the Justice Department. With respect
you have the biggest companies the world has ever seen to try to deal with.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Exactly. On the legislation side, we have supported, I think it's called the Online Choice, American Innovation and Online Choice Act.
Good.
Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Thank you. And the Open Apps Act, I think that's close to the correct title. We've had testimony by Assistant Attorney General Cantor with respect to the Open Apps Act. We are always interested in working with Congress to modernize the antitrust laws to take account of the kind of network effects that and two-sided platforms that we now have in our high technology companies.
Well, thank you. And of course, you join a number of Republicans as well as the NFIB has made this a huge priority.
All right, everyone, it's 10:58 over on the East Coast, and it is 7:58 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. You are listening there as AG Merrick Garland does testify in front of the Senate. We'll bring you back to that if it is still going on in the next little bit, but I do want to actually bring you to some breaking news that we are following at this hour. Take a look at your screen here. We have learned just moments ago that a former UGA football player will be charged in connection with a deadly crash. Former UGA football player Jalen Carter, seen in that video, is now facing charges after police say he was involved in the crash that killed offensive lineman Devin Willock and one of the school's recruiters. Officials with the Athens-Clarke County Police Department say Carter, the 21-year-old former defensive lineman for the Bulldogs, is charged with reckless driving and racing. The charges come after Willock and Chandler LaCroix were killed in a single vehicle crash during an early morning crash there on January 15th, hours after the Bulldogs wrapped up their day-long celebration of back-to-back national championships. So again, the former UGA player believed to be driving has been charged. We'll, of course, have more information as we do get it. For now, let's head back over to the Senate, where Merrick Garland does continue testifying.
Northern Triangle countries and Mexico.
I think you and I had this conversation earlier, maybe at your confirmation hearing, but I think the Attorney General has the toughest job in government, I believe, because you have to wear two hats. You are the chief law enforcement officer of the country, and you are also a political appointee and a member of President Biden's cabinet. But I think you also told us at the hearing, your confirmation hearing, you repeatedly said that the executive branch cannot simply decide based on policy disagreements that it will not enforce the law. Is that still your position?
Yes, it is, Senator.
On September the 11th, 2001, we lost about 3,000 Americans to a terrorist attack. We declared a war on terror. The Congress issued an authorization for the use of military force. If you took the size of an average 737 or a passenger jet today, holds between 145 and 185 passengers, if you were to rack up all of the deaths that we've seen as a result of drugs coming across the southwestern border, as a result of this successful business model that the cartels have employed, you would be talking about the equivalent of a passenger jet per day crashing, killing everyone on board. I have been just astonished at the lack of sense of urgency to deal with this issue. It seems we become so desensitized to it that that sense of urgency is simply gone. But I will tell you that it's directly related to the open border policies of the Biden administration, where people continue to come across the border, turn themselves into a broken asylum system, or simply get away from law enforcement because they're overwhelming the Border Patrol's capacity. This is intentional, as you acknowledge. It's a business model of the cartels, and they are getting rich, and students like those parents who I met with last week in Johnson High School in Hayes County, Texas, right outside of Austin, are losing their sons and daughters to fentanyl overdoses because of exactly this successful business model by the cartels. I want to ask you a little bit about the prosecution policies of the Garland Attorney General's Department of Justice. Sort of the bedrock standard for prosecuting crimes has historically been that the prosecutor should pursue the most serious, readily provable offense, and that's been the bedrock of policy for over decades. We know that Eric Holder, when he was Attorney General, changed that standard, and specifically what I want to ask you is about two different memos that you've issued to prosecutors with regard to mandatory minimum sentencing. And specifically, in the charging memo, one of the charging memos, you said the proliferation of provisions carrying mandatory minimum sentences has often caused unwarranted disproportionality in sentencing and disproportionately severe sentences. Now, just to be clear, mandatory minimum sentences are statutory, correct? In other words, they're passed by Congress and signed into law by the president.
Yes, that's right.
And here, you suggest that prosecutors should not enforce or charge defendants with a crime which carries a mandatory minimum under certain circumstances, correct?
I did not, it's not exactly, if I can just have a moment to explain. I'm very familiar.
No, well, if you just answer the question. Yeah. So the memo says specifically, I'll just read it to you. It said, for this reason, charges that subject a defendant to a mandatory minimum sentence should ordinarily be reserved for instances in which the remaining charges would not sufficiently reflect the seriousness of the defendant's criminal conduct, danger to the community, harm to victims, or other considerations outlined above. So basically, your charging memorandum says that prosecutors can exercise their discretion to charge less than the most serious offense because you don't like the mandatory minimum sentences that Congress has passed, correct?
No, Senator. This is a question of allocating our resources and focusing them on violent crime. Later on,
I thought you said that your job was to enforce the law without regard to policy differences.
It's not a question of policy differences. It's a question of the resources.
You don't have enough money. You don't have enough people.
We don't have enough money. We don't have enough jails. We don't have enough judges.
Well, you've arrogated to yourself the decision to make policy by saying that in spite of the fact that there are mandatory minimum sentences for many of these drug crimes, which are now causing untold death and destruction across America, you're telling prosecutors don't charge those if they involve a mandatory minimum sentence.
With respect, Senator, the memorandum makes clear that that general analysis doesn't apply in violent crime, doesn't apply in drug trafficking, doesn't apply in cases in which there's injury.
So you're cherry picking which cases that you will charge with a mandatory minimum sentence and not applying them uniformly and charging the most serious crime that can be proven at
If we
trial.
apply it to every single crime, we will not be able to focus our resources on violent crime and significant drug trafficking, on the cartels, on the people who are killing people with fentanyl. So the purpose here is to focus the attention of our prosecutors and agents on the things that are damaging the American people in the largest possible respect. That's what what this policy says.
At 108,000 roughly Americans who died as a result of drug overdoses last year, 71,000 roughly of fentanyl overdoses, do you consider your current policies successful?
As I said in answer to another question, we have a huge epidemic of fentanyl problem created by intentional acts by the cartels. We are doing everything we can within our resources to fight that. We have our DEA working to prevent transfer of precursors into Mexico, to capture the labs, to extradite the cartel leaders, to arrest them in the United States. We are focusing on fentanyl with enormous urgency. I have personally twice traveled to Mexico to try to get greater cooperation from the Mexicans on exactly the problem you're talking about. I have separately talked twice in person with the Mexican Attorney General for exactly the problem that you're talking about. We are focusing on this with enormous urgency. This is a priority of the Justice Department, but this is a whole of government problem. The border is a responsibility of the Department of Homeland Security. We do what we can do with respect to the jurisdictions that we have.
Thank you, Senator Cornyn. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by thanking you, Mr. Attorney General, and all of the very dedicated professionals, all of the employees of the Department of Justice for the great work that they do day in and day out. A lot of it underappreciated. I say that as an alumnus of the Department of Justice, a former United States Attorney, but the work that you and your team have done to restore the confidence and trust of the American public in our Department of Justice, I think, is one of your enduring contributions. Let me begin with areas where I think we have a high level of bipartisan agreement. First of all, on the Wagner Group, Senator Graham and I are the principal sponsors, along with Senator Whitehouse, of a measure to declare the Wagner Group a foreign terrorist organization. You would agree that, assuming the State Department goes along with us, that it is worthwhile doing?
Yeah, look, Mr. Prigozhin, who runs this thing, is, in my view, a war criminal, and maybe that's inappropriate for me to say as a judge before getting all the evidence, but I think we have more than sufficient evidence at this point for me to feel that way. And I believe that that group, which is responsible for the attacks on Ukrainians in the Donbass, including by bringing in prisoners from Russian prison camps as cannon fodder, it's just it's unfathomable what they are doing, and everything we can do to stop them, we should do.
Senator Whitehouse and Graham and I have been working on aiding Ukrainian prosecutors in bringing to justice those war criminals, not only Prigozhin, but others who tied the hands of women and children behind their backs, shot them, buried them in mass graves, which I have visited among my 3 trips to Ukraine. Can you commit to the Department of Justice will support the Ukrainian prosecutor who is hard at work right now in trying to bring to justice those war criminals?
And not only will I commit, but I will tell you I've done that. I've met twice in person with the current Prosecutor General, Prosecutor Kostin. I met in Ukraine with the previous Prosecutor General. We have established a war crimes task force in the Justice Department to assist our forensic agents are on the ground now Ukraine, to assist, to teach, to assist in the development of the forensics necessary to do those. I have met with Eurojust and Europol to work on the, help them develop the kind of infrastructure necessary to prosecute these cases. You have our wholehearted support in your efforts here.
Thank you. Next week, Senator Hawley and I are going to have a hearing on Section 230 reform, the first of a number of hearings that I hope will lead to legislation. I hope it will be bipartisan legislation. The Solicitor General, in her argument on Gonzalez, I think made a number of important points on differentiating third-party content from platform design. In other words, Section 230 could cover content that users post, but when YouTube or others design their products in specific ways that cause harm or take steps to amplify or change content, that goes beyond the intent and the statutory language of Section 230. One example of the ways that I think we can achieve steps towards Section 230 reform. Another is the Earn It Act, which Senator Graham and I have sponsored, and we will introduce it again this year. I recognize that these are general principles. I hope the Department of Justice will support this effort. I hope that you will as well support efforts to take action against monopolistic endeavors like Ticketmaster. I understand that you commented briefly on it. Can you confirm that Ticketmaster is under investigation now?
Yeah, so the department doesn't confirm or deny the existence of these kinds of investigations until they reach an overt stage, as you know from your time as a U.S. attorney. But as I told Senator Klobuchar, we know, quote, all too well, close quote, the importance of competition in this industry as in all other industries. And so you can be confident that in all of our work, we approach it with an understanding that highly concentrated industries are a problem for competition.
In that concentrated situation where power is concentrated and you have violation of consent decrees twice, wouldn't it be appropriate for the Department of Justice to investigate?
As I say, I'm happy to talk in a hypothetical that in a case where someone violates the consent decree, of course it would be appropriate to investigate, but I just don't want to talk about individual investigations and whether they're ongoing.
Let me ask you, the American public right now is hearing about investigations involving COVID, the sources of COVID in China, conclusions with low confidence, high degree of confidence. Can you, as an official in charge of intelligence and interpretations of intelligence, explain to the American people what it means for there to be low confidence or higher confidence when there are conclusions about, for example, the sources of COVID, whether it came from natural sources in China or from a lab leak? What does that designation mean?
I would have to say it, to my knowledge, I mean, these are labels that are applied by the intelligence community. So it's while I read the results, I'm not sure I can exactly define it, but I believe it is just as you would think. That if asked to make a decision and say yes or no, you say yes or no depending on the degree of confidence that you have that your yes or no answer is correct. So low confidence means you think the answer is yes, but you don't have high, you have low confidence in it. Medium is medium. You might answer, we don't know at all, but that's not what you're asking about.
So it's more than a hunch or a guess, but not quite something to take to the bank.
Yeah, so there's a lot of criminal law ranging from Terry stops to probable cause to convictions. I don't think there is any law in the intelligence community that defines those specifically.
You wouldn't sanction a search or an arrest based on low confidence.
No, a search and arrest require probable cause. That's all I can say about it.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you.
After Senator Lee asks, we're going to take a brief intermission. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Attorney General Garland. I want to echo briefly what Senator Klobuchar described. I hope you'll look at our letter and investigate thoroughly those issues. As you know, I've long respected you, and I've long respected your department. I have become concerned recently that notwithstanding the great men and women who serve and have served for generations in the Department of Justice, there are some things that lead me to wonder whether some actions are being politicized within the department. One example of this relates to 18 U.S.C. Section 1507. Ever since the leak of the Dobbs opinion and then the issuance of the Dobbs opinion by the Supreme Court last summer, we've had protesters who have been showing up at the homes of Supreme Court justices, carrying signs, picketing, shouting. It's very clear that they're trying to influence, in one way or another, those serving on the United States Supreme Court, trying to influence jurisprudence. And yet, not one person, to my knowledge, has been prosecuted for such things under 18 U.S.C. Section 1507. About 2 weeks ago, this committee invited some officials from the Department of Justice to brief committee staff on protests at the justices' homes and ask about any arrests that have been made or might be made for people engaged in that behavior. The briefers came to the briefing and informed staff that they hadn't read Section 1507. I assume you've read it, of course. Just wondering why the department would schedule such a briefing on a statute without having read it, and especially why no actions have been brought under Section 1507 for these actions. I've got a lot to cover. Can you answer that?
I'll try to answer all these questions
no,
together.
Just tell me, am I right in concluding that you haven't brought any charges under 1507?
So I don't know the answer to that. We have the thing that mattered, and as soon as the Dobbs draft leaked, I ordered the marshals to do something that the United States Marshals had never in history done before, which was protect the justices' homes, residence, and lives 24/7. No Attorney General had ever ordered that before, and no Justice Department had ever done that before.
Which is terrific. That's fantastic.
So I'm getting to the why. So we sent more than 70 U.S. Marshals for this purpose. Those marshals' priority is protection of the lives of the justices and their families. They are on site, but their priority job is protection. That is why when someone did come to assault Justice Kavanaugh, he had to go away from where they were because there were two marshals in front of the house, and eventually he self-reported himself. The marshals have been advised, and they know, the marshals on the ground, they have full authority to arrest people under any federal statute, including that federal statute. But they have to make the determination on the ground whether they can do that in a manner that is safe and able to protect their main mission. Now, there are also state and local entities which have similar authorities, and which I understand the Supreme Court Marshal has asked them to do this as well. I don't know whether they have done any of those things.
Okay, thank you. I'd love to follow up with you more on that later. It is concerning to me when you show up at the home of a public official, you're sending the message of implicit violence. You're sending the message, we know where you sleep. We know where you and your family are most vulnerable, and it's very concerning to me. I assume you're aware of the overly aggressive arrest and prosecution of Mark Houck, who's a pro-life activist and father of 7 in Philadelphia, based on the fact that he had pushed a protester who, or a Planned Parenthood escort, rather, as he was demonstrating outside of an area in the Philadelphia region. He pushed this person after this person got in the face of his 12-year-old son and was yelling vile, insulting, demeaning, implicitly threatening things.
All right, everyone, it is 11:20 over on the East Coast and 8:20 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for spending part of your day with us here on Live Now from Fox. Attorney General Merrick Garland testifying right now before the Senate, talking about the safety of Supreme Court justices. It does appear that they are going to take a break here in the next little bit, so we'll dip in and out of that. But we do have several other stories that we are following, so let's head to a quick commercial break and we'll be right back. Well, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:23 on the East Coast and 8:23 on the West Coast. The latest now on the investigation into the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. A Pennsylvania court has unsealed the December 30th search warrant that led to the arrest of that suspect, Brian Kohberger, at his parents' home. Dan Springer with Fox News has been following this story. He joins us live and has more on what was found. Dan, thanks for being here.
Yeah, sure, Josh. You know, this had to be sealed for 60 days per court order, but yesterday the courts in Pennsylvania, as you said, unsealed that search warrant for Brian Kohberger's parents' house yesterday, and we're expecting other search warrants to be made public later this morning. Among the items seized from the house in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, were a silver flashlight, 4 medical-style gloves, a white t-shirt, a black Washington State University sweatshirt, a pair of black Nike shoes, black socks, black shorts, black boxers, and a buccal swab to obtain Kohberger's DNA. The search was conducted, as we know, at 1:40 a.m. on December 30th, one day after the search warrant was signed by a judge in Pennsylvania. We also learned from the document that the Pennsylvania State Police were asked for their assistance by police in Moscow, Idaho, just 2 days earlier on December 28th. And their job was to physically surveil the property and Kohberger to make sure that he would be there when the SWAT team went in. Kohberger faces 4 counts of first-degree murder. A roommate of the victims who was in the house and unhurt that night described the attacker as wearing all black clothes and having bushy eyebrows. That, of course, why they took all that black clothing from the house. Last week, we learned that the house just off campus where the murders took place is now owned by the University of Idaho, and the school plans on demolishing it in the coming weeks. We reached out to the prosecutors on the case and the defense attorney to see if they would have any kind of issue with that happening before a trial. and we did not hear back from them. The house has now been boarded up. As for the documents that we're expecting later today, we're told that they will be search warrants, just like the one unsealed yesterday, possibly this time for Koberger's car, that white Hyundai Elantra, and his phone and other electronics that he may have had in that house. Josh?
All right, very interesting to see. Thank you so much, Dan Springer with Fox News, bringing us the latest on that story that we have been following. We appreciate it.
Sure thing.
All right, everybody, want to take you out live over to Walterboro, South Carolina. That is where you can see that court is about to get back in session here. The trial for Alec Murdaugh is expected to resume with closing arguments, this coming after the jury was able to visit that crime scene a bit earlier on this morning. That was scheduled for 9:30. However, it's not clear how long they were at that location. However, we are told that closing statements will begin shortly, and after those closing statements, that is when the case will go over to the jury. So we'll keep you posted, and we'll bring you in and out of the courtroom. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look inside the courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina. That is where the trial for Alec Murdaugh is expected to get back underway. He is accused of killing his wife and son back in 2021. We know the jury did have a chance earlier today to go over to the crime scene. Now they return, and closing arguments will get underway pretty much any minute now. So just last week, Murdaugh took the stand and testified over a 2-day period. We've also seen him crying several times in the courtroom, and in cases like this, just about everyone pays attention to body language. So we brought in a body language expert, Dr. Lillian Glass, joining us to talk more about Murdaugh while he was testifying and how he's acting sitting in the courtroom. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us and provide your expertise.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So first off, just tell me your thoughts watching Murdaugh on the stand over that 2-day period last week.
Well, I didn't feel that it was authentic at all. He cried many times without tears. He had mucus running out of his nose, kind of for an effect. Because most people, as soon as they feel there's mucus running out of their nose, they would immediately wipe it off. But he let it drip down. He was also crying where he was heaving, and his shoulders were going up and down. And again, he didn't have a situation where he couldn't catch his breath. When people heave, it's because they couldn't catch their breath because they were crying so hard. So he was really completely off, and I didn't buy it for a minute.
And so that begs the question, as far as sitting in the courtroom, we've seen him honestly in tears, especially over the last few days. Do you feel that that is inauthentic as well?
Well, I think that he hears little bits and pieces of testimony, and then the reality hits him, where it's like, oh my goodness, I may go to jail for life. So he's kind of an arrogant type, that he didn't think anything would happen to him, he could get away with them. He's had a long history of doing things according to various people's testimony and getting away with a lot. So you look at a person like that who may have sociopathic tendencies, and you may think he's immune. But then all of a sudden something hits him and he realizes, oh no. And in that case, the tears are genuine.
Do you think juries are able to hone in on things like this? Not necessarily talking about Murdaugh, but just in general, are juries able to hone in on this body language? It takes, I guess, an expert to see the things that you see.
Well, the public is very smart. And one of the things you never know, and especially I'm sure you, having covered a lot of trials in your professional life, you never know what a jury's going to do. Absolutely not. But most people can see, they feel things, something isn't right. They may not know exactly what it is, but they may say, something just doesn't feel right. I don't buy it, or something's off. And people do react that way because the public is not stupid and we can't underestimate them. And they can see things, little nuances, little flashes of body language that may come up that kind of make you go, wow, what was that? And then you ignore it, say, oh, it was nothing. But then it comes back to you when you are in a decision-making situation.
What about when it comes to the attorneys? When you're talking about the prosecution, the defense, what do you think of their body language? Do they both sides seem confident?
Well, both sides definitely seem confident. I mean, you've got the top lawyers there. But it's about likability. A jury needs to like the attorney. And if they trust the attorney and they feel good around the attorney when the attorney's talking, and we've seen cases in the past where we may have thought, oh, there's no way this person's going to get off, but yet their attorney was much better than the other attorney. So that played a factor in it.
What would you, and this is kind of a random question, but what would you say to a jury that they should be paying attention to specifically when you are talking about body language and reading people based on that body language?
That's a great question. They need to be paying attention to what they're feeling, because what they're feeling is a visceral response that something's not right, or yes, I agree with that. But it's something that they're feeling. So they need to really get in touch with what's really going on, because that's really the truth in terms of what they're experiencing viscerally. Does their stomach tighten up, or are they making a face, or are they saying, I'm not buying this, or are they uncomfortable hearing certain things that, let's say he says that they know is completely out of reality. So again, I would just encourage them to trust their instincts and trust their feelings.
And I'm a little uncomfortable now because I realize that you can read my body language now that I thought about it when you said that.
Your body language is great, so you have nothing to worry about, and you're not on trial. So that's another good thing.
That is true. Dr. Lillian Glass, body language expert. Anything else that you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
Yes, I think it's really important for people to pay attention, especially at home, the viewers, to not just the body movement, but the facial language. Body movement, of course. The voice pattern. Does a voice crack? Do they stammer? What kind of words do they use? The speech content. One of the words that he used, Alex Murdaugh used, was I wouldn't intentionally hurt somebody. That's a key red flag word. So you need to look at all of these 4 components, the body language, facial language, the voice pattern, and also the speech content to get a real picture of what's going on.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
My pleasure.
All right, everyone. The time is 11:37 over on the East Coast, and it is 8:37, I guess, on the West Coast. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. I do want to head back over to Washington, D.C. That is where we were bringing you the testimony a little bit earlier from Attorney General Merrick Garland. He is speaking before the Senate about the way that the DOJ is constructed right now. They're looking into possibility of changes and things of that nature. I do want to pop the audio back up inside that room here.
We should be considering to help us help you do this job.
I'm grateful for the question, and obviously, if anybody ever wants to give me more resources in any area of the Justice Department's responsibility, I'm happy to take them. We have been focused like a laser on hate crime since I first came into the department. I think my memorandum to the department to develop a anti-hate crime task force was one of the very first memorandums I issued. As we were making our developments in that respect, the Anti-Hate Crime Act was passed by the Congress, providing us with additional funding, which was very helpful. I've established a hate crimes coordinator in the department, and each of our U.S. attorney's offices is on the case, looking into these matters, and the FBI has elevated hate crimes and civil rights violations into their highest band of threats. So I would say we are examining this with the highest degree of urgency that's possible, and we are putting our resources of our department into stopping these heinous acts.
Okay, well, appreciate that. And in addition to resources, if there's specific policy changes or initiatives that you'd like for us to consider, please bring them forward.
My staff would be happy to work with yours if you have ideas in this regard. I think we're pretty, right now, I feel like we have the statutes and techniques required, but there's always room for improvement in everything, and we would be happy to work with you in that regard.
Now, the second area I wanted to raise is the issue of labor exploitation of children, and in particular, migrant children. I'm hoping you caught a recent New York Times report of their investigation, which put a spotlight on the vast use of migrant child labor across states and across industries. I was particularly alarmed to learn that some of these children are working full adult shifts in food processing facilities and factories after school. Children are being placed in occupationally dangerous situations where they're putting their lives at risk and given little break from grueling work. And many of these children were formerly under the care of the Department of Health and Human Services as unaccompanied minors, but have not received adequate follow-up services once released to the care of a sponsor. And I ask consent to enter this article into the record.
Without objection.
Now, the Biden administration on Monday did announce that it will direct agencies to crack down on the use of child labor. And as part of the new initiative, it's the Department of Labor who will investigate and enforce penalties on these unscrupulous employers and make criminal referrals as needed. Now, the Department of Labor is also going to lead an interagency task force to combat child labor exploitation. So my question is, will the Department of Justice be coordinating with the Department of Labor on criminal referrals and possibly join this interagency task force?
Of course, I read the same article that you're talking about. I was horrified by the reporting. Our criminal division and our civil rights division are reaching out to the Labor Department and HHS to try to be of assistance as much as possible. There's only a limited number of criminal statutes that would apply. I would point out we do have a forced labor task force, which has been very active in general, and it includes problems with respect to children, obviously. And I met with them just yesterday, and they have assured me that they would be reaching out as well.
Okay. Look forward to following up on that. But I also can't help but to acknowledge some of the dynamics that lead to these situations. Right. We know that from the private sector, we've heard that there is a need to address the demand for workers. There's a workforce shortage in America today across a number of industries and sectors. There's a reported 11 million unfilled jobs, many of which have historically been filled by immigrants. Permanent, temporary, but we've seen migration numbers drop in recent years. So with no migrants to fill these jobs, since 2018, the U.S. Department of Labor has seen a 69% increase in children being employed unlawfully by companies. So it seems like employers, particularly unscrupulous employers, they're going to find their workers somewhere. And if they're not finding them through traditional lawful means, the children become the victims. Further disturbed by proposals I see from Republican legislators in states including Iowa, Ohio, Arkansas, and others, where they're proposing to loosen child labor laws. That's not the solution here. Proposing 14 and 15-year-olds work in meat coolers, industrial freezers, and other environments. This cannot be the answer to our nation's labor problems. So I absolutely look forward to following up with you on this crackdown of unlawful child labor in the United States. My time is up, but I'll have some further follow-up questions in the second round, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. We're on a roll call, just to alert the members, and Senator Cruz is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, welcome.
Thank you.
As you know, as I observed at your confirmation hearing, you had built a long record on the Federal Court of Appeals and a reputation of being relatively nonpartisan. And so I had hopes that your tenure as Attorney General would continue that record. I have to say I'm deeply disappointed in what the last 2 years have shown. In my judgment, the Department of Justice.
It is now 11:42 on the East Coast and 8:42 on the West Coast. What you are watching right there is Attorney General Merrick Garland as he testifies before this Senate hearing on the Department of Justice. We're going to be dipping in and out of that throughout the day. Unclear how long this is going to go on for, but stick with us here for the latest on that. I do want to get to some of the other stories that we have been following here at Live Now from Fox. President Biden announcing Julie Su as his next labor secretary pick. So now the question becomes, who is she? We bring in our expert, Edward Lawrence, with Fox Business to talk a little bit more about this. Edward, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks, Josh, for having me. The short answer on who she is she comes from California. She's the daughter of immigrants to the United States. A story of struggle, to get to where she was. She was a civil rights lawyer who represented a number of people who couldn't speak English against companies that took advantage of them. That rose to her prominence, and then became the labor secretary for the state of California. So all of those reasons are the reasons why Democrats like her. And the president picked her, saying, for one reason, she represents what the American dream is. On the other side of that, Republicans don't like her because of her track record going in California. As labor secretary in California, for example, she was in charge during COVID, during the COVID pandemic, when they had $20 billion to $32 billion of fraud sent out for the unemployment insurance. They wanted to get it out quickly, but didn't have the safeguards in place in California. And in addition to that fraud that went out under her watch, there were some accusations. There were some 5 million people that had benefits delayed that should have gotten those in unemployment benefits, and 1 million people who wrongfully had benefits canceled in California. So Republicans are saying basically all of that should automatically disqualify her for the top job in the Labor Department.
So then the question becomes, how does she actually get this position? Where is it voted on? How does this work? And is his pick in danger at all?
Yeah, so is it in danger is yes, and it depends on the numbers right now in the Senate. She is the number 2 in the Labor Department right now. She was confirmed in 2021 over overwhelmingly objections from the Republican side. It was a 50-47 vote with not one Republican member voting for her confirmation. So right now she is the number 2, the Deputy Labor Secretary, and trying to get that top spot here. Now, as it goes forward for the nomination process, it will be a difficult road for her depending on where the numbers are, because right now the Democrats have a 51 to 49 advantage. However, you remember that Senator Fetterman from Pennsylvania has taken a leave of absence, so he is no longer able to vote on this, and that could put some of this in jeopardy as Republicans are making a lot of commotion and noise about the fact that she was in charge of this fraud when the department saw all of this fraud in California, and now is trying to get the top spot in the Labor Department.
And obviously, all positions there in D.C. are powerful ones. But when you're talking about the Labor Department, we talk a lot about the economy and the labor market. I mean, that's a pretty powerful position, especially right now.
It is, and when you think about how many workers are around the country, and the Labor Department encompasses sort of all of those workers, one of the things that she wanted to do in her acceptance of the pick today at the White House, she talked about how she wanted to expand unions. She mentioned that her mom ended up in a union, and that heavily weighed on her impression for later in life. It helped their family rise up and become into the middle class. So she wants to push this union agenda that President Biden has going forward. And, some companies, not all companies, agree that unions are the best things, depending on how they act back and forth with those various companies. In some cases, unions work for folks. In some cases, they don't work, and they have to go forward, and companies need to figure it out. And there's that constant battle back and forth. But she is an aggressive pro-union choice for the Labor Department, which, again, fits with the president's ideology.
All right. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business, a friend of the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, everyone. The time is 11:47 on the East Coast and 8:47 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll be right back with more of your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you out to a live image coming in out of East Palestine, Ohio. We have been covering that train derailment now pretty extensively over the last several weeks. Governor DeWine is actually there right now. He is visiting the school. Not clear if he will make any sort of public statement or comments, but if he does, we'll bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered. I do actually want to head now back over to Washington, D.C. That is where Attorney General Merrick Garland is testifying before the Senate Judiciary Committee amid all of these special counsel probes and other situations that have been developing. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
FBI agents on scene.
Did you know about it?
I did not know about it until the way you're describing it, and my understanding is the FBI disagrees with that description.
Was it a mistake?
Senator's time has expired. I'm going to allow the witness to respond to any of the questions that were asked.
Was it a mistake?
I'm going to chair the committee, Senator. I'm sorry you're not.
You said you'd allow him to respond. I repeated the question I asked, which is, was it a mistake to send 20 agents to arrest him at the crack of dawn?
You had your time and more
You just
than
said you're going to allow him to respond. You just said, I'm going to allow him to respond to the question, so I repeated the question. Was it a mistake? That was the pending question.
You want to ask, I'll ask the questions I want.
That's the question I had already asked.
Well,
you just said you'd let him respond.
I'm going to let him respond right now. Please don't interrupt him. Thank you.
The decisions about how to do tactical arrests are made by the FBI agents in the field. The FBI has publicly stated that it disagrees with the description you gave of what happened in that example. That's the best I can answer.
At this point, we're going to go to Senator Ossoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General, good morning. Last year with Senator Grassley, I introduced and passed into law bipartisan legislation that requires DOJ and the Bureau of Prisons to strengthen and upgrade security systems at BOP facilities across the country. This includes the closed-circuit camera systems, public address systems, intercom systems. Through extensive investigation of failures at the BOP, we've identified the inadequacies of these security systems as posing a threat not just to inmates and staff, but to the broader community. This implicates public safety. And indeed, we found that at U.S. Penitentiary Atlanta, failures of systems like this one allowed widespread criminal conduct within the facility, escapes from the facility, putting the entire Southeast region at risk. And that's in the words of the BOP's own internal investigators. Our bill is now law, and the department has a deadline upcoming next month to present a plan to Congress for upgrades to strengthen these security systems at federal prisons. So my first question for you, Attorney General, is whether the department is on track to meet that deadline.
Senator, first I want to say we're grateful for the work you and your committee did on this matter, and I know that you've met with the director of the Bureau of Prisons, who is adopting the...
You are listening in live in Washington, D.C. as Merrick Garland is testifying about the Department of Justice. He is testifying before the Senate Judiciary Committee. We'll be popping in and out of that throughout the day here. Not sure how long it is going to go for, but another event that we are watching here very closely is Walterboro, South Carolina, as the Murdaugh trial is expected to get back underway with closing arguments at any moment. For now, let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll get back into some of those live events here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I want to pop the audio back up here as Attorney General Merrick Garland is testifying before the Senate Judiciary Committee about the Department of Justice. There are questions here on both sides. So let's pop the audio back up and listen live, raw, and unfiltered.
DICRA data available to the public. I'm going to ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, that this report from the Leadership Conference and POGO titled A Matter of Life and Death, the Importance of the Death in Custody Reporting Act be entered into the record.
Without objection.
And I want to ask you, Attorney General, whether the department will commit to making DICRA data available to the public.
So first on the first part of your question, we're obviously having trouble getting full reporting. This has to be voluntary on the part of the states. I believe the statute did give us some appropriations, which we were able to use as incentives for more reporting. We're very charged with the importance of doing that. I have to say I'm not familiar with the specifics of DICRA. If it provides for public reporting of the numbers we have, then we should be providing it. I don't know whether it does or not. I'm not familiar with at that level.
You've got a lot on your plate, Attorney General. I recognize that. This is a serious concern for me and for the Senate. I did not, after those investigations, come away with the impression that there was sufficient attention at a high level being committed to ensuring that this is being fixed. So will you commit to getting up to speed and taking this matter personally into your portfolio?
Yeah, I will. You now have high-level attention if you didn't have it before.
Well, I think, good. I think we should have gotten that based upon the results of the investigation last year. I appreciate that commitment today. This needs to be fixed. Folks are dying in prisons and jails. The public needs to know who's dying, where they're dying. You at the department need to know who's dying, where they're dying, in order for you, for example, to bring the kinds of civil rights enforcement that you're pursuing in Georgia. Let's talk about domestic violence for a moment. The Crime Victims Fund, as you know, is a critical resource for the funding of domestic violence shelters, child advocacy centers, and other nonprofits. I'm hearing consistently from providers of victim services in Georgia that awards from this fund are still much lower than previous years due to some issues with voter.
Good morning, everyone. It is 11:58 if you are on the East Coast and 8:58 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for choosing to start your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. As you can see, Attorney General Merrick Garland is testifying about the Department of Justice. Now, another big story that we have been following very closely here does involve a former UGA football player who is now charged after a crash earlier this year. I do want to pop up the audio here and listen in as our Fox 5 Atlanta team starts their noon newscast here. All right, it appears there is no audio on that newscast right now, but we are going to work to speak with our Fox 5 Atlanta team to get some more details on this. As you can see, they are covering it extensively, but we will get back in touch with them and bring you their reports right here on Live Now from Fox. For now, let's head over to Washington, D.C. as AG Garland does continue to testify about the Department of Justice.
For the Department of Justice?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Attorney General.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Garland, let me just ask you, does your department have a problem with anti-Catholic bias?
Our department protects all religions and all ideologies. It does not have any bias against any religion of any kind.
Well, you could have surprised me, because given the resources that you are expending and the apparently intelligence assets that you are deploying against Catholics, it appears, and other people of faith, while simultaneously turning a blind eye while people are executed gang style in the streets of our cities, including in my home state, your answer frankly surprises me. Let's talk about the Mark Houck case, for example. You've been asked about this already today, and frankly, your answers really astound me. This is a case where a Catholic pro-life demonstrator, father, was accused of disorderly conduct in front of an abortion center. The local prosecutor, the Philadelphia district attorney, who is a Democrat, a liberal, very progressive, declined to prosecute. There was a private suit that got dismissed. And then after all of that, your Justice Department sent between 20 and 30 armed agents in the early morning hours to the Houck's private residence to arrest this guy after he had offered to turn himself in voluntarily. Here's the photo. Once again, you can see the long guns, you can see the ballistic shields, you can see that they're wearing bulletproof vests. Why did the Justice Department do this? Why did you send 20 to 30 SWAT-style agents and a SWAT-style team to this guy's house when everybody else had declined to prosecute and he'd offered to turn himself in?
Determinations of how to make arrests under arrest warrants are made based by the tactical operators in the district. They are not.
But you surely looked into it by this point, right? You know the answer, surely.
All I know is what the FBI has said, which is that they made decisions on the ground as to what was safest and easiest. So they do not agree with your description of what happened on the scene.
You don't agree with my description. I'm pointing out what the photo is. There are agents here who have long guns and ballistic shields. Let's take a look at the hardened criminals that your Justice Department sent these armed agents to go terrorize on that morning. Here they are. Here they are at Mass. Here's the 7 children with Mr. Houck and his wife. In this early morning, they were all at home. Mrs. Houck has said repeatedly the children were screaming. They feared for their lives. You've got these agents demanding that he come out. They've got the guns, she said, pointing at the house and at them. He has offered to turn himself in. And this is who you go to terrorize. What's really interesting.
It is 12:03 on the East Coast and 9:03 on the West Coast. You are listening in as Attorney General Merrick Garland does testify about the Department of Justice. He is testifying right now before the Senate Judiciary Committee. This has been going on for a couple hours and could be going on for a little bit longer. So we will bring you in and out of that throughout the day. I actually want to take you pretty briefly right here over to Walterboro, South Carolina. This is a live image as closing arguments are getting close to beginning here in the trial for Alec Murdaugh. He is the man accused of killing his wife and son back in 2021. I do want to talk a little bit more about a trip that the jury made earlier on today. They did visit the crime scene and then returned here so closing arguments could get underway. Let's bring in Steve Benjamin, a Richmond, Virginia defense attorney and also a past president of the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Happy to be here.
So first off, what does a trip like this consist of? What is the purpose of it?
The purpose of a trip like this is to permit the jury to see for themselves what the conditions, the distances, the angles, the scene features were. And typically it involves no discussion among the jurors when they're at the scene. The judge instructs them not to speak, not to have any discussion, not to point at things. In short, he's very careful to make sure that they don't begin their deliberations while they are at the scene. The attorneys are generally permitted to be present, but they are also instructed that they are not to participate in what's going on out there. They're not to point out things that they want the jurors to look at. They can only be present to observe. So it's simply the jurors being at the scene to see with their own eyes what the scene looks like. They are then returned to the courtroom and receive further instructions from the judge. Instructions might include that the scene has changed in certain ways since the event in question. For example, the trees may have grown, scenery may have changed, and he'll tell them that what you saw out there was not necessarily how the scene appeared at the time.
So if a juror didn't want to go, do they have that option, or is this something that they have to go to?
Wow. No, they all have to be present to see that. And you can understand why, because when they go back into the jury room and begin deliberating, you don't want what some jurors saw to prevail over what a witness who didn't attend didn't see.
It makes perfect sense. It was just a question I thought of because I was thinking, okay, well, they're told that they can go over there, but do they have to? So as far as how often this happens, is this a regular occurrence that you do see a jury go to a crime scene?
No, it's not a frequent occurrence, and you can imagine very rarely will a crime scene be relevant. Think of the broad array of crimes, such as drug offenses, financial crimes. In those situations, the scene itself is usually not relevant to a jury determination. And even where a crime scene is something that's relevant, say in a violent crime, a violent offense, the attorneys have got to decide whether the jury's presence in their viewing of that scene will help them better determine guilt or innocence.
Do you think the defense, it sounds like they did not want this to happen. Why might that be?
No, I think it was a defense request for a view, and the prosecutors objected.
Yes.
And it depends on whether the parties, the defense or the prosecution, thinks that the view will help their case or help them demonstrate what they're trying to prove. Much of the case has involved the question of who was where in relation to the shooter. And there's been a lot of testimony about the physical distance between points. Well, that can be a problem for attorneys trying to present the case because people are really pretty bad at estimating distances and angles. Think of it this way, it's better to observe with your own eyes what a distance is than to try to visualize that distance in your head. And so if the defense lawyers thought that the distances and an accurate appreciation for the distances was important to proving the case that they are trying to make, that would be what would motivate them to request a jury view.
Makes sense. All right. Is there anything else that you think would be good to bring up here? Because we're talking about, we're watching here in the little box right there as we are expecting those closing arguments to begin. Anything else that you do want to add before I let you go?
Sure. When the evidence is presented in the courtroom is limited to a two-dimensional depiction, photographs, diagrams. By being out there at the scene, the jury can gain an appreciation for the three-dimensional reality of that scene. They're able to observe for themselves what 500 yards, for example, means. And they may be able to observe the silence or the lack of ambient noise or the presence of noise to determine what could or could not have been heard. And I think that is a very important part of the case that is being presented now by the defense, because it permits the jury to have a spatial appreciation for distances, angles, distances between points. I think that better helps them understand the scene and the testimony that they've heard.
All right, Steve Benjamin, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here.
My pleasure.
All right, everyone, it is 12:09 over on the East Coast and 9:09 on the West Coast. I do want to take a dip back into that courtroom there in Walterboro, South Carolina, as we are expecting closing arguments to get underway here. I want to pop up the audio to see if they do have any audio up right now. It appears that's a no. We will see the jury enter the courtroom here in the coming minutes, and then from there, those closing arguments will begin. For now, it is 12:09 on the East Coast and 9:09 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll take a look at some of the other live events that are going on across the country and the world. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look inside that courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina, as closing arguments are set to begin in the murder trial for Murdaugh. He is the man accused of murdering his wife and son back in 2021. Investigators say the two were killed execution style, and we do know the prosecution is asking for life in prison without the possibility of parole. They are not seeking the death penalty. Earlier on today, the jury did have a chance to go over to that crime scene, but the judge did make sure that they were aware that the crime scene could have changed since the murders happened. It looks like the audio is returning here, so let's pop up that audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered as closing arguments are about to get underway.
Visited the scene of the alleged crimes, and now it's time for closing arguments. First, by the state, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning. It's been a long trial, hasn't it? On June 7th, 2021, at the Moselle property in Colleton County, Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh were brutally and maliciously murdered at the kennels by Murdaugh. Paul, as you know, suffered 2 shotgun blasts. Maggie suffered 5 blackout rifle wounds. And after an exhaustive investigation, there is only one person who had the motive, who had the means, who had the opportunity to commit these crimes, and also whose guilty conduct after these crimes betrays him. The defendant was the one person who was living a lie. The defendant is the person on which a storm was descending, and the defendant is a person where his own storm would actually mean consequences for Maggie and Paul, and consequences for those who trusted him. And that person is the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh. I know this has been a long trial because it's a complicated case. And I'm not going to talk forever, I promise. But I am going to try to distill this down for you. And the first thing I want to do is set the stage. And to set the stage, we have to understand a little bit about Murdaugh and who he was and who he is. He was a person of singular prominence and respect in this community. But he's also a person who's been able to avoid accountability for all of his life. While he was outwardly giving the illusion of wealth and a very lucrative law practice, some bad land deals and that sort of thing, exacerbated by the economic recession, led to some financial problems. And then he had some big cases in the early 2011, 2012. And all his partners, and you've heard testimony to this, thought that had taken care of things. You've heard cases like the Thomas case and the Pinckney case and the Plower case and the Badger case. But the evidence that you've heard shows that the defendant became so addicted and so dependent on a velocity of money that the millions of dollars in legal fees that he was receiving was not enough. And so he started to steal. And how did he steal? He stole by billing personal expenses to the firm. He stole by stealing from his own family. You heard the testimony about the check he stole from his brother Randy. But then the main ways were 2 schemes that he developed. And the first one was to get checks made out from the client trust account to Palmetto State Bank, to fast talk the staff and fast talk the clients with those disbursements, and then take it to Palmetto State Bank, where his buddy Russell Lafitte would convert those and use those to pay personal expenses. And each time Until the end, it worked because the client was also getting a big check. And they were walking out of there thinking that everything had been fine when it was not. But then in 2015, he opened up the fake Forge account. And then all he had to do was get disbursements paid out to the Forge account. And once he did that, he would convert those to his personal use. And to do that, though, he also had to fast talk staff and fast talk clients. And that scheme continued up until everything fell apart in the end. The other thing you have to understand is during this time when he's earning millions of dollars and stealing millions of dollars, he's also borrowing millions of dollars from wherever he can. The bank, his law partners, his father, and it still wasn't enough. And this slow burn was continuing and continuing until the boat crash happened in February of 2019. And that changed everything. That set in motion things that were going to happen because of the criminal charges related to that case as well as the civil charges related to that case. And in the aftermath of the boat case, things changed. The pace of his stealing increased. In fact, that's when he stole the money from Tony Satterfield that you heard from. Ultimately stole about $4.5 million between the Satterfields and others. And unlike other cases, Tony Satterfield, who was the son of his longtime housekeeper, he took all the money. Took every bit of it. And that was coming to a head as we move into the spring of 2021 because there had been some publicity, and you heard from Tony Satterfield that he was, the defendant reached out in the spring of 2021 because there had been publicity and saying, hey, I'm still working on the case, everything's fine, I'm still working on the case, it's good. But the reality is the defendant didn't have that money to pay it back. And he had one saving grace. Because as you've heard, they don't get paid until the end of the year. And his saving grace was the Ferris case, which they tried in December. They get the verdict and get paid in March. And that's when he convinces Chris Wilson to send those $792,000 of fees to him. But the problem is that only lasted for about 2 months. $792,000 only lasted for about 2 months. And then he's running out of money again. Meanwhile, you've heard in the boat case that Mark Tinsley was seeking to get a large personal recovery from Alec Murdaugh of $10 million because he thought, as many people did, that he was wealthy and had a lot of money. And when they said he didn't, he filed a motion to compel. And you've heard testimony about whether or not that had been granted, but it doesn't change the fact that that's what Mark Tinsley was seeking to do. And that boat case hearing had been scheduled for June 10th. In May of 2021, as we move into June, that's when Alec's own paralegal got the expense check for the Ferris case, but not the fee check, and tried to raise that to Alec and couldn't get a straight answer, tried to raise it to Chris Wilson and couldn't get a straight answer, to his office. And so it goes to Jeannie Seconder, and Jeannie Seconder goes to the partners, and they can't get an answer about that either. And they want an answer to that because they're worried, because Alec has been talking about structuring fees, and they're worried he may be trying to hide assets because of the boat case, and they don't want to be a part of that. All of these things are coming to a head, and his finances are falling apart. And you heard from the banker there. You heard where his finances were at on June 7th, 2021. And you saw what happened in the wake of that. Within a short period of time, he was negative $347,000. On June 7th, 2021, he was in the office. He was working on the boat case, working on those financial disclosures, when Jeannie Seconder came in and confronted him about those fees that he no longer had and couldn't pay back. And on June 7th, 2021, and he tells this to Jeannie Seconder, his father, Randolph, is having a very difficult time. And while they might have said it was some positive news, the reality is that he was very, very sick. And he had always been someone that the defendant could go to, that he could borrow money from. And so that pressure is happening as well. And on June 7th, 2021, as all these pressures were mounting, the defendant killed Maggie and Paul. And how do we know that? We're going to talk in detail about that. But the timeline puts him there. The forensic timeline puts him there. The use of his family weapons corroborates that. And his lies and guilty actions afterwards confirms it. And we'll go over each of those in great detail. Before we get to that, though, I want to finish out, because in the wake of this, everything changes. All those things that were coming to a head immediately go away. It's a different world now. They're not asking about the Ferris fees anymore. And you heard testimony to that. Mark Tinsley doesn't believe the case is going to have the same value anymore because the sympathies of the case have changed after this tragedy. And you heard that. And who would better understand that than Alec Murdaugh, who does the same work? The boat case hearing goes away. And everyone immediately rallies around Alec Murdaugh. And it worked. Because it allowed him to borrow $250,000 from Johnny Parker, his law partner, who of course wouldn't have loaned him that money if he knew what Alec was up to, and allowed him to go to Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in an off-the-books loan that hadn't even been applied for, and to send that money to Chris Wilson and convince Chris Wilson to pay another $192,000 of his own money, and to send an email to the firm that everything was okay. And that made it another month or so until Annette Griswold found that Ferris check in his office, and Jeannie Seconder looked up the forged accounts. And what happened in the wake of that? What was the reaction of Alec Murdaugh? Within a day of September 3rd of him being forced to resign, his buddy Chris Wilson is trying to see him, comes and sees him on September 4th and confronts him about what he's been doing. And then within 2 hours, the side of the road happens. And Alec is a victim again. When accountability was at his door, he was a victim again. And he told an extremely detailed lie and went so far as to draw a composite sketch with the police of this assailant. And the accountability that had arrived at his doorstep again, he tried again, tried to get it to go away, and it worked for a little while. People thought, oh my gosh, what's happened here? Should we be suspicious of Alec anymore? But this time it fell apart a little quicker because his own brother figured out that he was trying to buy drugs. And the case fell apart very quickly. This is the setup for what we look at and what's going on. And it seems like a story that's far removed from most people's experience because it is. It is a different story like has never been seen before. But the reason is that he is a different man than the kind of stories that we've seen before. This is a different set of circumstances than we've seen before. And it's certainly easy to understand when you have a middle-aged man who's outwardly successful, who has a strong family legacy, who has a prominence in the community and a reputation, but is living a lie. Is living a lie. And that leads to and can lead to those pressures being overwhelming. in actions like this happening. Husbands have been killing wives, unfortunately, for years, and husbands killing sons goes back as far as King Herod, probably further. And those pressures mount, and someone becomes a family annihilator. Can I have the computer input, please? All right. We got to do a little law school. I'm certainly not a professor, but we need to go through a few of the concepts here. And one of the most important concepts is the fundamental role, one of the fundamental roles while y'all are here. As the judge has told you, he's the judge of the law, but y'all are the judge of the facts. And what does judge of the facts mean? Well, a big part of that is that you determine credibility. You determine believability. You determine which witnesses you want to rely on or not rely on. You can rely on a part of a witness's testimony, all the witnesses' testimony, one against many, many against one. It's up to each one of you individually to make that determinations and decisions, and then to collectively discuss those into a group decision. But credibility is important. Is it believable? Is what somebody's telling you believable? And there's many things you can consider in credibility, but a few of those are the demeanor of the witness on the witness stand, whether the witness has a reason to be biased, whether the testimony of the witness was contradicted on one hand or supported or corroborated on another, whether the witness has been dishonest in the past. And again, you can believe witnesses all against one, one against others, and you can believe portions of a witness's testimony as you see fit. Same thing goes for experts. Expert is a legal determination that allows them to give an opinion. Just because someone's qualified as an expert doesn't mean that you have to accept their opinion. You can judge that based on your assessment of the credibility and the relevance and the believability of that testimony. There's nothing different about that when someone's an expert. Beyond a reasonable doubt, I talked about this at the beginning of the case, and it's our burden. It's a burden we welcome. It's how this system works, that we have to prove the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And what is a reasonable doubt? A reasonable doubt is a doubt that makes a reasonable, honest, sincere juror hesitate to act. It's proof that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely on in their affairs. But a reasonable doubt is not and leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant, but it doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. It doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. I used to try a case against a defense attorney, and he would pull up a picture of something. Right here I have the Mona Lisa. And he would tear off a piece like that and say, ladies and gentlemen, that's reasonable doubt. And my response to that is, you still know what this is, right? You still know what it is. And that's reasonable doubt, okay? If you still know what it is and you're firmly convinced, then it's your duty under the oath that you've taken as the judge will give you the law to convict the defendant. Direct and circumstantial. Directly proves the existence of the fact, and circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of that fact. And we talked a little bit about that at the beginning. Sometimes people in common discussions will say, oh, the case is just circumstantial. But the law says that doesn't matter. The circumstantial evidence can be just as good
It is now 12:32 on the East Coast and 9:32 on the West Coast. You are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered as closing arguments are now underway in the Alec Murdaugh murder trial. He is accused of killing his wife and son back in 2021. Off to the left side of your screen, there's a little bit of background information if you are not too familiar with the case here. The prosecution right now delivering those closing arguments. So let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. And on the other side, we will pop that audio back up. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's head back to Walterboro, South Carolina, pop up the audio and listen in as the prosecution is making their closing arguments in the trial against Alec Murdaugh, the man accused of killing his son and wife there in South Carolina.
In the moment, just a split second or in the moment that the act occurs. So when that trigger's pulled, as long as there's that intentional doing of a wrongful act, intent to inflict an injury, there would be an evil intent, a malignant recklessness, which you can infer from the circumstances of the case, then that's all you need. And how do you do that? I said infer, because people don't always yell out what their intentions are. You have to infer it from the circumstances of the case itself. Look at the crime scene, look at what happened, look at the backstory, look at all the circumstances that come together, and you can infer malice from those. Last little bit of law school. Malice and drugs. Voluntary intoxication does not impair a person's ability to act with malice aforethought. That's a legal principle. If you voluntarily get intoxicated, it is not a defense to a crime, and it does not negate the malicious nature of that crime. If one voluntarily intoxicates themselves, they are just as responsible for their actions as when they are not intoxicated. And the judge, again, take what the law comes from the judge, but this is a legal principle that you will hear. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to a crime. Now, why does the law say that? Well, you can't take whatever it is and deny responsibility for what you've done under the law. All right?
All right, you are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered inside that courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina, as those closing arguments are now underway. Earlier on today, the jury did make a trip over to the crime scene. They were there for a fairly short period of time, but now closing arguments are underway. Again, that is the prosecution there. The defense will come next, and after that, the case goes to the jury. Let's pop up the audio and listen back in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Family and how it was in danger because of the boat case, the criminal charges as well as the civil charges. That legacy was in danger, and it was threatening also to expose him for who he really was, which would totally destroy his part of that legacy. Lose his career, lose his bar license, face consequences like he's never seen. He's also a successful lawyer and a part-time prosecutor. And as we go through and talk about the circumstances of this case and talk about the crime scene and the timeline and all the rest of it, think of it with that in mind. That this is an individual who is trained to understand how to put together cases, complex cases. He's been a prosecutor. He's done complex car wrecks. He understands the law. He's given closing arguments to juries before. So when you have a defendant like that, be thinking about whether or not this individual is constructing defenses and constructing alibis. Talked about his law practice. You've heard how lucrative it is. I had to struggle with him to get him to admit that he was wealthy, making more than $1 million a year. I'll let y'all decide whether or not that's wealthy, but he admitted ultimately that that was not uncommon for him to make that much money on top of stealing and borrowing on top of that. The important thing, though, to remember again, and I want to highlight this, is that they get, under the way that firm worked, they get their money at the end of the year. And then it's up to them to make it last. And that's the big problem that he had. That's why he had to get the Ferris fees. He can't, if he's out of money in May, he's not going to, unless he can borrow it or steal it, he's out of luck. And the hounds were at the gate. All right, we talked about this. He's got, you heard, I think, Jeannie describe him as having intentional chaos. We had the land deals. He's servicing this huge debt load. He constantly needs new money coming in. And this has been going on for more than a decade, a constant hamster wheel. The stress and the pressure of that would be extreme because it's been going on for so long, always having to stay one step ahead of the game, always having to beg, literally beg, borrow, or steal for over a decade to have the truth from being exposed. That's been going on all that time. The big cases, his partners think he's straightened it out and paid off his debts, but he hadn't. He's getting paid millions of dollars, but he's stealing on top of that. It's not enough to keep that hamster wheel going. So he borrows and he steals. The methods I mentioned, you got the PSB checks, you got the fake forge, you got fake business expenses, running the firm card, and from his family and his law partners. Each one of these depends on him being able to sit down.
You are listening in inside the courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina, as Alec Murdaugh is on trial for the murders of his wife and son. Right now, the prosecution is delivering their closing remarks. After that, the defense will also have a chance to deliver remarks, and then the case will go to the jury. It is 12:41 on the East Coast and 9:41 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll pop that audio back up and listen in the courtroom. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Let's pop up the audio and listen back in as the trial for Alec Murdaugh does continue there in Walterboro, South Carolina.
And Mark says, you're going to have to pay money to the Beach family. Millions of dollars. Alec doesn't have that. He's barely one step ahead of the game at this point. He doesn't have insurance coverage anymore, or at least not a big umbrella policy. And why? Because his insurance company dropped him after the Satterfield case. Insurance company thinks the money went to the Satterfield boys, but it didn't. They don't know that he's stolen it all, but they don't want to insure him anymore. So he doesn't have that to help him pay the Beach case. And so what's the one hope he has? And that's the Ferris case. And it's tried, and you get a verdict in February of 2021, $792,000. And eventually, he tells Chris Wilson, I'm going to structure those, which is a lie, and gets the fees sent to him in March. And is spent in 2 months. But the boat case isn't going away. Mark says, show us your books if you're telling me you're broke. I think his testimony was, they said that he could probably cobble together $1 million, which I guess that's broke for him, but it wasn't enough. And so they refuse, and that's what leads to the motion to compel. And there's been a lot of argument about, oh, is that going to be granted or not? Will the judge have granted it? What we do know is that Mark Tinsley said that's what he was seeking to do, and he was seeking to do it because he had been told by the defense that he didn't have money. So he's like, prove it. None of us believe that, knowing what we know about you in this community. Prove it. Well, Alec can't have anybody subpoenaing his financial records because it's all going to be apparent. That Ford account is going to open right up. He can't have that happen. It will all end. He'll lose his career. He will lose his livelihood. He will face investigations and consequences like he's been able to avoid his entire life. But if he can just stay one step ahead, just 1 month longer, 1 day longer, then he's never going to have to face that accountability that he has to face. The hearing is scheduled for June 10th, 2021. And no one's here to argue to you that it's definitely going to be granted. All we're arguing to you is what the witnesses said they were intending to do. And as you've seen in court over the past 6 weeks, things happen and a process starts. And once that process starts, there's a conclusion to it. There's a conclusion to that. And then you heard from Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and talked about the fact that there was some coverage about this case as we move into the spring of 2021, and he hears from Alec, and Alec lies to him and says, yeah, we're hoping to get this case moving, and you saw the text message to that effect when the reality was that it had already been stolen. How's he going to pay that, ladies and gentlemen? That's millions of dollars. It's millions of dollars. And eventually, they're going to figure out that this money's already been paid. The insurance company thinks it's gone in the right place. At some point, the question is going to get asked, and that alone is going to break everything apart. Ferris case, this is when his paralegal finds the expense check and not the fee check. And I've already told you this part of the story, and y'all have heard the testimony, but it sets off that inquiry from the second juror. So now we have this on top of everything else that we're mentioning. This is like nothing he's ever experienced. He's always been able to stay one step ahead of the game. But after the boat case, his appetite's increased greatly. He started stealing millions of dollars, and now he's running out of options, and all these factors are converging. All they're converging. And they're converging on 1 week one day. And that arrives. His father's in the hospital. There's a confrontation with Jeannie. Alec tells her, manages to ward off the conversation by saying Mr. Randolph is terminal. He, of course, denies that, so I guess Jeannie's lying on him too. But that's what she says happened. He's working on the boat case. And then the tragedy happens. And it worked. It's not the only reason, but it's part of the reason. The pressures on this man were unbearable, and they were all reaching.
Our coverage of the Alec Murdaugh trial does continue here in Walterboro, South Carolina, as those closing arguments are now underway. It's not clear how long each side will take, but once this is over, that is when the jury will get the case. There's also jury instructions that will be read first. We're going to have coverage of all of that right here on Live Now from Fox. For now, let's head to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back on the other side.
Keep the hamster wheel going. I know it seems like a lot, but you have to consider the unique circumstances of this particular man. This particular man who has proven over and over again that he will do anything to keep that hamster wheel going and to avoid accountability. And he's been doing it for over 10 years. He just finally reached a point that he had never reached before. Of course, the hearing on the motion to compel gets canceled. Who would go forward with that in the wake of what's happened? That goes away. Doesn't, I think you heard from the testimony up there, it doesn't get rescheduled till long after everything crashes and burns in September. It doesn't even get rescheduled in the wake of this. We don't have to worry about that either, and the potential that had for exposing who he was. Because the second somebody looks at his accounts, the second his own partner, Danny Henderson, looks at his accounts in representing him and says, well, let me see him, he can't do that. He can't do that. He can't even show them to his own partner. Because what's going to happen? They're going to see it too. He can't let that happen, or everything falls apart. He loses everything, including that legacy that you heard from individuals up there is so important to him, more important than anything. I'm not going to go through all of this, but this is the timeline. And you can see and I'll let y'all look at that, but you can see how this develops, how this hamster wheel continues, how he always has to be one step ahead of the game. You know, we've talked about the Redbeard and the Zero United. Those are the land deals that went bad. They get charged off, but yet Palmetto State Bank, still dealing with him. He then appoints Russell Lafitte a conservator and borrows up to $1 million from the Plowler girls' accounts without their knowledge. And then he has to steal money from the Badger case, where he's already making a huge amount of legal fees. He has to steal money from the Badger case to pay off the Plowler girls before they turn 18, and then there's an accounting for that. And then he opens up the Forge account, and it continues. $338,000 from Deion Martin, Johnny Bush, Manuel Sanders, and Richard, $225,000. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. The only way to stay afloat is to beg, borrow, and steal. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. He steals some more money, but he's right back to where he was. March of 2018, he's now maxed out not only $1 million line of credit, but also a $600,000 line of credit. A line of credit, almost like a credit card, maxed out. Then the boat crash happens, and look what happens to the figures. $3.7 million, $1.1 million, $1 million. And then you have the double homicide. This is some of the exhibits. This is, as you recall, there'll be the statements, and they're in evidence showing the defendant's assets on June 7th, 2021, and the reds are his liabilities. That one's green, but it's negative. And then over here, that's where he was a couple months later. He borrowed $750,000 and still ended up $347,000 in the hole, which part of that had to cover. I think it was called the most generous overdraft policy ever conceived. Because, I mean, in fairness, though, he did get a $5 overdraft charge right there. So, anyway. All right, what else do we have? Because we've talked about a lot of things about the finances, and I know that there's been a lot of that, but it's really the only way to understand all the things that were affecting this middle-aged, outwardly successful professional man who had all these pressures upon him, like no one had ever seen. Well, we've got the pills. He claims he's had a pill addiction for 20 years. What does he say about that? He says it makes him paranoid. He says it makes him agitated. He says opiates give him energy. Use your common sense about that. But he also says, and he even said this in the telephone interview after the side of the road, that the withdrawals will make you do anything to get rid of them. That's common sense as well. We know how powerful opiates can be and how the addiction of opiates can be extremely powerful. The withdrawals, not being dope sick, can be extremely powerful. But he's also saying he's taking 1,000 milligrams a day. And he's trying to blame all his theft on that. But that's not what these records reflect. They reflect an insatiable desire for money and a hamster wheel that's been going on for a long time. And you don't really see the escalation from his drug dealer until March of 2021. I would ask you also, one of the tenets of juries is common sense. That's what you're here for, is for an individual and then a collective common sense. Common sense, 1,000 milligrams a day, does that sound survivable? He sat there on that stand and told you that's what he was taking. And as we're going to go through this process, we're going to talk about what he said on the stand and how many times on the fly that he looked you in your eyes and didn't tell you the truth. He's very good at it. His own partner said that. He's very, very good at it. I'll leave it to you to decide whether 1,000 milligrams a day is survivable with opiates. And if it was, that you could still engage in work, have a successful practice, and then on top of that, engage in these complex conspiracies to steal and fool everyone and live a life and have people outwardly think that you're, who you profess to be in public. If you were taking 1,000 milligrams a day, does that make common sense? I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't. I have no doubt that he was taking opiate pills. But I think he looked you, and I would submit to you to decide whether or not he looked you in the eye and claimed them out as inconsistent with whatever else we know about this man. It's really inconsistent with survivability as a matter of common sense. He can never function at the level he's been functioning, keeping up with these pressures, staying one step ahead for over a decade if he was taking that much dope. I would submit to you. Just one other lie that I would submit to you as a lie that he's trying to get you to believe, to feel sympathetic for him, as if the dope was the cause of the money and the cause of his issues, when the reality is it wasn't. This has been going on for a long time, and the finances prove differently.
You're listening in here to the Alec Murdaugh murder trial there in Walterboro, South Carolina. Thank you so much for joining us as we just passed the 11 o'clock hour here on Live Now from Fox. We want to give you a roundup of some of the top stories we're following from around the country, and well, as you can see on your screen, out of this world, as we're monitoring the SpaceX Crew 5 mission as they're up there in the stratosphere above there. As you can see, just little to no gravity there. Also in California, dealing with some major snow in the mountains. We'll take you out there as San Bernardino providing an update. But right now we want to get right back out to Walterboro, South Carolina, as closing arguments are now underway in the Alec Murdaugh murder trial, the curious case of that disgraced South Carolina lawyer. They're having prosecution now speaking to the jury, directly to the jury in closing arguments. Let's listen in again here on Live Now from Fox to this closing arguments.
And went through the whole process to come out with this picture, which I swear is not me. How do you do that? How do you do that if you're on that much dope? So why did he tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Why did he look you in the eye and tell you that as he sat there on that stand trying to explain what was going on? It's interesting also that in one of the interviews with law enforcement, there were 3 interviews, June 8th, June 10th, and August 11th, before we get to the side of the road, that he mentions that Paul was a little detective. That's very interesting for him to mention that, because you heard from Marion Proctor, Maggie's sister, that Maggie called Paul that, the little detective, specifically in reference to Paul paying attention and trying to keep Alec from taking pills. Why would he bring that up? That's an interesting thing to bring up, because that was what that was in reference to. And what do we know? We know that in May, if we talk about all the pressures that are coming upon him, all these financial things that we've talked about, this exhausting hamster wheel that's been going on forever, the need to beg, borrow, and steal to stay one step ahead, and he's running out of options there. On top of that, we know in May that Paul sends a text to him saying, "Mom found some pills, we need to talk." Mom found some pills and we need to talk. Another pressure from Paul and Maggie on him. And if you look at the texts, the weekend of the ball game on June the 7th, and those are in evidence. Alec is not at the game. And he's texting back and forth, and Maggie's like, don't come if you feel bad. And he's like, well, I think I can get a late checkout. And then he's like, at 1 o'clock, they made me leave. I submit to you, it's a reasonable inference they were on him at this time. They were watching him like a hawk. Opiates, the most powerful of withdrawals. And everything's coming to a head, including this as well. Run out of money, running out of options, doesn't get paid in any significant way until December, already stole the fares fees and spent that money in 2 months, has an expensive pill habit, and accountability and consequences will undo everything in his life, everything that is his self-identity, everything, the only things that he cares about. He doesn't care about lying to his partners and his family and his friends and his clients if it will delay accountability for him. He'll do it in a heartbeat. And all of that is about to be undone.
We're at a good stopping point?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 1 hour and 15 minutes for lunch. Please do not discuss the case. We'll be in recess, 1 hour and 15 minutes.
You can just hear there on Live Now from Fox. Closing arguments underway. They're going to go to a recess for about an hour. So that's what they're going to do right now here on Live Now from Fox. Certainly a lot to unpack here with the Alex Murdaugh murder trial there in Walterboro, South Carolina. The jury did visit Moselle, the scene of the crime back in 2021. So it's been a busy morning there for the jury. Certainly necessary to take a break. We haven't heard from the defense yet, but certainly prosecution going through their closing arguments here on this Wednesday on Live Now from Fox. We want to get into some other major top stories from around the country. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We are going to continue to cover all the top headlines, including out of Greece. A passenger train carrying hundreds of people collided head-on at high speed with an oncoming freight train in northern Greece, killing dozens. For more on this, we go out to our Fox News correspondent, Alex Hogan, in London.
A major rescue effort is underway in Greece, where a head-on collision between two trains killed at least 3 dozen people late Tuesday night, and that number is expected to rise. It happened near the town of Tempe, about 235 miles north of Athens. A passenger train carrying 350 people and a freight train slamming into each other at high speed, and eyewitnesses described a horrific scene.
The trains were completely destroyed, both the passenger and freight trains. People naturally were scared. Very scared. They were looking around, searching. They didn't know where they were.
You can see the scale of the destruction. The collision instantly flattening 2 of the 3 passenger cars, and at least 3 of the freight cars are said to have burst into flames. First responders are now out in force looking for survivors and pulling victims from the wreckage.
The process of extricating people is ongoing and is being carried out under very difficult conditions due to the severity of the collision between the 2 trains.
It's not clear exactly what caused the collision, but the station master of a nearby city has already been arrested and 2 others are being held for questioning. As the investigation ramps up, Greek officials are promising to move quickly and restore trust in the transportation system.
I can guarantee one thing. We will find out what caused this tragedy and do everything in our power to make sure it never happens again.
The Greek government has scheduled a national period of mourning scheduled to last for 3 days. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that latest update. Certainly a very tragic moment overnight, as many in America were learning of this news early this morning of that tragic train wreck there in Athens, north of Athens, Greece, dozens dead in that. Well, we're also monitoring back here at home a major snowstorm in the mountains in Southern California. California digging out from yet another snowstorm, conditions impacting travel across the region. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has more.
Mother Nature is showing her teeth 20 days before spring.
Another round of snow is pummeling California, Sierra Nevada mountains on Wednesday, prompting blizzard warnings for much of the region. Forecasters say record cold temperatures are possible as the storm moves through. Tuesday night, whiteout conditions forced the closure of major highways in the mountains. Gusty winds blew snow onto roads, making travel nearly impossible. Some drivers were left stranded.
No power right now at all, so no hot water, none of that. So we can't even get up the hill right now if we wanted to. So we've been stuck here down here for about a week.
It's all part of a string of back-to-back storms walloping Northern California this week. The brutal conditions have forced plow truck drivers to work around the clock to clear roads.
All night long last night until I started probably about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. I've been doing it ever since.
And here in Southern California, forecasters say another 1 or 2 inches of rain could fall through Wednesday night. The conditions are threatening to cause minor flooding and mudslides, like this one that impacted homes in Los Angeles on Tuesday.
Whether we'll see more this year is going to depend on what the weather conditions are like over the coming weeks. Most of these occur relatively soon after rain, if not during storms.
Across the state, the severe weather has knocked out power to thousands of homes and businesses. In Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Thank you so much. As they continue to dig out, you can see some of those lines of storms moving through Las Vegas, and there are reports of flurries of snow in the areas surrounding Las Vegas. That is quite the sight to see if you're in there, Southern Nevada, Las Vegas. Potentially getting snow. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much. As we're just heading into a new day here on Wednesday, I want to give you an update coming up after the break on President Biden as they honor Homeland Security and the anniversary there, but also new developments and new information from FBI Director Chris Wray on the potential origins of the COVID-19 and that pandemic. We have much more to come after this 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack, and we have some big news coming in late last night and early this morning as, for the first time, the FBI is confirming its assessment that the COVID-19 pandemic was most likely the result of a lab leak from China. That comes as lawmakers held a rare primetime hearing last night on growing threats from the Chinese government. For more on this, we head out to Washington with our Fox team.
It was a busy night here on Capitol Hill with a clear show of bipartisan concern over growing tensions between the U.S. and China. The FBI has long thought that COVID-19 originated from a Chinese lab, not from natural transmission. And for the first time, the Bureau's director is publicly confirming that belief.
The FBI has for quite some time now assessed that the origins of the pandemic are most likely a potential lab incident in Wuhan.
Do you think there is a chance that the Wuhan lab was involved in bioweapons research?
The lab leak theory figuring prominently in last night's primetime congressional hearing on the threat from the Chinese government across the board. Recent events, including the shoot-down of that Chinese spy balloon and efforts to curb data collection from the wildly popular TikTok app, have sharpened bipartisan criticism of China.
Over the last 3 decades, both Democrats and Republicans underestimated the CCP and assumed that trade and investment would inevitably lead to democracy and greater security in the Indo-Pacific region, including in the PRC. Instead, the opposite happened.
The panel heard from a human rights activist as well as former national security leaders.
General, do you think that China poses a greater threat to our freedom and the world's freedom than the Soviet Union ever did?
Congressman, yes, I do.
And China, meantime, has responded to the lab leak theory with their foreign ministry saying it's a smear and an effort to politicize the virus. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you so much. Those are some very interesting comments late last night from the FBI Director Christopher Wray. So we'll continue to follow this here on Live Now from Fox as more and more details come out, as we heard a report from the Wall Street Journal earlier on this week talking about the Department of Energy report that it also thinks with low confidence that it was a lab leak in China that potentially could be the origins of COVID-19. Well, shifting gears here a little bit on Live Now from Fox, we want to take you out to an event earlier on as President Biden marking the 20th anniversary of the Homeland Security Department as they continue Department of Homeland Security. Let's take you out to these comments alongside Alejandra Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security. Let's listen into these full remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. On November 19th, 2002, the senior senator from Delaware voted in support of the act to create the United States Department of Homeland Security. In the years preceding that vote and the years since, Joe Biden has worked for the safety and security of our country and the well-being of every American. The walk to this podium may be short, but it represents a lifetime of service. 36 years as a United States Senator, 8 years as the Vice President of the United States, and now as our President. Through it all, we have had no greater champion of our department and our mission. We are deeply honored on our 20th anniversary to be joined by the 46th President of the United States of America. Everyone, please rise and give a warm welcome to President Biden.
All right, fellas. Please, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're very nice. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please sit. I don't know who Ali was talking about. That's someone being around that long. 20 years. Whoa. You know, when we voted to set you all up, no one ever thought it'd be over 260,000 people. No one thought it'd take up, but you've done an incredible job. Mr. Secretary, I came for a simple reason, to say thank you. Thank you for welcoming me back here today, as well as 20 years. Mr. Secretary, you're a true patriot, as dedicated your career to protecting and serving the American people, while upholding our nation's laws and standing up for American values. Because when I think of this department, I think of it in that way, standing up for American values. I'm so grateful for everything, Mr. Secretary, you've done and all of you do for our country and for the whole world. You know, every 9/11, I think about a friend of mine named Davis Cessna from Delaware. The year before 9/11, I was watching television it was in the summer. I was watching television in my recreation room, looking at my grandkids in the swimming pool. And all of a sudden they broke in and they showed someone sitting on the banks of the Delaware and Chesapeake Canal, or the C&D Canal, Chesapeake and Delaware Canal. And he had his head in his hands. And they said that he had just lost his youngest son because what happened was the small boat they had, hit a piling that was just below the water. The child was down in the hull, down by the hull, and anyway, he died. And he picked up the phone, he was dialing the phone. And as I watched him dial the phone, my phone rang. He was calling me to tell me what had just happened and ask what he should do. And then a year later, I was with him on 9/11. Not with him, I was near him on 9/11, when he got a phone call. His oldest son was just 6 days into a job on the 104th floor of the South Tower of the World Trade Center. And Davis went straight to ground zero in search of his son and searched deep into the last, as he called it, innings of hope, as he put it. And a few days later, after they finally found that his son was there and had died, I got a call from Davis, and we talked as fathers. I had lost several kids earlier, a long story, but we were talking as dads, and I didn't understand. I didn't have the loss he had, but I did lose a wife and a child, and in an accident. And it was, I was on my way when he calls to speak to students at the University of Delaware to talk about 9/11. And there are several thousand students to try to set the record, not straight, but to calm things down a little bit. And to make some sense out of the new world we're in. And I told him where I was going. And he said over the phone, he said, just tell them. Just tell them. I'll never forget what he said. Don't be afraid. He said, don't be afraid. Tell them that. It's extraordinary, yet the most ordinary of American things. Don't be afraid. To know that life can be unfair and uncertain, a cruel twist of an accident, a deliberate act of evil. But even in the darkness, there still should be light. Don't be afraid. Fight back. Not let the terrorists define us or fundamentally change our way of life. But to stand up to fear, and to make sure that Americans can still live their lives and dream their dreams. That's what all of you represent from my perspective. Letting Americans live their lives, still dream their dreams. The Department of Homeland Security was formed out of the tragedy of 9/11 to repeat myself, but with an unshakable resolve of a sacred mission to secure our country and to protect the American people. Today, work of DHS is as important as it's ever been. I would argue it's even more important than it's been up to now. The fact is, you have 260,000 employees, including 20% of you are veterans. continuing to serve your nation, preventing terror attacks domestically and globally, protecting our air, our land, our maritime borders, helping the global partners that we have do the same thing, responding in an instant to natural disasters. We've flown all over the country with the head of FEMA. We've been to more states than we'd like to acknowledge now with fire, drought, devastation. With the climate crisis, we're asking more of you every single day, with extreme weather impacting communities and mounting frequency and ferocity. All the while, helping our people cope with public emergencies, like the collapsed condo in Florida, which no one had ever anticipated, growing greater resilience in our communities through violent prevention programs. And by the way, I see your incredible work every single day with the brave women and men of the United States Secret Service, vigilantly protecting my family, the Vice President's family, former presidents, visiting world leaders, and events of national consequence. Every day, the people of this department are also working to preserve the integrity of our elections, protect our critical infrastructure from physical and cyber attack. I'm going to keep making sure you have the resources you need to do the job, because your job is so expansive across the board. In fact, I was able to secure record funding for DHS, and I'm asking Congress to do more. In the 20 years since DHS began, the world has become more interconnected, more complicated than ever, and new threats are emerging with the incredible advances in technology. Some are frightening, those advances. Many are reassuring. But yet, because of you, America is safer, it's stronger, and is better prepared to meet whatever threat we face. And the threats are mounting. They're not diminishing. But we have you. And I know the stakes and the stress of the job take an incredible toll. Yet every single one of you answer the call every day. It's not hyperbole to suggest you're heroes, you're patriots, possess a rare commitment to your fellow Americans, showing the American people how their government works for them. You give them confidence. You represent the best of us. Duty, devotion, courage, honor, service before self. It's truly noble. While I'm speaking to you, the leaders here, there's so many people out in the field putting their lives at risk as I speak to you. As we commemorate 20 years of this remarkable department and all its key elements, so many I can't mention all of them in one moment. Coast Guard, Secret Service, FEMA, the Transportation Security Administration, Customs and Border Patrol, Immigration, Customs Enforcement, and U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, Cybersecurity, Infrastructure, Security Agency, the Federal Enforcement and Training Center. On behalf of the American people, and I mean this, on behalf of the American people, I came for a simple reason, as I said, to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. American people know you're there, but they have no idea just how many of you there are, how many people put their lives on the line every day for you. And we owe you. You know, on this day, we also honor those who gave the full devotion to their nation and serving in this department. We remember them. We've got to remember them all. It matters. Because unlike in other engagements, many of them don't get to be known, don't get to be celebrated. We also know this is not just the person who works the job, who serves, it's the whole family. And that's the part I think that we sometimes underestimate. There was a line from the English poet John Milton, I've quoted before, said, "They also serve who only stand and wait." They also serve who only stand and wait. We owe your families so damn much. So damn much. They have a sense of what you're doing. They know some of it in detail, the chances you're taking. But every day, every time you walk out of that house, that door closes behind you. They wonder, and they serve. So I thank your families who had to stand and wait. so they're hoping their loved ones will come home just as they left the door. They serve as well. I think maybe that's the hardest part for most of you, is knowing what your families are facing. There's no greater responsibility for government than ensuring the safety of the American people and those who serve and protect us all. On behalf of the American people, I want to thank you. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for your service. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know it's a small thing, but we mean it. And I don't think they get to see your faces, get to know who you are, have any idea all the risks so many of you take. It's important they know. So God bless the patriots of the Department of Homeland Security, and may God keep all of the folks you have in the field safe and secure, because we need them. We need them badly. Again, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You were just listening in there, President Biden making those remarks, marking the 20th anniversary of the Department of Homeland Security, started back in 2003. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up after the break, we'll talk more about the weather in Southern California, snow on the mountains there, and a rare sight again. We'll have much more coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We want to take you out to California in San Bernardino County in particular, as residents and visitors, they grew frustrated as the city remains trapped in their homes and vacation rentals due to some major winter storms. You can see our X-Rad computer weather monitor right there as storms continuing to move through Southern California, and also our Sky Fox team. There are some snow-capped pretty mountains, but on Monday, San Bernardino County, they declared a local emergency after a powerful storm dumped feet of snow on the mountain communities. And then on Wednesday, a new system brought even more heavy snowfall. For more on this, let's go out to San Bernardino as officials are providing an update on what residents need to know with these major winter weather in Southern California.
Hernandez to start us off this morning. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. We organize this press conference so that we can share useful and vital, up-to-date information with our residents. I'm joined here today by leaders representing many of the agencies that are working around the clock to get our communities through this crisis. As I introduce you to our first speaker, Board of Supervisor Chair and 3rd District Supervisor Don Rao, I'd like to thank the Chair Rao and the Board of Supervisors for their leadership and support that make the county's response to an event like this possible. We also have with us today San Bernardino County Sheriff Shannon Dykes, County Fire Chief Dan Muncy, County Public Works Director Brendan Biggs, and Deputy Director of Maintenance for the California Department of Transportation District 8, Jim Rogers. We also have with us 5th District Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. Also present and representatives from the Office of Congressman Jay Obernolte and State Senator Rosalia Choa-Bo. We thank you so much for joining us. The California Highway Patrol and Southern California Edison. At this time, I would like to introduce Board of Supervisor Chair Don Rao, whose 3rd district includes the areas hardest hit by those storms. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Good morning. I would like to start by offering that we here, our mountain communities, we understand the nature of this emergency and how it is impacting our residents. We know we have stranded residents. It is our #1 priority to get to those residents so that they can have the safe environment that we hope to provide to them. Plowing of the roads is continuing 24/7. We have thrown all of our assets at this. We've requested additional assets from our state partners and anybody who else can provide them. That is our #1 priority, is to get our residents the food, the medicine, and access that they need. Plowing is going to continue over the course of the next several days, upwards of a week, back into some of our communities. We need our residents to help take care of each other, to call our hotline that we have established that will now be 24/7, 7 days a week. I will say the number for you. If it is an emergency, risk of life is imminent, please call 911. Otherwise, I would encourage you to call 909-387-3911. Our county fire and sheriff and public works crews can deliver medicine and food to those that are still homebound. We know that roofs are starting to collapse. We have elevated this situation into a unified command with all of our emergency cooperators and every available resource that we have at the county and the state that they can provide will be thrown at this incident to provide a level of safety for our residents. And so we hear you, we know you are concerned, and we know that this is changing with the additional snow that fell last night. So please know that we are working 24/7, our county crews, the CAO staff, our sheriff, fire, public works, everyone. We are putting everything that we have at this. We hear your pleas for help, and we will be there for you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shannon Dykes, SHANNONDICUS. I'm the Sheriff of San Bernardino County. Since the storm came in on Friday, I want to bring you up to speed on Sheriff's Department activities. We've conducted approximately 17 search and rescue operations, including areas of Big Bear, which totaled 5 of those operations, Twin Peaks for 2 of those operations, the Victor Valley area. And when we talk about this, we sound like the deserts, but it's the high altitude areas, meaning Wrightwood, the Cleghorn area, which we refer to here locally as the back way to get up to Crestline. Yucaipa Station, we're talking about Forest Falls and areas of that nature. Fontana Station, which covers Lytle Creek for 1 search and rescue operation, and our Central Station, which also covers everything south of the 138 and the Cajon Pass. A couple of those notable events were in Big Bear. A couple of off-roaders were stuck on some of the back forestry roads, and we had to use off-road vehicles that are situated with tracks to be able to go in and get them and rescue them. Also in Big Bear, we had 4 skiers go into a prohibited area on the back side of the mountain, and we conducted a large-scale operation, and we're not able to get any of those folks off the mountain until 2 a.m. in the morning here recently. In the Victor Valley area, out by 138 or the Cleghorn area that I described earlier, same thing. People are going out and looking at the snow, but as the snow starts to build, the capabilities of their vehicles are unable to continue moving forward, and they're getting stuck. And we're having to go out there and rescue them, and that's what occurred in the Cleghorn area. To give you an idea of ongoing efforts, specifically in areas of concern are the Big Bear area and Twin Peaks. We're all working together in unified command to be able to support the CHP with road closures at the 38 and at the 18. We're still continuing to try to facilitate residents getting back into their communities and making sure we check IDs, that they're the appropriate people going to and from their residences. We're facilitating a number of delivery convoys to try to get food into the local stores, and the same thing with our local gas stations. There's continuous communication with all of our local partners. To switch to the Twin Peaks area, Obviously, in that area, we've had more than the usual snow that we see during the winter. There's continuous and patrol staffing operations going on there. We're assisting CHP and Caltrans with the clearing and the plowing of those roads, and we're coordinating, again, with grocery stores in that area, fuel retailers, the CHP and Caltrans, to make sure that they get their needs taken care of, and we're taking care of the law enforcement needs of those communities. You've heard that we've evacuated the summer camps here recently. I know that was a point of the news with the kids coming from Irvine. Our commanders were constantly in contact with those camp representatives until the children were taken out of the area over the weekend. Approximately 4 to 5 feet of snow came into us last night up there in those areas. And just to give you an update about what's really changed is, like Supervisor Rao said, we are seeing a number of roof damage to buildings up there. One of the local grocery stores, Goodwin's, where it's our understanding they had a roof collapse. We're in partnership with County Fire right now. As you can imagine, we receive a number of redundant calls. County Fire is well equipped with snowcats that can get us, their tracked vehicles that get us in and out of those hard to get to areas. And we partnered deputies up with County Fire so that we can check those damaged areas first and foremost and make sure that we don't have anybody that's been injured or hurt as a result of any of that damage. I've been in constant contact with state OES for the law enforcement side, and here in our Emergency Operations Center, there's been a representative from the state, and we certainly appreciate their help and support. And I'd like to introduce my partner, County Fire Chief Dan Muncy.
Thank you, Sheriff. Dan Muncy, M-U-N-S-C-Y. I'm the County Fire Chief. First, I want to thank the cooperation between the different agencies and the county departments. This cooperation is very strong and very effective, and we've been doing amazing things together. I'm not going to reiterate some of the talking points the Sheriff went over, but I'll say this. Our roads are heavily impacted. We know that our residents are in our homes. We're receiving lots of calls from those residents that want assistance. That assistance has to be prioritized because the amount of resources is finite. If people have food, shelter, water, and heat, and they're in their structures that are in good.
You're listening into San Bernardino officials providing this update. A major storm, feet of snow in that area at some elevation, not necessarily Los Angeles, but at some elevation just to the east and inland of Los Angeles in Southern California. For some of you, you're going to see a quick 2-minute break.
That got his car stuck. We're responding to medical calls. We're responding to fires in these tracked vehicles. We are going to people's houses where they've had trees through the houses or some sort of roof collapse, and we're evacuating them to our evacuation shelters. We are working closely with County Roads, Caltrans, CHP to make sure that our critical infrastructure is open to our warming centers, to get ingress and egress, to make sure that folks can get to the grocery stores that are open so that they get the needed supplies. The coordination's been tremendous. We are in unified command with the Sheriff's Department. We do have an incident command post that's been established. We're working very closely with the county to do our damage assessments, to continue to identify and prioritize our incident objectives to reach the greatest amount of people that we can. To date, have not been informed of any serious injuries or deaths. We are preventing that by being able to respond to our citizens' most immediate needs. I would like to encourage the citizens of San Bernardino, if you are in a location that is cut off, understand that help will get to you in the event of emergency. We are going to ask you to be patient, though, as long as you have food, shelter, heat, water, plenty of water around, help will arrive. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Brendan Biggs with the Department of Public Works. I'm the Director of Public Works. The County Public Works is part of a multi-agency team that coordinates each year gets the winter forecast and coordinates with all of our agency partners to develop a plan for the winter. And in front of each storm, we start monitoring the storm as it's approaching. We have meetings and we determine what kind of activation level. For this particular storm, we did have those pre-meetings. We realized that this storm was big. We started pre-staging equipment, getting fuel up to our road yards, getting chains, getting our on-call contractors in place. So we mobilized all the resources that we had available to start hitting this storm as soon as it happened. This storm is unprecedented. Our National Weather Service said that they issue out different levels of warnings. The highest is blizzard, and they've only issued that once, which is this storm. This storm covered the entire mountain range from Wrightwood all the way over to Forest Falls. with this heavy amount of snow that you see. That's too much for the local resources to keep up with. So a lot of the primaries and secondaries and state highways were buried, and we're in the process of digging them out right now. Just to give you a little bit of context, the county has 500 miles of roads throughout the mountain areas that we have to plow. Caltrans has another 173. It's a lot of roads to cover that need to be dug out. When the snow is normal conditions, when it's falling, you may have a few inches where you're using these plow trucks and graders to keep up with it. Once it gets to a certain depth, it no longer can be plowed with those types of equipment. You have to do a snow removal with these loaders where you're actually digging your way out. And that's where we're at right now, is to try to dig our way out. So it's very slow going. The county roads specifically in the mountain areas, they're not like the roads down here in the valley where you have 2 lanes with curb and gutter sidewalk. You have tight, windy roads that are 1 lane. You have trees and other obstructions, structures, encroachments, utility lines that are right next to the roads that it's normally kind of slow going, and with the extra depth, it's even more slow going. So it takes a while to get back to some of those remote areas. Public Works crews are supporting the overall mission goals, so we've had to take some resources and clear helicopter pads from Lake Arrowhead Airport. We were clearing some of the roads that were to get the campers out. We also cleared a couple of parking lots for the Red Cross warming centers, and we continue to do so as the need arises. Many of the areas do have their primary roads passable, and what we mean by passable is at least 1 lane wide, less than 8 inches of snow. That's what a typical vehicle for mountain environment would be able to navigate, like a 4x4 with snow tires and chains. And that's our goal, is to try to get all the roads passable, and then we'll start working on the clearing and widening. The primary roads and the major highways are the ones that they hit first to get those vital supports for fuel and food and other essential resources up the hill. But if we can get the roads passable, we can allow emergency responders to get back to those areas and get people out to get them into those shelters. Many locations, primarily Crestline, Lake Arrowhead, and Running Springs, were hit with a little more snow. They're currently not passable in many locations. Last night we got some more snow that came in. So, but now with the storm ending, we can start hitting those and start clearing them. What we're going to try to do in normal situations, we have different road yards that take care of their own roads, where they'll make them passable, clear, widened. As soon as the roads get passable in one area, we're going to shift those to help supplement the areas that aren't passable, so that all of the mountain roads get passable. Then they can return and start doing the widening. So our goal is to get everything passable as fast as possible. Due to the severity of the storm, the current focus is to get those primary roads opened up. And we're primarily digging them out right now. We are reaching out to the state. We've had some meetings last night to try to get some extra resources to help supplement our crews. Just like a fire or a hurricane or something that overtaxes the local community, this one obviously overtaxes the locals, so we're bringing in outside resources. And down here in the valley, you have a lot of rental places that have a lot of equipment and stuff, but they don't have snow chains because they don't do snow plowing. Snow chains are unique equipment device that you get some suppliers back east. We buy all ours in the summer like most people do, so we can't just go and get a local contractor with a piece of equipment because they don't have that type of equipment. So the same contractors that we're using, Caltrans is using, Edison is using, they're overtaxed too. So we're trying to bring some resources from other state agencies that deal with snow that can get the proper equipment up the hill to help dig us out. We are trying to develop some maps, which we're hoping will be out today or tomorrow, to help provide some more information to the public. We'll have our snow removal maps on there. It's a GIS layer on our County Public Work webpage, snow removal page, that the residents can see how we make progress. So as we clear or make the roads passable, they'll turn green, and then we'll show you what our plans are in the next few days, so you can kind of see how it's progressing as it goes on. We'd like to assure the community that we continue to work with our partnering agencies throughout this storm, adjusting priorities as needed, and we work 24/7. We have our own employees that live up there. We have a family that lives up there, friends that live up there. So we're motivated and driven to, stop at nothing to get this thing done. For more detailed information, helpful tips, frequently asked questions, we do have a lot of those on our webpage, and we'll continue to provide up-to-date information on the Public Works webpage. And there is a hotline on there too for the other types of emergency calls other than 911. With that, I'd like to call up California Department of Transportation Deputy Director Jim Rogers.
Thank you, Brendan. Okay, good morning. I'm Jim Rogers. I'm the maintenance deputy here in District 8, and I would like to thank San Bernardino County for inviting us to be a part of this today. We are here to discuss the hard work that the field staff have been contributing to in the snow removal and storm cleanup operations since last week. Caltrans District 8 began preparation early last week, including placing de-icing agents on our state highway system, clearing storm drains, performing vehicle inspections on snow vehicles. Additional crews were brought into the mountain areas to assist these operations out of the valley. Our Riverside crews and San Bernardino Valley crews also came in. As the weather intensified, an emergency director's order was approved and initiated, and more resources were brought in through a contractor. Okay, and then District 8 has been on 24-hour shifts with staff rotating out between 12, 14, and 16-hour shifts around the clock. In collaboration with the Highway Patrol, Caltrans staff has also been able to successfully escort multiple buses of children from neighboring school districts off the mountain and getting them back home safely. Escorts were also established on State Route 18 in Lucerne Valley and San Bernardino on State Route 330 and 18 for relief for residents to get up and down the hill. Partnerships between District 8 and other agencies has occurred to ensure the delivery of essential goods such as food, gasoline, and prescription medication. These endeavors were such a success because of our amazing partners. They're all standing right here behind us. Okay. As the weather begins to change, Caltrans will continue to remove large amounts of snow from the state highway system with a goal of opening the highway to all who wish to visit the beautiful mountain communities. We want to thank the community for their patience as we move forward to achieve this goal. I want to thank again our partners for their support and efforts. And I'd like to just go off script here just a little bit. I don't know where Carolina is, but I'm going to say this anyway. I am damn proud of our crews and the Highway Patrol that has assisted us, the San Bernardino County Sheriffs. We couldn't do it without them. And our crews have been working around the clock for over a week. They're eating cup of noodles and sitting in the crew rooms for minutes to eat. And you're getting back out there and they're running the equipment and getting these roads open. So I am damn proud of them. All right? Thank you.
Thank you very much to that. I'm also going to go off script here briefly. If you do have a second home in the mountains, when our mountains do open up, please make sure that before you go up to enjoy our mountains and the snow that has been left, that you ensure that your driveways have been cleared by private providers prior to going up on the mountains. That will be our next biggest challenge. I would like to thank our animal care specialists at the DeVore Animal Shelter. DeVore received weather and it is cold up there. We currently have 114 dogs that are in heated kennels. The temperature in those kennels is 70 degrees. They are cared for around the clock and being looked after in a warm environment. And so that is an area that I just wanted to offer special thanks to. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to all of our speakers. Thank you all for being here today and for helping us get this important information out to our communities. With that, this concludes this part of the press conference, but our speakers that are here are going to be available to you for one-on-one interviews. We also have a representative from CHP, Southern California Edison, that's here in the audience as well. Thank you so much, and we now open it up. You can ask our speakers questions individually. Thank you.
You're just listening here to this update out of San Bernardino County as they are talking about this major storm taking place. For some of you, you're going to see a quick 2-minute break.
Making sure that we can stay ahead of any additional incidents that may occur. Last night we had a couple of building collapses. That currently is a threat as the snow gets a little wetter and a little heavier. I'll let you silence your phone. We also are working on the hypothesis that additional weather could come and create additional impacts. So agency coordination is imperative as we move forward, that we prioritize which roads need to be open. We prioritize where are our disadvantaged populations that may need assistance to ride out an extremely long storm. To date, the fire department's responded to every single 911 call. I'll reiterate, what our friend from Caltrans said. Our firefighters are working extremely hard, around the clock, 24/7. They are forced to work. They are not going home. We've put extra crews up there. We've been working close coordination with the sheriff. But I'll end it with this, is that as the roads start to open, there's a lot of people that want to go visit the snow. This is the wrong time to do that. Let us clear the roadways. Let us help the people that are in need. If we have a large amount of people try to visit our mountains communities, number one, they're not going to find any place to park. Number two, they're going to find out the conditions are very extreme. Number three, they're going to hamper with our emergency cleanup and recovery efforts. I hope that answers your question. We're going to take that day to day, but I think that at least 7 to 10 days would be reasonable unless additional weather comes in.
Just final question. Are you giving people a time frame? Spoken to a lot of folks who are living in Crestline, living in Lake Arrowhead. They've spoken to us saying they're getting concerned. What is the time frame you're telling them about how long they're going to be stuck inside their homes with the little food that is now running out?
You know, one thing that jumps in my mind is that this event is very much like an earthquake. And we always plan for the earthquake, and we advise all of our citizens, all our residents across Southern California, be prepared for long-term events. And this is that case. We know that our residents have been shut in some cases for a week. It could go on another 7 to 10 days before we're able to get those roads plowed to those residents. But to specifically give you a timetable, I'll turn it over to one of the county or Caltrans representatives that may be able to tell you without any additional snowfall how long it will take.
Right now, the clock starts ticking once the snow stops. We lost everything last night because the snow came in again. But we're going to try to keep the primary roads passable. That's our immediate need. So that'll be hopefully in the next 3 or 4 days we'll get those. But some of the more remote things could be a week or two before we can get back in there. Worst case, we are trying to bring in extra resources from the state. That'll accelerate that. But for now, they should plan for at least a week or two. Yeah, absolutely. Last night they were on a call around 7:30 last night. We had state representatives. We provided them with our needs. They got very specific as the exact type of equipment and labor that we needed, and they're working on that today. We have multiple meetings with them during the day, so they've been really good. They're reaching out to all the different Caltrans offices throughout the state, those that deal with snow and these types of things, to pull those resources in. We're very hopeful. We're very optimistic that we can pull those in. So, and we're reaching in other areas too to try to look for additional resources.
And what would be the message to those people stuck in those communities that on top of this emergency happen to have another emergency, whether a medical emergency or something that requires them to either leave, come to look for help, or get attention immediately?
Yeah.
So the 911 system's still available. If there's an emergency, and we really need to look at this really as a priority. So life is going to be number one. Those type of emergencies, whether it be medications and things of that nature. And as I explained earlier, we are partnered with County Fire in track vehicles to be able to respond to those incidents. So the citizens don't have to worry about having an emergency response. We are equipped to be able to do that and certainly get them help. But once we transition, then we're going to transition, like everybody's been saying here, really to access and getting everybody in and out, resupply, long before we get to the recreation point. And I'd certainly like to put out to any member in the public, we need them to stay out of the mountains right now. This is not the time to go up there and recreate. We know the mountains are beautiful, but we're dealing with alpine conditions that are like things nobody normally sees. Same thing with hiking in our Baldy area, and all of our high altitude mountainous areas are experiencing those alpine conditions. And even if you're an experienced hiker, an experienced off-roader, the conditions out there are far beyond what your experiences are, so we're encouraging you to stay out of those areas. But we are equipped to respond to those 911 calls, and there's been no issues with the 911 system.
How many people do you think are now stuck there right now? How many people do you think are confined to the area, and how are you going to be able to provide them with food if they run
If we get those type of calls, we'll certainly do that. We have a number of volunteers, and when we're giving shouts out to everybody, we have an extensive, very comprehensive search and rescue group, and we'll be sending those volunteers in for those people who absolutely need it. But of course, we're going to be evaluating that through the dispatch centers. And as far as the actual population out there, we don't really have a number on it. It's very transitory. There are a number of rental areas up there that I'm sure people went to prior to the storm coming in that are now stuck. So we're still in the middle of assessing that. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's normal populations are definitely above the hundreds. Absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be totally, it depends on access. So as Caltrans clears the road, we're going to do those priority convoy escorts, whether it's fuel, whether it's food or whatever. We're going to prioritize all those things. We actually had a great amount of success yesterday, but as Brendan Biggs explained to all of you earlier, we've lost some traction because of the snow that occurred last night. So we're starting from ground zero all over again, just waiting for the snow to stop.
Sheriff, before you go, and we'll understand that you want people to stay away from the mountains and not time to come and have fun. Is there going to be any consequences if somebody decides to drive and take pictures or take the kids to the snow?
Oh.
Going to be tickets, or what are they facing if they do?
Absolutely. So in normal conditions, we have snow play requirements up in our mountains, and we always have parking issues and a number of things. And sheriff's deputies will be prepared to remove those folks, and in the worst cases, remove their vehicles as well. You have to remember, we're talking about clearing roads, and the way they described it is a single lane going in there. There is no place for them to park. There's absolutely nobody that has any business being up there, and we need to take care of our residents and those that are stuck on the mountains first. So all of our stations, we're already on 12-hour shifts, but we basically doubled the capacity at our stations, and then we're calling in the necessary volunteers as are available and switching out search and rescue teams. But I've got access to about 2,000 highly trained people to be able to do those type of alpine rescues. But if everybody remember, they're citizens just like us, and they're especially trained, but they're out there risking their lives to go and get these people out, so we can help them by not going up to the mountains.
Thank you, John.
We're still in the assessment process right now. It's not uncommon when the snow's heavy that you lose decks and a few of those things. And like the fire chief said, we haven't heard about anything that has caused any injury or death to anybody. But right now, they're assembling and sending those snowcats out to do that check. Unfortunately, one of the grocery stores up in the Crestline area, Goodwin's, did have a partial collapse. There are no injuries in that, but we're still assessing all of those things, and we'll probably have a better report for you later.
Thank you, Sheriff.
We're going to conclude the press conference. Our speakers will be available individually for one-on-ones.
Can we have you say something in Spanish for the cameras? Instead of moving everybody, can we just get somebody in Spanish from you? Is that okay? Yeah, just really quick, like a quick statement, so that way. Thank you.
Anyone else on the? Okay. Bueno, estamos aquí porque mi nombre es Marta Guzmán Hurtado y soy la vocera del condado de San Bernardino. Estamos aquí porque tenemos un incidente en las montañas donde hemos recibido.
You're listening in as they start speaking Spanish here, but officials providing an update out of San Bernardino on this major winter storm that's taking place there in the mountains just a little bit east of Los Angeles. Of course, we're going to continue to follow that here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Andy Mack as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. We want to provide an update that we're following today out of Georgia with major implications in both the sports world and also the news world relating to a story we followed very closely after that national championship with the Georgia Bulldogs. We're learning that a UGA football player is charged in connection with that deadly crash, and the name is Jalen Carter. Of course, this crash coming just a little bit ago after their national title earlier this year. As former UGA football player Jalen Carter now facing charges after police say he was involved in the crash that killed offensive lineman Devin Willock and one of these school's recruiters. Officials say that Carter, the 21-year-old former defensive lineman for the Bulldogs, is charged with reckless driving and racing. The charges come after Willick and Chandler LaCroix were killed in a single vehicle crash during the early morning hours of January 15, just hours after the Bulldogs wrapped off their day-long celebration of back-to-back national championships. These were the two individuals that were tragically killed in this crash. Devin Willick there and Chandler LaCroix. According to the accident report, Willick was sitting in the back seat behind LaCroix and was thrown from the SUV. He died at the scene. LaCroix was trapped behind the wheel. She was rushed to an area hospital where she later died. Also in the SUV at the time were 21-year-old offensive lineman Warren McClendon and 26-year-old recruiting staffer Tori Bowles. Both were injured. Of course, the investigation found that Carter, who was in another vehicle, and LaCroix were, quote, operating their vehicle in a manner consistent with racing shortly after leaving the downtown Athens area. This, according to officials. Police say the evidence showed both LaCroix and Carter's vehicles switched lanes, drove in the center turn lane and opposite lanes of travel, and were driving at high rates, quote, in an apparent attempt to outdistance each other. The evidence that showed that LaCroix's vehicle was driving at about 104 miles per hour shortly before the crash. We're also hearing new statements coming in from Jalen Carter as he is at the NFL Combine, one of the top projected picks in the upcoming NFL draft. This, a statement from Jalen Carter saying, quote, this morning I received a telephone call from the Athens, Georgia Police Department informing me that 2 misdemeanor warrants have been issued against me for reckless driving and racing. Numerous media reports have also circulated this morning containing inaccurate information concerning the tragic events of January 15, 2023. It is my intention to return to Athens to answer the misdemeanor charges against me and to make certain that the complete and accurate truth is presented. There is no question in my mind that when all of the facts are known, I will be fully exonerated of any criminal wrongdoing. This coming from Jalen Carter as he is in Indianapolis right now for the NFL Combine, a projected top 5 or so pick. Of course, we're still learning new details on this stemming from that crash on January 15, 2023. So I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to cover all the top headlines of the day. Of course, we want to take a Live Now look around the country, just some of the feeds we're getting in right now. Of course, we're also learning today that closing arguments underway in the Alec Murdaugh murder trial. This is a live picture as they are currently on a lunch break. We did know that the jury, they went out to the crime scene at Moselle, the residence of Alec Murdaugh there, as he is facing this trial, potentially life in prison without the opportunity for parole, as he is charged with murdering his wife and son on that property a few years ago. So we will take you back out to that trial in Walterboro, South Carolina. Of course, you can watch it on our second stream as well on YouTube, Live Now Fox. We're also waiting on a couple press conferences that should be beginning any moment. The White House there will likely hear more questions about the potential origin of COVID-19, as the FBI Director Chris Wray saying last night that it likely came from a lab leak in China. So we're learning new information about that this week. So we'll take you out to this as well. We also want to put up this picture just of the State Department, which we'll also take you out to. So plenty of busy hearings, plenty of busy press conferences today here on Live Now from Fox. What we do, we'll take you out to them live on Unfiltered. But first, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Those are a couple live pictures there in Washington, D.C. and Walterboro, South Carolina. Two events will take you out to a live Raw and Unfiltered as soon as they begin here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, one of the major stories today we're following is out of Washington, D.C. as for the first time, the FBI is confirming its assessment that the COVID-19 pandemic was most likely the result of a lab leak in China. That comes as lawmakers held a rare prime time hearing last night on growing threats from the Chinese government. For more on this, we go out to Washington, D.C. with our Fox team.
It was a busy night here on Capitol Hill with a clear show of bipartisan concern over growing tensions between the U.S. and China. The FBI has long thought that COVID-19 originated from a Chinese lab, not from natural transmission. And for the first time, the Bureau's director is publicly confirming that belief.
The FBI has for quite some time now assessed that the origins of the pandemic are most likely a potential lab incident in Wuhan.
Do you think there is a chance that the Wuhan lab was involved in bioweapons research?
The lab leak theory figuring prominently in last night's primetime congressional hearing on the threat from the Chinese government across the board. Recent events, including the shoot-down of that Chinese spy balloon and efforts to curb data collection from the wildly popular TikTok app, have sharpened bipartisan criticism of China.
Over the last 3 decades, both Democrats and Republicans underestimated the CCP and assumed that trade and investment would inevitably lead to democracy and greater security in the Indo-Pacific region, including in the PRC. Instead, the opposite happened.
The panel heard from a human rights activist as well as former national security leaders.
General, do you think that China poses a greater threat to our freedom and the world's freedom than the Soviet Union ever did?
Congressman, yes, I do.
And China, meantime, has responded to the lab leak theory with their foreign ministry saying it's a smear and an effort to politicize the virus. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that. Certainly an interesting story that we'll continue to follow. And I imagine Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary for the Biden administration at the White House, will take quite a few questions on that as they were expected to begin that press conference, that press briefing at about 2 p.m. Eastern time, certainly running a little bit behind here. We'll take you out to that as soon as it does begin. We want to take you out to, though, a live event that is just underway with the State Department as spokesperson Ned Price just stepped to the podium. Let's listen in here, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Despite imposing a deadline. That said, we have seen Mullah Baradr's own statement. We, of course, disagree with the key points in his own statement. Namely, the Taliban have not fulfilled their own commitments, the commitments that they made in the Doha Agreement. While they have taken some unsatisfactory steps regarding certain terrorist groups in Afghanistan, it is well known that the Taliban sheltered then al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri, which flies in the face of the agreement. It was only because the United States government was resolute in our commitment to take decisive action in the face of such threats that we removed Ayman al-Zawahiri, and he is no longer the leader of al-Qaeda. Similarly, the Taliban also have not fulfilled their Doha commitment to engage in political dialogue leading to a negotiated settlement. That remains to be done. We shouldn't forget that the Doha Agreement envisioned a peaceful settlement, not a takeover on the part of the Taliban. In fact, it was titled, quote, an agreement for bringing peace to Afghanistan. We continue to call on the Taliban to fulfill the commitments that they made to not only the United States in the context of this document, but most importantly to their own people, the Afghan people that are still waiting for the Taliban to make good on those commitments. Relatedly, we are watching very closely to see what happens later this month when we expect Afghanistan schools to reopen. We stand with the Afghan people in calling on the Taliban to allow women and girls to have access to education and to participate fully in society. The Taliban's decisions to close secondary schools to girls last March violated, again, the very promises the Taliban made to their own people It's had a significant impact in turn on our engagement with Taliban representatives. After this decision, the Taliban claimed this was a matter of procedure and arrangements. They claimed it would be quickly reversed. Instead, an order came on December 20th from the so-called Higher Education Ministry stating that women cannot attend universities either. And with the implementation of this decree, half of Afghan's population, fully half of Afghanistan's population, will be unable to access education beyond primary school. Education is an internationally recognized human right. It's essential to Afghanistan's growth, to its economic stability, to its potential for prosperity as well. There's a very simple reason why no other country on the face of the earth bars women and girls from obtaining an education. No country, simply put, can thrive when half of its population is arbitrarily held back. Follow up on this? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. SIGAR just released their statement as well yesterday, and one of the major things that they had pointed out was the corruption made in different organizations. And one of the commitment President Biden, when he was taking power, was that he was going to do accountability of this corruption. It's been a year, we do not see any accountability there. And two of the most popular individuals in this corruption, and they are named in the SIGAR's report as well, are President Ghani and his ambassador here in Washington, D.C., who later on became National Security, Mohib. They are both U.S. citizens, and they, according to many reports, they have outside the country millions of dollars of worth of assets. What accountability has been done in 1 year?
Well, you're talking about two distinct issues. One is the issue of anti-corruption and the focus that the United States had on anti-corruption with the previous government in Afghanistan. That, of course, was a long-standing focus of the United States over the course of our 20-year engagement in Afghanistan. That chapter, of course, came to a close at the end of 2021, and since then, the United States government has been under no illusions that the Taliban will be responsible stewards of their country's economy, of the finances that are now, in some cases, under their control. That is why, rather than focus in precisely the same way, we are very focused on channeling the humanitarian support, channeling the macroeconomic stability and macroeconomic support that we're providing to Afghanistan in ways that, in essence, bypass the Taliban. You see that very clearly in the trust fund that the United States and our international partners, with the assistance of Switzerland, established for the $3.5 billion in frozen assets, previously frozen assets, that we announced last year. You see that very clearly in the hundreds of millions of dollars in humanitarian assistance that has not gone through the Taliban's coffers, but has gone directly to our operational partners on the ground, humanitarian partners that are doing the work that is so vital to Afghanistan's people, and especially vital given what the Taliban have been unwilling or in many cases unable to do for their own people. So that's been our focus now.
So, no, I'm sorry, I think I maybe have not cleared my point. U.S. citizens who were officials in Afghanistan, the accountability has not taken place in the last 1 year, except State Department official, Mr. Olson, was just, he went through some harsh things. But beside that, we do not see any accountability of millions of dollars of U.S. taxpayers' money that was robbed by these citizens, and they have stashed it across on the other side of the borders. Any accountability which President Biden had promised that he will be taking, no action has been taken about that.
There have been a number of reports about corruption on the part of the former government. We're, of course, doing everything we can to look into those reports. Many of those reports we have not been able to substantiate, but working with allies and partners around the world, if we are able to substantiate those significant reports of corruption, we, of course, will seek accountability as you would expect. Alex?
If you don't mind, can you please confirm the reports that Russia handed an official note on suspension of New START to the U.S.?
Alex, I can confirm there has been the exchange of a diplomatic note between Russia and the United States. I think it is fair to say that what we have learned from that diplomatic note did not tell us anything we didn't already know from the public statements that have emanated from Moscow. Our position remains the same. Russia's decision to unilaterally suspend its participation in New START, it is unfortunate, but more so, it is irresponsible. It is the responsible thing to do for nuclear powers to engage in arms control, to engage in other tools of strategic stability that throughout the height of the Cold War and since the dawn of the nuclear era have prevented an exchange between nuclear powers. Russia is not better off in a world where the two largest nuclear powers are no longer engaged in bilateral arms control, and Russia's willingness to promote instability and use irresponsible nuclear rhetoric endanger every nation on this planet. Russia's purported suspension of New START will, at the same time, not stop the United States from continuing to support Ukraine. We are doing precisely what we told President Putin and the Kremlin and the rest of the world that we would do should Moscow continue with its aggression last year. Mutual compliance with New START, we believe, we are confident, strengthens the security interests of the United States, our allies and partners, but also of Russia, the Russian people, and the rest of the world. That is why we are working to preserve the treaty. We continue to urge Moscow to resume full compliance with the treaty. Even as we explore our next steps, we are demonstrating that responsible leadership that we think ought to be replicated in Moscow. We remain in full compliance with the treaty, including New START's numerical limits, and we're examining exactly what impact this purported suspension will have on the state of the treaty, but how Russia chooses to respond, how Russia chooses to proceed will help inform considerations of appropriate U.S. responses. Regardless, we are going to continue to see to it that we are postured appropriately, and if we see Russia take steps that require any sort of change in our own nuclear posture or approach, we will make those adjustments as is appropriate.
I'm sure you have seen Sergei Ryabkov's statement from this morning saying that they will not review their position on this unless the U.S. changes its position on Ukraine. How did you read that?
I'm not going to parse the Russian statement, Alex. I can only tell you that we continue to be prepared to engage meaningfully with Russia on arms control and on New START specifically. We want to work constructively with Russia on this. We believe it's in our interest. We also believe it's a responsible thing to do. It's a responsible thing to do for the American people. It's a responsible thing to do for the Russian people. It is the responsible thing to do for people around the world. Just as we were last year when we were set to meet with representatives of the Russian Federation in Cairo. We remain ready to meet in the Bilateral Consultative Commission to discuss U.S. and Russian concerns related to compliance with the treaty and to discuss all other issues related to implementation of this treaty. We believe it is that important. Yes, Jane.
Thank you, Nate. I have two questions regarding Russia. South Korea has expanded the export sanctions to Russia. Meanwhile, Russia warned South Korea about the threat to peace on the Korean Peninsula. Can this be seen as meaning that peace on the Korean Peninsula depends on Russia?
I think principally peace on the Korean Peninsula is under the purview of the countries on the Korean Peninsula. This is principally a matter between the ROK and the DPRK. Of course, the ROK is a treaty ally of ours. We have a steadfast commitment to the security of the Republic of Korea, of our other treaty ally that is consistently threatened by the DPRK, Japan. We are going to stand by those commitments in the face of the DPRK's continued provocations, its testing of ICBM systems, its launches of ballistic missiles, its other malign and provocative activities. You have seen us in word and in deed underscore the commitment we have to our South Korean allies, to our Japanese allies, even as we have also underscored our willingness and our readiness to engage in serious dialogue and diplomacy. It is the DPRK that has consistently turned down those offers. It has consistently failed to pursue the outstretched hand that we have extended. It is the DPRK that has consistently ignored.
You're listening in here to Ned Price, the spokesperson for the State Department, talking about a variety of international subjects. We're still waiting on the White House briefing and also the Alec Murdaugh murder trial to resume after this lunch break. We're expecting both of those to resume very soon. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break, though.
Redesignation of North Korea as a state sponsor of terrorism.
Janie, these are issues that we're always looking at. We're always looking at two things. We're looking at facts and we're looking at the law. When it comes to facts, we are keeping a close eye, of course, on all of the provocations, on all of the threats that the DPRK poses to our allies in the ROK, to our allies in Japan, to our allies and partners throughout the Indo-Pacific, and of course to the United States and our people as well. When it comes to the state sponsor of terrorism, that is a statute that was written into law by Congress. It is our task to apply the facts that we see and we observe to the law as it was written by Congress. There are cases where the conduct of countries around the world have merited that designation and have qualified for that designation as it is written within the law. If that is the case with the DPR.
You're watching here on Live Now from Fox, the State Department press briefing. They're underway. We do see that it looks like they have returned in Walterboro, South Carolina, as the site of the Alec Murdaugh murder trial resumes. We learned today that the jury visited Moselle, the site of that crime scene, and their closing arguments now underway. Let's listen in here to the courtroom as they will resume those proceedings and resume closing arguments in this very captivating trial.
Thank you. You may continue.
May it please the Court, Your Honor. All right. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Motive, means, opportunity, guilty acts. That's the basic way to determine identity. So let's talk a little bit now about means, the tools to commit the crime. Family weapons were used to commit this crime. And this is forensic evidence that was presented to you. First of all, we'll talk about the blackout. And you've heard testimony that there were 2 blackouts purchased in December of 16. And that one went missing around Halloween of 17, years prior to these murders, and that a replacement without a thermal scope was bought in April of 2018. 3 blackouts that the defendant purchased can only account for 1 of them. And it's this 3rd blackout which is the one that's at issue. You heard from Paul's friend Will Loving. And first of all, let me say this. You heard the defendant in his various statements And he's very concerned about saying that they didn't have a blackout. There was no blackout along with them, even though he slipped up once and said, yeah, we were out looking for hogs. And you heard from his law partners to do the same thing, saying, yeah, you can look for hogs in the daytime. Very, very concerned early on in his statements and saying they didn't have a blackout, they just had a .22 pistol. And he also said, eventually, he's like, well, I think I replaced it. Well, I guess I replaced it. I'm certain I replaced it if you listen to his various statements. Very vague and fuzzy about this third blackout. And told the friends, Paul's friends, both of whom testified, but Will Loving in particular. And what did Will Loving say? The defendant said the gun went missing around Christmas time of 2020, but Will Loving said, no, I was with Paul. I was with Paul in turkey season, which is in the spring. I was with Paul in turkey season, and we sat out at the steps right outside the house that y'all went to today, right on that side entrance that goes into the gun room. And if you look down, you can see how they were digging a pond and how you could fire down in that area. And they set up some targets to sight it in. And we were shooting that other gun. We were shooting that other gun, that replacement gun. And it had a red dot sight on it. Not a thermal scope, but a red dot. A red dot, which is not good at shooting at night. But they were shooting it and sighting it in with the red dot, the tan gun. He was with Paul while they were shooting that gun right there. And what did Jeff Croft, who testified before you, find right there? Weathered cases, or casings. Weathered cases, right where Will said he and Paul were shooting that gun just a couple months prior to the murders. S&B 147 grain blackout rounds. And those rounds and empty boxes, and the pictures are in evidence, and the rounds are in evidence, were found all over that property. S&B 147 grain blackout. There were full clips found, there were empty boxes found, and there were also cases found, S&B 147 grain blackout rounds found across the street at their shooting house. Two separate locations on the property. But what's really important, again, goes back to what Will said. I was with Paul when we shot that replacement gun right there. Right there. And you heard forensic scientist Paul Greer testify that the 6 cases, items 2 through 7, the 6 cases found around Maggie that killed her, were loaded into, extracted, and ejected through the same firearm that fired those weathered cases right outside the door where y'all went to today and at the shooting range across the street. A family blackout killed Maggie. It was present just a couple months prior to the murders, and it's gone now. It's gone now. A family weapon the defendant cannot account for killed Maggie. But what about the shotgun? The 12-gauge shotgun that was loaded with 1 Federal double-aught buck and 1 Drylock number 2 steel shot. Well, first of all, you heard that the 2 weapons that Paul often favored and often carried were this shotgun right here and the blackout. Those were his 2 guns, his favorite guns, aside from his deer rifle. The defendant had that gun with him when Daniel Green the first deputy on the scene showed up. And shotguns, as you heard, are a little bit different than rifles. And the conclusion there was that the two fired shells that were inside the feed room that killed Paul had class characteristics similar with that Benelli, super black equal 3, but insufficient individual identifying marks to either match or exclude it. That shotgun right there. But what else did you hear about the shotguns? Paul had this Benelli Super Black Eagle 3. That was his gun. Camo print, camo strap. Nolan Tootin, Nathan Tootin, Will Loving, Rogan, all identified that as Paul's gun. It's the one that Alec had. It's got Maggie's DNA and blood on the receiver. You heard from the DNA expert. And it was loaded with 12 gauge and a 16 gauge misloaded round. What else did you hear? You also heard about the Super Black Eagle 2. And you heard from Nolan and Nathan that this was Buster's gun. This is the Super Black Eagle 2 that had the Mojo sticker on it. And that was recovered during SLED's search of the residence the next day. But what else did you hear? You heard from Nathan and Nolan that the defendant's favorite gun was a Super Black Eagle 1. Remember Nathan going through each one of these guns and how knowledgeable he was as to the differences between them? SLED search Moselle for every 12 gauge. No Super Black Eagle 1. Family weapons. Family weapons killed these victims. And on top of that, just like the S&B 147, well, not as much, but they're in evidence, Federal double-aught buck and the Winchester dry-lock steel 2-shot rounds were recovered at various locations on the property. What does that mean? We talked about motive, means. The defendant had the means to commit these crimes. At the beginning of the case, I talked to you about some of the evidence that you would hear, and I held up my cell phone. And there's been a lot of that evidence, but the last witness you heard in the state's case in chief was Peter Rudolsky, and he went through that timeline. And what does it show? We're going motive, means, opportunity. Opportunity to commit the crime. And what does this timeline show? These are all the information, the various sources of information that were in this timeline. And let's look at what it shows. First thing right here is that the defendant arrived at Moselle at 6:42. Now I'll say one thing. You've heard a lot of testimony about what he said about times. What time he got home, what time he went to the office, how long he was at Alameda. Certainly, people can have some variability in assessing that. But he almost never was right. Almost never was right. 6:42. he arrives at Moselle. Paul, according to his extraction, gets there about 7:04. And about 7:03, we see the defendant steps registering on his phone. And then, over the next 30 minutes or so, we see a symmetry, general symmetry between the steps between Paul's phone and Alex's phone, as he described, walking the property. At 7:39, we have creation of the Snapchat video that had the clothes on it. When that ultimately was recovered and you saw the interview, it was shown to the defendant, who had provided his clothes that night. And at the first time, then, he started talking about changing his clothes, and we'll talk more about that later. Again, 7:55 to 8:05, we have some symmetry with the steps. We have Paul Murdaugh's battery life, and you heard from the experts that have reviewed Paul's usage, that like many kids his age, he's constantly flirting with it being low, but that doesn't stop him from using it, and you see that in the evidence in this case as well. 7:56, again, that's when Paul sends the Snapchat to his friends. And then at 8:08, we see Paul leave the kennel area at 8:06, and 8:08 make his way down to the residence. (8:05 to 8:09). Around that time that Paul is getting there at 8:08, that's the last step activity on Alex's phone. And it's the last step.
You're listening into the Alec Murdaugh murder trial there in Walterboro, South Carolina. Of course, you can watch this on our second stream as well, and soon the White House press briefing will get underway. For some of you, you're going to see a quick 2-minute break.
And also, he has no cell activity from 6:52 to 9:04, which is right in that time period we'll talk about in a little bit. So, eating dinner. You heard the defendant talk about eating dinner. Paul is at that residence, if you look right here, from 8:14 down to 8:35. And again, that timeline exhibit, there's a big one and then there's a condensed one. And all of this is in there in evidence for y'all to look at. He's at that residence from 8:14 to 8:35. Now, the defendant, again, despite having a photographic memory, a new photographic memory about things that he told y'all that people are hearing for the first time, still can't remember specific things about Maggie's activities, as to when Maggie arrived, as to what they talked about. He can remember dropping his phone down in the console, but he can't remember things like that. He wants to remember things that help him try to explain to you why he never told the truth about maybe the most important thing he could tell law enforcement. But he can remember very specific details. He still gets this wrong. But she arrives at 8:17 in Moselle. They're already there. How do we know that? Because her cell phone disconnects from her Mercedes at 8:17, and that's when she starts showing steps. And Paul, what's he doing? He's still using his phone like always. We see the battery life, but he's still sending snaps. He's receiving snaps, bless you. He's sending to his friends, all these friends right here. He's receiving these snaps all during that time from 8:17 to 8:30, continuing to communicate with his friends, using his phone like always. And then what happens? About 8:30, Maggie's phone registers some steps. And consistent with that, consistent with her and Paul going down to the kennels, riding down to the kennels, we see Paul's Murdaugh's phone start showing steps. And then down here, at 8:38, he's in that kennel area where those dots are. And if you look at that particular slide from 8:38 to 8:44, that's going to be the last GPS reading on Paul's phone, 8:44. You heard from Rogan. And you've heard from Rogan as it references this timeline. And Rogan tells you, and told you from that witness stand, that he was having a conversation with Paul about cash and the dog's tail. They were having an active conversation about that. Paul calls Rogan at 8:40, and they're talking about it. And Rogan says, send me a FaceTime, but if it doesn't work, send me a video. At 8:44, 4 minutes and 14 seconds, we have right here the FaceTime, but it only lasts 11 seconds. And then at 8:44:55, that's when the kennel video was recorded, that lasts 50 seconds.
You see there, as we're watching this Alec Murdaugh murder trial continue on here on Live Now from Fox. You can watch that on our second stream on YouTube, Live Now from Fox. But we want to jump into the White House press briefing right now taking place with Karine Jean-Pierre. Let's listen into this live.
Reaffirm our commitment to continue advancing rights and opportunities for women and girls in the United States and around the world. The President is honoring this commitment with action. He signed into law historic legislation to advance gender equity over the last year, including to support women in the workplace, such as the Pregnant Workers Family Fairness Act, the Speak Out Act, and the Pump for Nursing Mothers Act as well, and to ensure all people can live free from violence through the strengthening and reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act. The President is also proud of having the most diverse group of women at the highest levels of government in U.S. history, including the first woman vice president and the first gender equal cabinet. This Women's History Month, we remain committed to continuing this important work in service of advancing the full participation of women, a foundational tenet of our democracy. And I wanted to lift up some really good news that all of you saw this morning, and you also heard from the President as well speak to this, which is the lowering health costs for American people that we heard today. As you know, for far too long, American families have been crushed by drug costs, many times higher than the cost to make them, and what people in other countries are charged for that same prescription. Insulin costs less than $10 to make, but Americans are sometimes forced to pay over $300 for it as well. As the President said this morning, it's flat wrong. That's why the President fought tooth and nail to pass the Inflation Reduction Act, which caps the price of insulin for Americans on Medicare. This was a critical action to lower health care costs for American people, but the President has been clear that the insulin cap should apply to all Americans, and that was something that we saw congressional Republicans blocked at that time. In his State of the Union address, he also called on pharma companies to continue this progress and bring prices down for everyone on their own. Today, Eli Lilly, the largest manufacturer of insulin in the United States, heeded that call and announced that they are lowering their prices, capping what patients pay out of pocket for drug makers' insulin products at $35. This is great news and important progress toward lowering costs for all Americans. Unfortunately, congressional Republicans are among the few left that believe insulin costs should be sky high. In fact, they are fighting to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, which would increase health care costs for American people and increase the deficit as well. And finally, last night, House Republicans voted to overturn the Department of Labor's rule that investors make their own investment decisions free of government interference. The Senate will vote on the measure today. Republicans talk about their love of free markets, small government, and letting the private sector do its work. The Republican bill is opposite of that. It forces MAGA Republicans' ideology down the throats of private sector and handcuffing investors as well. The bill would bar fiduciaries from considering significant risk like extreme climate threats and poor corporate governance when they make investment decisions. It would give investment professionals less flexibility to make prudent decisions, meaning they won't be free to maximize the retirement savings for millions of Americans. That would jeopardize the retirement and life savings for police officers, firefighters, teachers, and tens of millions of retirees all across the country. This is unacceptable to the president, and that is why he will veto this bill if it does come to his desk. President Biden is focused on protecting workers' hard-earned life savings and pensions, and that is what he's going to continue to do. You've heard him say that many times. And with that, Amr, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, thank you. So Chicago had their first round of their mayoral elections yesterday, and it's the latest big American city where frustrations about crime was a central issue of the cycle. Does President Biden, does he feel that this administration and I guess Washington writ large is putting enough attention on dealing with the issue of crime, particularly in areas, big urban areas like Chicago?
So let me just first speak to the mayor's race. Look, the president is committed to working with whomever the people in Chicago or the people on the ground, whichever, if it's a city or a state, whomever they choose to represent them. So that is the case and will continue to be the case. And so I'm going to withhold commenting on any specific race, but I know you're asking about crime specifically. Look, the president put forth, as you know, a comprehensive Safer Communities plan, and he put that forth after inheriting a rise of crime. That is something that he has been focused on since the beginning of his administration. Let's not forget, in that plan, he calls for more than 100,000 police officers to go into the community, to work with communities and make sure that communities feel safe, families feel safe, and that's what the president has put forward. And you'll see, when you see his commitment to crime, you'll see that in his budget next week. As you know, we're going to release that March 9th, and it will reflect his commitment as well as we're trying to continue to fight crime, which is the president has been leading at from the beginning of his administration. But what we have seen is that for years, congressional Republicans have been doing the opposite. When you think about the COPS program, which is something that the president put forward, they have wanted to defund that, to take that away. And if you think about that, that leads to defunding the police. Just recently, they called on defunding the FBI. And you think about the border security funding, they want to take that away as well. So the president has been committed. And one more thing I would add, let's not forget the banning assault weapons. That is a key part of this. When we think about crime, we think about gun crime, that we believe will help alleviate the crime that we're seeing, keep families safe, keep communities safe across the country. So the president has walked the talk. The president has been very consistent on making sure that communities feel safe and fighting crime, and he'll continue to do that.
Yes, I just want a different topic. TikTok isn't safe for federal government workers' devices. Does the president believe it's safe for Americans' children's smartphones?
So I'm glad that you asked about that.
You're listening in here to the White House press briefing. Some of you are going to see your final 2-minute break of this hour.
Our concerns with countries, including China, as they seek to leverage digital technologies and Americans' data in ways that can present harm and risk to our national security. Clearly, there was, to your point about families, there was a piece of data, a CDC data that just found recently that nearly 60% of teen girls felt persistently sad or hopeless in 2021, and 30% seriously considered suicide. So this is something that the president has taken action on. If you look at the using his executive branch authorities, we think about his unity agenda. A couple of things that he was able to do was stop collecting personal data on kids and teenagers online, ban targeted advertising to children, and impose stricter limits on the personal data companies collect on all of us. And so this is what the president calls on for Congress to pass in a bipartisan way. privacy legislation to hold by big tech accountable. And so the president's going to continue to take actions, but we see that in the data how this has affected young people, especially during this pandemic in the last couple of years.
Thanks, Karine. To follow on that, does the president believe TikTok is a threat to national security?
Well, we have said that we have concerns. We have concerns about the app, and that's why we have called on Congress to act, and including, and I mentioned earlier, just moments ago, including how China is trying to collect the privacy of Americans in a way that can present national security risks. So yes, we have concerns about that, and look, we're going to continue to call on Congress. I just laid out the president's unity agenda and what he's looking to do and the actions that he wants to take from the executive branch of his authority, and so we're going to continue to call that out.
Do the actions include a ban on all devices in the U.S.?
So look, what I would say is this: the White House does not use TikTok, but we do believe that Congress took action, and so therefore clearly they took action and put this into law, and clearly we're taking those steps as it relates to the federal government. Outside of that, we know that CFIUS has an ongoing investigation ongoing looking at this situation, so I'm not going to go beyond what CFIUS is doing.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is, has the president not issued a federal ban on TikTok on all devices because he does not think it's a threat to national security, or because he does not have a legal mechanism to do so?
I'm not going to get into the specifics on what he has legally to do so or to not do so. What I'm saying, and we've been very clear, that TikTok, poses a problem and an issue. And so we have concerns about that as it relates to Americans' data, collecting Americans' data, and the potential national security risk. And we've been very, very clear on that. Again, CFIUS has an ongoing process that they're working through, so I'm going to let that speak for itself, what they come up with.
And then just one more on the intelligence assessment on the Havana syndrome. The community does not believe it was a foreign adversary that is to blame for these cases, but rather things such as pre-existing conditions, conventional illnesses, environmental factors. Can you elaborate on what that might mean and what else you're doing to try to pinpoint exactly what caused it?
So a couple of things. So look, nothing is more important to this administration, to this president, than the health and the well-being of our workforce. So that is a priority for this president. With bipartisan support with Congress, we have focused on ensuring that our colleagues and their families who report anomalous health incidents receive the support and access the care that they need. And so that has also, that medical treatment, the medical care that they need has been incredibly important. So we also asked the U.S. intelligence company to surge resources to help advance our understanding of the AHI reports to date and examine all possible explanations. We have committed to be transparent with the workforce because we believe that's what they deserve, and with the American people as well. But what the IC has learned, and we would refer you to clearly ODNI as it relates to the assessment and what the specifics of that assessment and the key judgments that the IC released, that's something that we clearly would recommend to them. But it is important to note that what the director of the National Intelligence said and underscored today is that today's IC assessment does not call into action the very real experiences and symptoms. Like, we acknowledge that, and we understand that people are truly went through an ordeal, and so and that's something that clearly our colleagues and their families had to deal with. So our commitment and the president's commitment to the health and safety of U.S. government personnel remains unwavering, and this is why the departments and agency will continue to provide timely care on as we look at the medical care, and make sure that that the reports are thorough, support research efforts, and process Havana Act payments as requested. So again, as it relates to any specific questions to their assessment, I would refer you to ODNI, but this doesn't change the commitment that the President has in making sure that these families, our colleagues in the workforce, get the help and assistance that they need, and they're going to continue to work through that.
Yeah. And just to follow up on that, is the President satisfied with that report, with that assessment on the Havana syndrome?
Look, I'll say this, what's important to the President is that we take this very seriously, as the intelligence community has. And you saw the assessment. They laid it out pretty clearly from ODNI. What we are committed to is making sure that our workforce and their families get the assistance that they need through the medical care. And look, the work is ongoing. It continues.
So that extra special financial support that came from the Havana Act that the President signed, the White House still believes that the people who are suffering from these symptoms, even with this assessment now, that those people should still get that extra financial support.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But I do want to send a message to the American people. Look, it is important, again, for the health and wellness of our workforce to be a priority, and that's what you saw from the intelligence community assessment, and even from the assessment, that doesn't alter that. It doesn't alter our commitment, the President's commitment to their health and safety. And so that's what I would say. There is a commitment there to make sure that we make sure that there is a safe workforce for folks who are working for the U.S. government and who are clearly employees.
If I can, just on one topic that you brought up, the Eli Lilly news, did the President make a personal appeal directly to any company executives ahead of this announcement to lower the cost of insulin?
So I'll say this. I mean, the President has the biggest bully pulpit, right? Well, I mean, I think that's pretty important, right? I think when people ask what is the President doing, using the bully pulpit, as he did at the State of the Union, and calling out or laying out how we can help the American people is critical. It's important here. And we saw that, right? We saw that he spoke to insulin and how costs need to go down. And here we see Eli Lilly taking action. And so, look, this is something that he's going to do. Using the bully pulpit as the President of the United States is an incredibly powerful tool. And the President uses that in a very important way, not just to talk to the American people and lay out his platform, lay out how he's working every day to make sure, in this case, lowering costs for Americans, whether it's healthcare, whether it's energy, and making sure that we continue to deliver. But it's also speaking directly to companies out there like Eli Lilly and saying, hey, you all need to change how you move forward, especially on something like insulin that affects so many families across the country.
One-on-one conversations.
I don't have any conversations to preview, but I think it is important to really speak to the importance of the bully pulpit and the way that the President uses that in a way that's effective and in a way that communicates what the American people need. Okay.
Thanks, Corinne. China is going through its party Congress process right now, and they're expected to implement the biggest government reshuffle in a decade over there. What will U.S. engagement with the Chinese look like once this process is over?
So the approach that we have to China hasn't changed, right? You've heard us say we seek competition, not conflict. You've heard us say that it needs to be practical. That's the way we approach it, calm and resolute, and that is not going to change. And the President will always do what is required to defend our interests, the American people's interests. Still believes it is important to keep the lines of communication open. As you all know, Secretary Blinken very recently, when he was in Munich, had a meeting, a conversation with Wang Yi, his counterpart in China. And so again, keeping those lines of communications open. So as you mentioned, they're going through the annual parliament to put in place its government representative. We maintain working level lines of communication as they go through this process. And after that's done, as we have said, we are prepared to have high-level engagement with China from the President on down. I don't have anything to preview. I know many of you have asked me about if there's a conversation with the President and President Xi. I don't have anything to read out for you at this time.
Xi is expected to further tighten his grip on China after this process is over. How is the administration viewing that? How is the administration planning planning to engage with him?
Look, I'm not going to get into how the process of their annual parliament. I'm going to let them, that's something political. We don't really respond to that. They're going to go through their process. Once that is over, we're going to continue having an open channel conversation. As I mentioned, Secretary Blinken had a conversation with his counterpart Wang Li very recently in Munich when they all gathered there for the summit. And so we're going to continue to have those lines of communication. Look, as I said just moments ago, it's going to be resolute, it's going to be practical, and it's going to be calm. And we have been very, very clear. Nothing will change on on our approach with handling, with dealing in our relationship with China in this past 2 years.
And I have one on another topic. The Ron DeSantis op-ed in the Journal yesterday, where he talked about signing a law that ended Disney's self-governing status in Florida, that essentially provided the company with a favorable tax structure. They were able to get away without paying taxes around the regional infrastructure developments. How does the White House, that has been cracking down on corporate tax evasion, view this move by DeSantis? I mean, is there any line of thinking that perhaps supports what has just happened in Florida with Disney?
So I'm going to be very frank with you, Nandita. I have not read the op-ed, and I don't plan to. Look, the president has been very clear here. He's going to deliver for the American people. I talked about lowering costs. We just talked about Eli Lilly and their great announcement of capping $35 for insulin, which is going to be so important to families across the country. I was just asked about crime and the work that the president has done over the last 2 years to fight crime in communities, something that he inherited when you think about the rise of crime in the last couple of years. And so we're not going to play political games. That's not something that we do here. We're going to continue to stay very focused, laser focused on delivering for the American people, and I'm not going to read that op-ed. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. There's a bipartisan rail safety bill that was introduced or proposed today in the Senate. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer endorsed the broad outlines of the proposals. The White House seen it. It's the White House supported in the wake of the East Palestine disaster.
We're glad to see bipartisan support. This is something that Secretary Pete has been calling for, and this is clearly to bring forth several rail safety measures, which is incredibly important. The bill would increase the maximum fines for safety violations. It would strengthen rules governing trains carrying hazardous materials. It will accelerate the timeline for phasing in safer tank cars and establish a permanent requirement for two-person train cars. So this is a good first step, and we welcome it. We encourage Republicans and Democrats to continue to work together to advance these common sense rail safety measures, and it's, an important first step, and we welcome it.
Is there anything just on the executive branch side that you guys are considering or weighing in terms of assistance to East Palestine?
So as far, you're talking about more economic assistance. Look, you've heard from Secretary Buttigieg, you've heard from the EPA administrator speak to how we're going to hold Norfolk, Suffolk accountable here to make sure that they pay for the mess that they created on the ground in the community of East Palestine. This is something that we are incredibly focused on and serious about. You've even heard the EPA administrator say that if they don't, they will have to pay this 3 times over. And so, look, we're going to keep them accountable, and that's going to be our focus.
And then just one final one. The president nominated Eric Garcetti roughly 600 days ago to be ambassador to India. He's supposed to have a committee approval process next week. Vote, I think, is still kind of up in the air. Does the administration believe that he will be confirmed, and do you feel like this is a make or break moment for a long process?
As you know, Phil, Eric Garcetti was voted out in a bipartisan way out of committee, and so clearly he has had bipartisan support, which is very important in this process. And we encourage and look forward to the Senate, moving forward with his nomination on the floor. Okay.
It's great. I just wanted to circle back to crime. As soon as next week, Congress could end up overturning a new sentencing law in D.C. that reduces penalties for some violent crimes, among other measures. Is the president prepared to issue a veto if that vote passes and it crosses his desk?
So I know we've been asked this question before. Look, the president takes this very seriously when it comes to crime. I'm not going to get ahead of what the what the decision is going to be or what it's going to ultimately look like. Don't want to get too much into hypotheticals. But what I can state clearly, and I've said this before, the president is very committed to make sure that our communities are safer, that families feel safer. That's why he put forth a plan very early on, making sure that we put more police in communities, that work with communities so that they feel safer. And you'll see that as it relates to funding, you'll see that in his budget next month. I'm not going to get into too much of hypotheticals from here, but the president, I believe, in the last 2 years and throughout his career has shown his dedication in making sure that we keep communities safe.
Okay, and just a second one, since it's March 1st, do you have any information about the president's planned trip to Ottawa this month? It's been reported that he's going to be visiting.
I don't have anything to share, nothing to preview at this time.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you about the student loan arguments that were before the Supreme Court yesterday, and many justices seem to take issue with the program. And I wonder if the administration has a message to those who have had loans already forgiven and are kind of in limbo right now. And given the skepticism from a lot of the justices, are there any plans from the administration in the event that you don't have the authority or the authority is struck down?
So a couple of things. The plan that we put forward in August is the plan that we have, right? Which is also a plan that you heard the Solicitor General really defend in a very strong and powerful way yesterday, and that's our plan. And we believe in our legal authority to get that done, to get it implemented. And let's not forget, it is a good plan. It is a plan that's going to give American families, middle-class families who truly need it, individuals who truly need it, up to $20,000 in relief, to give that, again, a little bit breathing room for, again, working families and middle-class Americans. You heard, I don't know if you saw this, but Secretary of Education sent out an email to borrowers yesterday and basically saying that we have their back. And I think that's also very important. That's the message that we sent to borrowers who need this opportunity right now as we're coming out of this pandemic, going through this pandemic, a little bit, again, of breathing room.
I guess my question is, if that plan is deemed unconstitutional, is there a backup plan?
No, I just said that's our plan. This is our focus right now is getting this done. You saw the Solicitor General really give a strong argument yesterday in front of the highest court of the land. There's a reason why we took it to the Supreme Court, because we believe that we have legal authority. And let's not forget who this helps. It helps teachers. It helps firefighters, nurses, police officers. That is who we're talking about, and giving that extra little time and extra breathing room to make sure that they can either start a family or buy a house. And let's not forget, when that happens, when that occurs, it actually puts money back into the community and helps the economy more broadly. Okay.
Thank you. Follow up on. Is it me or?
No, it's okay.
Okay, thank you.
You got the floor, my friend.
A follow up on Mayor Garcetti's nomination. Looks like he doesn't have the bipartisan support, as this week Florida Senator Marco Rubio placed a hold on his nomination along with 6 other senior diplomatic positions, including Rich Verma, Gita Rao. What do you have to say on that? Is President calling these senators, some of the senators, to get these nominations through the Senate?
I mean, it's basically what I just said. We think that Eric Garcetti is qualified to serve this vital role. That's why the president nominated him, right? The president nominated him because he thought he had the experience to be the U.S. ambassador in India. And as I mentioned moments ago to one of your colleagues, he received bipartisan support going out of committee, and we would like to see the Senate to move him forward and to continue getting that support.
One more. Secretary Blinken landed in Delhi today to attend the G20 foreign ministers meeting, attend Quad foreign minister meeting, and his bilateral with his Indian counterpart. Is he carrying any message from the president for the prime minister, any letter or any message for him?
Yeah, on his visit, Secretary Blinken will reaffirm the strength of the U.S.-India relationship and express our commitment to continue working together and in groups like the Quad to advance economic growth for our two countries and expand cooperation as we have our shared priorities. So that's what you're going to hear from Secretary Blinken. That is the message that he will deliver.
Thank you.
Good.
Thanks, great. Just following up on the Havana Act,
which technically stands for the Helping American Victims Afflicted by Neurological Attacks Act. The predicate, obviously, of that law that the president signed is that these are attacks. And now the intelligence community is saying that, well, 7 agencies are saying that it was either unlikely or very unlikely that that's the case. So understanding your position that obviously the administration wants to ensure that personnel across the government gets care, but that's not what this law outlines. This law outlines care for those who have been the subject of attacks. Is that a concern of yours, and how do you plan to?
Look, I think what the president wants to make sure that occurs, that happens, is that we show our commitment to government employees, to the workforce, as they're going through a real issue here. This is a real problem that they have all experienced. And so we want to make sure that they continue the medical care that they're getting, that they get the resources that is needed as they're working for the U.S. government. That doesn't take that away. And so that is a message that we're going to send to the workforce, the U.S. federal workforce, and also to the families who are going through this, the individuals who are going through this right now. And I think that's an important message for the president to send. They had a real experience that they all went through, that they reported, that clearly the intelligence community looked into to see exactly what it was. They've have a conclusion. They came up with assessment. I would leave it to them to speak directly to that. But it doesn't take away what they went through. And so the president is committed to that. And I think that's the message that we want to make sure it goes forward.
Just quickly following up on that, now that this assessment is in, does the president feel, does the White House feel as if this is a settled matter, or does he have?
Honestly, I would refer you to the ODNI on their specific assessment and where they are and what they concluded. I'm not going to speak to that from here. What I want to reiterate again is that we want to make sure that the workforce, our federal workforce, understand that their health and safety is indeed our priority. Good, Jen.
Yeah, on the Federal Reserve search, the search for the vice chair, can you say, is the president looking for a more dovish counterbalance to Jay Powell, which is what some progressives would prefer, or is that not a factor in this search?
Look, this is a priority. Making sure that we fill this vacancy is a priority to this president. I'm not going to get into specifics on what the president's process is, but I would tell you that he thinks it's important to get that vacancy filled. And he's going to clearly continue to make that a priority, and we hope to have something to share in the near future.
FISA 702 reauthorization. What's the White House's position on reforms to 702 in this round? Would you be open to reforms, or is the White House insisting that the section be reauthorized without any changes?
I don't have anything new to share on that particular piece.
Okay. If I could go back to the question about the D.C. Council action and the likelihood that the Senate will send the president a bill that forces him to make a decision, is it fair to say the president is at this moment undecided? Has he not yet decided what he's going to do?
I'm just not going to get into hypotheticals from here. What I can say to you is the president's commitment, just more broadly as it relates to crime, as it relates to making sure that Americans and families feel safe, and what he's done in the past 2 years, but also beyond. And so that's what I can speak to at this time, just not going to get into hypotheticals from here.
So let me ask it this way. There are two ways to look at the question. One is to side with the mayor, who said that the council's action went too far and she vetoed it. The other is to side with the members of the council who insisted on enacting it against her objections. Does the president decide where he stands? Does he stand with Mayor Bowser? Does he stand with members of the council?
So, look, what I can say, so as it relates to D.C., I'll say this, and the president has been very clear about this. We think that we must do more to reduce crime and save lives. And that's why the president has taken those actions. As it relates to more D.C. more broadly, and the president has said this as well, it's a clear example why D.C. deserves statehood, right? And that's something that the president has called for since the campaign. But again, I'm not going to get into particulars, into hypotheticals. The Safer America plan was something that the president has put forward to lay out how he sees making communities safer, how he sees dealing along with an increase of crime. That happened, that he inherited. That happened before he walked into office. So I'll just leave it there and won't speak further to any hypotheticals. I'll go to the back, and then I'll come back down.
Okay, thanks, Kareem. So I want to ask you about the Labor Secretary pick. Julie Su, while she was Labor Secretary of California, during COVID, the state lost between $20 billion and $32 billion in unemployment insurance to fraudsters. Meanwhile, 5 million people had benefits delayed and 1 million people had them wrongfully canceled. Is the president concerned that this will impact her getting confirmed?
So a couple of things, because we got to put this all in context of what was happening at the time. It was a historic crush of unemployment claims at the onset of the pandemic. That's what we were seeing. The design of the initial pandemic unemployment systems in years of national investments in UI modernization led to challenges, right, including fraud attacks, as you were just stating, across the nation in red and blue states alike. That was happening across the country during the very early stages of the pandemic. But under her leadership, under Julie's leadership, California took important steps to process a number of claims. We're talking about 1 in 5, which is in the entire nation. That's what California was dealing with, to ensure that working people who were out of work, and this was not their fault, could continue to pay their rent, could continue to put food on the table, continue to keep the lights on. So look, she believes in safety nets and need to be strengthened. That is something that she indeed believes in. And I'll add this as well. When the president took office, he prioritized combating potential frauds of relief funds, just as he did aggressively and successfully as the vice president. So this is an issue that's important to her, strengthening those safety nets, and also an issue that's important to the president that he's actually taken action on.
So does he think she can be confirmed?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. She thinks that the Senate should confirm her, and she is the right person for the job and has the experience to do the job. And let's not forget, she has spent the last 2 years working hand in hand, with Secretary Walsh.
You talked about TikTok earlier. I'm just curious now, why did the administration then wait so long to ban TikTok in all federal employees? 29 states have already done it, and the president, his first month in office, canceled an investigation by the Commerce Department into TikTok. So why did they wait so long?
So I'm not going to speak to any investigation. Look, the process is happening now. That's what we're seeing. What I can say is that the president has been very clear about his concerns with apps like TikTok, and I just laid out the CDC reporting and how it's affecting our children, and the importance of making sure that we deal with this in a real way, which is why he put forth his unity agenda and laying out ways that we can deal with an issue that is affecting the emotional growth and also of our children. And so, look, the unity agenda kind of lays out how the president wants to move forward. I'm not going to go beyond that. Yeah.
A couple follows on the ESG labor rule. You had framed, the White House has framed this as kind of MAGA Republicans imposing their views on the free market. The fact that 2 Democratic senators say they're going to vote for this bill, does that undermine that argument?
No, not at all, because this is something that Republicans have pushed forward. This is their agenda, which is kind of in line in how they want to move forward with a very extreme ideology, the MAGA Republican ideology. And what they're doing again is they're really pushing down the throats of private sector. That's what we're seeing. This is what this piece of legislation is.
And a timeline question: any timeline on when the president would issue this veto if we assume this bill passes today?
I mean, it depends on the mechanism of the Senate and what ultimately happens and the voting dynamics. I can't speak to that here on the timeline.
Thank you, Kareem. Why is President Biden afraid of China?
The president is not afraid of China. Well, did you see the president last week when we went to Ukraine, went to Kyiv? This is not a president that's afraid of anything. It was a historic trip that many of you said was brave. So clearly, this is a president that's not afraid to go to a war zone. He's not afraid to go there when there's no military presence on the ground. So there's nothing that this president fears.
China flew a spy craft over the U.S. The president didn't really do anything to China. And according to the FBI director, China may have created something that has killed more than 1.1 million people in this country. And President Biden is not punishing them.
So you're giving me two things here. So let's take them in parts. As we talk about the China surveillance balloon, the president did take that down, and he did it in a way that as it was on its path, we collected information from it, we protected our national security information on the ground, and we did it in a way that was smart, effective, and also protected the American people. That's what the president's always going to put forth, is the safety of the American people. So that's what the president did with that particular issue. Look, as it relates to, you're talking about the COVID origins, we've been very clear. We've been very clear that we need the data, and we need to figure out how to get to the bottom of the COVID origins. And that's something that the president has said since the beginning of this administration. So that none of that has changed.
But with his campaign, it was all about shutting down the virus and how hard it is for families with an empty chair at the kitchen table because of COVID. If we now know, according to the FBI director, who is most likely responsible for all those empty chairs at all those kitchen tables, why not do more to try to hold them accountable?
So I'm going to flip that on its head for a second. It was because of this president that took action. By the way, the last administration did not. They did not have a comprehensive plan to actually. No.
Responding to COVID, but where did COVID come from? If we know,
Peter, you can't tell. First of all, you can't tell me how to answer the question. I'm going to answer it for you, right? So just give me a second. So because he took those actions, he actually helped to save lives, because he took action to make sure that people got shots in arms and put a comprehensive plan in front of the American people and put in the work. We actually were able to get to a place where COVID is not gone, but we now are in a place, we're in a different place in the pandemic, and that's because of the president, and that's because of his leadership. So let's be very real about what the president has done over the last 2 years to take on COVID, to make sure that the economy is growing again, to make sure that we're really working for the American people. So that's number one. I want to be very, very clear on that. Now, to your question about COVID origins, as we know, we have seen many different conclusions, right, from the intelligence community. Some of them have made some conclusion on one side. Some of them have made conclusions on the other side. Some of them say they don't have enough information. So I want to be also very careful there as well. And it was because of this president, very early on, the first several months of his administration, he went to the intelligence community and said, we need to figure out how to get to the bottom of this. We need to figure out how this all occurred, because who knows, we have to try and prevent any future pandemic. So that is the work that this president did. And it included clearly the Department of Energy that has national labs. And so now they're continuing to double down and try to get to the bottom of this. Our relationship with China has not changed. It is very different. Very clear, very different than how we've seen it in the last administration. All right, I'm going to continue. Go ahead, Peter, and I'll come to it.
Just a separate thought on China, if I can quickly. The administration's constantly described the relationship between the U.S. and China as one of strategic competition, a point that the president made himself a couple of weeks ago when he spoke about this issue. The Congressman Mike Gallagher, who is the Republican chair of the House Select Committee on China yesterday, referred to this relationship as an existential struggle. Does the White House agree with that characterization, and is the White House understating the threat from China right now?
So under this president, we are more prepared to outcompete China, protect our national security, and advance a free and open Indo-Pacific than ever before. That's under this president, and that's because of the work that he's done in the last 2 years, and also the experience. This is an experienced president, as you know. He spent more than 30 years in the Senate. He spent 8 years as vice president, and so he understands how to deal with foreign policy relationships, foreign leaders. And so that's how we see our relationship with China moving forward. Many of our efforts we have been pursuing are bipartisan. They're underscoring the alignment at home on key issues, and we will continue to work with Democrats and Republicans, because the way we have moved forward is indeed in a bipartisan way.
Let me follow up on a separate question that was asked by one of my colleagues in the room about the student loans and the wait for the decision from the Supreme Court as it relates to this. I know that you said earlier that there is no other plan. The plan right now is the one that's being presented before the Supreme Court, and you feel strongly in your case. Obviously, those who have loans that they would owe in case this is rejected don't have that same ability. They have to have a backup plan in case. I know that 2 months would pass before they would have to pay those loans again in case the Supreme Court rejects this here. But what do you say to those Americans who have tens of thousands of dollars that they might be responsible for 2 months after the court makes its decision if they choose to reject it? How should they be preparing right now now for that, and what would you do to protect
And I'll
them?
just add that yesterday, right in front of the Supreme Court, you saw many of those Americans speaking out loud and clear and saying how important the president's plan is to them because they're being crushed.
But what should be the plan? Because everybody who has their own budget at home has to have a plan.
I hear you, Peter, and you asked me what the message was to the American people. You heard, I just laid out or mentioned how Secretary of Education sent an email out to those borrowers saying that, hey, we have your back. This is an administration, when you think about the president and the last couple of years here, that is kind of his motto, right? We have your back. We will do everything that we can to protect Americans and give them, again, some space to actually be able to be part of this growing economy. And so, look, we do not have another plan. This is our plan. This is it. We believe that we have the legal authority. That's why we took it to the highest court of the land, the Supreme Court, and we're going to continue to fight. And you saw the Solicitor General do a fantastic job in putting forth a strong argument defending the president's plan.
Just to be clear, though, so you don't have another plan, which is to say for those other, and you have those individuals' backs, which is to say if this is rejected, though, there isn't anything in the works right now by this administration.
What I'm saying to you, Peter, what I'm saying to you, Peter, is this is our plan. It is a good plan because how it helps Americans across the country, especially working Americans, middle-class Americans. So this is our plan. And you heard it. You heard it. The reason I mentioned the folks that were in front of the Supreme Court.
Those folks tens of thousands they owe. So what should they do?
And I said they should know that we are going to continue to fight, that we feel strong in our legal authority here. And you heard it. You heard it from the SG yesterday, who defended the president's plan in a forceful way in front of the Supreme Court.
Has the president spoken to Jimmy Carter in recent days, given the fact that he appears to be doing well, considering the circumstances? Have they had any other opportunities?
I don't have any call to preview or to speak to. As you know, the president, I think, spoke to this when he did his ABC interview recently, that he has known Jimmy Carter for some time, was the first senator, to endorse him, and so they have a decades of relationship behind them, and so I would just say that he continues to wish him well, but I don't have a call to read out. I'll go to the back. All the way to the back. No, behind you.
Thank you. So shifting gears, the Daily Beast reported yesterday that Republican Congressman James Comer invoked President Biden's son, Beau Biden, over not being prosecuted, saying this U.S. attorney had an opportunity to go after the Bidens years ago. He goes on to say it was Beau Biden, the president's other son, that was involved in some campaign donations from a person that got indicted. So I'm wondering if the White House has a response to Chairman Comer invoking Beau Biden, and whether the president thinks it's potentially, if Mr. President thinks it's potentially appropriate that Mr. Comer investigate his deceased son.
No, it's completely inappropriate. And it's ugly, the comments that he made, and it says a lot about the chairman, which is not good, by the way. To make the statement that he did is incredibly ugly and inappropriate. And here's what I would say: instead of House Republicans focusing on attacking the president and his family, why don't they actually focus on what the American people put them in office to do, which is to deliver for them, which is to actually work with their colleagues, the Democratic colleagues, the president, to actually put forth pieces of legislation or put forth policies that's going to make a difference in their lives. And you don't have to listen to me. You can look at the results from the midterms that said just that. They want to see Congress working for them. That's what they want to see. They want to make sure that their Medicare is protected. They want to make sure that we're lowering costs. They want to make sure that their family feels protected. They want to make sure that their rights are protected. But that's not what House Republicans are doing. Instead, they want to do political stunts.
Thank you.
Way in the back. Way in the back. Way in the back. Go ahead.
Thank you. The Attorney General Merrick Garland was testifying up on the Hill today, and he was asked a lot about fentanyl. I have a few questions for you on that front. He was asked by Senator Graham. Senator Graham said, quote, "Would you agree with me that whatever we are doing as it relates to sentencing guidelines is not working?" And the Attorney General said, "I would agree with that because of the number of deaths that you pointed out." Does President Biden believe that sentencing guidelines around around fentanyl deaths need to get stricter?
I just caught a bit of the coverage. I didn't catch all of it. And I will say that the Secretary or the Attorney General spoke to a number of issues from what I understand. What I know for sure that he spoke to the Justice Department's independent work and his commitment to rule of law. I'm just not going to go beyond that.
The Attorney General was asked if he opposes making the senior-most cartels being labeled as foreign terrorist organizations, and he said he would not oppose that.
Again, I only saw a bit of the coverage. What I can say is what he's committed to. I'm just not going to go into this.
A little bit broader for a second. The number of fentanyl deaths in this country has doubled in the last 2 years. The Attorney General described it as an epidemic. Can you describe what the administration has done to take on, to curb, and to try to tackle this epidemic, as he put it?
So this administration, when you think about fentanyl and you think about the work that this president has done, it has been very much focused on making sure that we keep our families safe, making sure that we keep our community safe, and getting fentanyl off the street. And we've done that in record numbers. You've heard me talk about that. You've heard me talk about the work that this president has done on fentanyl more specifically. I was just talking about the plan that he put forth to make sure that we keep communities safe, and that is part of that as well. We have seen record number of fentanyl, come off the streets because of the work that the president has done, because of what he is committed in protecting the border security, making sure that he put forth historic funding. There's still more work to be done. We would like to do that work with Republicans. They refuse to work with us. If anything, they want to take away. That border security funding. They want to defund the FBI. But the president is using the tools that are in front of him right now on the executive level to make sure that he does everything that he can without the help of many Republicans in Congress to make sure that we keep community safe, and that's what he's going to continue to do. Go ahead, way in the back, Owen.
Thank you, Corinne. Two questions for you, please. Thank you. Number one, just recently in California, a very tragic story. Catholic Bishop David O'Connell, Auxiliary Bishop of Los Angeles. He served the area for 45 years, ministering to migrants, the poor, victims of gang violence, known as the Peacemaker. And he was gunned down in his home, murdered, just a few weeks ago. I know the White House is aware of it, but do you have a statement or at least something you want to tell the faithful there in Los Angeles?
Absolutely, and I appreciate the question. We do have something that we want to share, which is the President and the First Lady joined Archbishop Gomez, the Archdiocese of Los Angeles, and the entire Catholic community in the mourning of Bishop David O'Connell. We also express our sympathy and prayers for the family and friends of the bishop, who will certainly remember his legacy of service to those on the margins of society. And so, again, we offer up our condolences to the community.
Thank you. And secondly, is President Biden aware of this leaked document that recently came out of the Richmond, Virginia field office that compared conservative Catholics to violent extremists? Several attorneys general have written a letter, and they say, quote, anti-Catholic bigotry appears to be festering in the FBI, and the Bureau is treating Catholics as potential terrorists because of their beliefs. Again, they wrote that in reaction to that leaked document. So my question is the President aware of that document, and what would he tell Catholics seeing these headlines who might be worried they're coming after us, the feds, because of our faith?
So I have not seen this leaked document. I've not spoken to the President. I haven't seen it, so therefore I haven't spoken to the President about it, so I just don't want to get ahead of that.
Would you look at it eventually and get... Okay.
Happy to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Craig. About Labor Department's ESG rule, I have a follow-up question on that. Today, Senator John Tester joined Senator Manchin, and he voices opposition to this ESG retirement rule. I understand the president will veto this bill, but what's your reaction to his statement today, and how does the White House feel about growing opposition to the ESG investment in Congress and in general?
Well, I spoke to this at the top of the briefing, and I laid out where the president is on this. As it relates to the dynamics of the Senate and where this is going to go, I leave that to Senator Schumer. That's something for him to speak to. What I can say, if this bill reaches the president's desk, he will veto it, and I'll leave it there for now. Okay.
Thanks a lot. I want to ask you about Merrick Garland's testimony today before the Senate Judiciary Committee. He was asked a number of questions in regards to Hunter Biden and the ongoing investigation that's being conducted by the U.S. Attorney in Delaware. And during that particular testimony, he said it would be a national security problem if the president's son had been receiving payments from a foreign government as a means to influence the administration. Do you agree with that statement from the chief law enforcement officer of the U.S.?
We're going to continue to be prudent from here and not speak to any investigation that is currently underway by the Department of Justice. And when it comes to Hunter Biden, I would refer you to his personal representative. He is a private citizen, so I will leave it there. And we're going to continue to be consistent from here.
Let me ask you another question on a separate matter, entirely a foreign policy matter. 2 Iranian warships are going to dock in port in Brazil on Sunday. As you well know, the president of Brazil was just here meeting with President Biden. President Biden lauded the shared values of both countries. Do you have any issue with Iranian warships docking in port in Brazil?
And so we've been very clear when we've been asked these types of questions of meetings or any engagement. We just won't speak to that from here. I would refer you to the respective countries. I'm just not going to speak to a potential meeting or a potential engagement. Just not going to do that from here. Go ahead, Courtney.
It's not a meeting.
Oh, well, I'm just not going to. Clearly, there's some sort of engagement happening. I'm just not going to speak to that from here. Go ahead, Courtney.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about the cases before a judge in federal court in Texas about abortion medication. We're expecting that judge to rule any day now, and the decision could either temporarily, permanently, depending on how the legal process goes, ban access to mifepristone in certain places. What's your message to patients that are worried about this? I know that you've so far spoken out on how you disagree with this court challenge, but what should doctors know? What should patients know when this could happen at any day, especially given that this judge has been relatively hostile to this administration?
Look, I spoke to this very recently. We don't know what the court is going to do, as you just stated. Ultimately, it's for the court to decide, so we're always very careful. The decision would be unprecedented, as you know, and devastating to women's health, and we may find ourselves in uncharted territory. And so we're closely working with the Justice Department and HHS on this, on how to be prepared for any range of potential outcomes, and so we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to be steadfast. We're monitoring this and waiting, like all of you, to see where the decision goes. But again, we're not taking this lightly. We're taking this very seriously. This is going to be, depending on where this goes, this could be unprecedented and uncharted territory, and we're going to continue to do our work internally to see how we would respond.
I also wanted to ask you about education for practitioners, doctors who perform abortions in certain states. When they're in medical school now, it's difficult to get practice with the procedure given that it's so limited or restricted. Vice President Harris had expressed interest in working on that issue, either by sending students to other places to get practical experience or other ideas. Can you provide any update on that, and if you're engaged in that?
Yeah, I know she spoke about this recently. I don't have anything more to share than what she laid out about her concerns and the potential next steps. Don't have anything further to share with what the Vice President laid out.
Kareem in the back.
Go ahead.
If the Supreme Court rules against the president's student debt plan, will you all consider extending the payment pause while you come up with a plan B?
Again, we don't. Our plan is what we laid out in August. That is our plan, and we believe it's a good plan as it delivers, as it relates to the American people, middle-class Americans, as it relates to working people. This is a plan that's going to give relief to tens of millions of Americans across the country, and we heard from many of them yesterday in front of the Supreme Court. I'm just not going to get into hypotheticals. We believe that we have a strong legal authority here. That's why we took it to the Supreme Court. And you heard from the Solicitor General. She made a very strong case for why the President's program is important. And I'm just going to leave it there for now.
Just another question on TikTok. You all have had TikTok influencers in the building before. You've briefed them before. Given the focus on the national security concerns, do you still feel like that's an appropriate way to engage with the app?
So look, as I've mentioned before, the White House clearly does not use TikTok. But one thing that we do believe in is meeting the American people where they are. And the reality is, many of them, millions of them, are on this app. So we engage with people who are using their own platforms. It's up to them on how they use the content. But we've always said from here, this is something that we have said for a long time, that we're going to try to communicate with the American people and meet them where they are. But we are also have been clear about the concerns that we have with this, with apps like TikTok, and that's not going to stop. Go ahead.
Thanks, Green. We've just learned the TSA officers at a Pennsylvania airport stopped an explosive device from getting onto a plane Monday. Do you have any comment on that?
I don't have any comment from here at this time. I would have to talk to our team.
More broadly, do you have a message to Americans who are hearing about flight safety incidents, close calls, devices on planes? How can you ensure that the airs are safe, the air is safe?
Well, Secretary Buttigieg has been on the airwaves today, this morning, the last couple of months on this, speaking to our commitment to making sure that we keep Americans safe, especially Americans who are clearly flying. And so we're going to continue to do that. The President is committed to that. As it relates, for example, to the objects, the 3 recent objects, one of the reasons the President took the actions that we took was because we wanted to make sure that we kept civilian airways safe. So you've seen him take really bold actions in that way. But as it relates to just what we've been seeing the past couple of months and just most recently, look, we're going to do everything that we can to make sure that that Americans feel safe flying. I know there's an FAA investigation on this most recent incident, and so we're going to see where the investigation goes and how we can prevent that. All right, thanks everybody. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're just listening in there. Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, discussing a variety of topics here on Live Now from Fox, discussing COVID and the potential origin that the FBI director recently said. You also heard a variety of other topics there. We're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox, of course, take you right back out to Walterboro, South Carolina for the Alec Murdaugh murder trial. We'll have that and much more in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Of course, we're following the Alec Murdaugh murder trial. Very curious case of that disgraced South Carolina lawyer accused of murdering his wife and son Paul on their property in South Carolina. Of course, the closing arguments are taking place today, but the jury was also able to visit the scene of the crime at their residence called Moselle. This is video we had of this scene. You cannot see any jurors in there because this is taken a little bit before or after, but you can see the scene of the crime at Moselle where Alec Murdaugh's wife and son were killed. The group of jurors who decided Alec Murdaugh's fate visited on Wednesday the sprawling property in South Carolina. You can see this scene right there, dog kennels outside of this property in South Carolina where Alec Murdaugh is accused of killing his wife and son. Of course, the dog kennel is a very important part, but also the feed room, and that's why prosecutors wanted to get out just to see the size of this feed room where his son Paul was killed. Murdaugh pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of murder, maintains he found his wife Maggie and younger son Paul fatally shot when he returned to Moselle from a visit to his sick mother on the night of June 7th, 2021. The judge agreed this week to let jurors view the property despite opposition from prosecutors who said it has changed since the killings, including that trees have grown taller, thicker than what they would have been in that summer of 2021. According to a pool report, the 12 jurors and 2 alternates assembled there, and they took a transport out to the property. They expected to have about 30 minutes to view the property, the bulk of their time at the kennels and the shed where Maggie and Paul Murdaugh were killed. The jurors also expected to be taken to the main house to view the outside of the building. So this is the latest developments that we're following here on Live Now from Fox relating to the Alec Murdaugh murder trial. Of course, the closing arguments currently underway back in the courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina. Let's take you right back inside these proceedings and listen in live.
The pellet lodged in the door frame upward. It's only possible if it's traveling through Paul's head. Not possible if it's from a ricochet, as the defense suggested. And steel is much less malleable than lead. What else did he say? Dr. Kinsey said that he, I think 36 times that he's observed contact wounds to the head with a shotgun, including one that happened in front of him, actually observed it. And he also said that any sort of contact wound like that would have destroyed the head and destroyed the face. And he was clear about that. He's actually seen them. And I think what you see with the defense experts is they're coming to you with absolutes to try to make you consider that there's the possibility that a crime scene can definitively establish whether there's 1 or 2 shooters or whether or not they're of a certain height. And that's just not how it works. And you heard that from Dr. Kinsey. That's not how it works. Not how it worked in this scene. It's a red herring, ladies and gentlemen. It's a red herring. You've seen the testimony from Kenny Kinsey. He returned to talk about these issues. You saw the demonstration over there in the doorway. That seem realistic to you? Or is Kenny Kinsey's explanation consistent with the evidence, consistent with his experience, consistent with Dr. Reamer's 5,500 autopsies who actually observed the victims, consistent with the blood spatter, the lack of high velocity on the floor, but the existence of high velocity on the top, and the low velocity blood splatter on the floor? What's consistent with the evidence? Maggie. Again, no defensive wounds. The first 2 shots to her abdomen and her leg on a parallel path and likely in close succession. Stippling, close range, the mark on the back of her leg. running to her baby, didn't see it coming, bends over, maybe on her hands and knees in pain. You saw me demonstrate that with both Dr. Reamer and Kenny Kinsey. And that's when she suffers that third rifle injury. And you heard their expert come in and say, no, it had to be going this way instead of this way. Going up with that graze, hitting her breast and into her head here. And Dr. Reamer actually performed the autopsy physically. She looked at the hole. She described the hole. She talked about the injury coming up into the head. And she showed you that. And she took issue with this idea that you can look at skin tags and that sort of thing and come to any conclusion about directionality. But what she told you is, I looked at this wound. I saw the hole as it went up into the brain. This was an entrance wound up into the head. Instantly fatal and terminal collapse. The wrist wound could have been an extraneous wound, or it could be associated with this. Third rifle injury, and then of course the fourth rifle injury to the back of the head that had the canyon effect. Would have been instantly fatal, except for the fact that this one, there has to be some clearance for that third shot to come up. Again, manner of death is homicide. So what did Dr. Kinsey say? Again, he took issue with an expert coming in and trying to tell you that he can determine the location or the height of the shooter in this manner. He told you the cardboard, that cannot be relied upon. And while he did agree with the angle on the doghouse, he showed you how changing the aspect of the shooter could easily fit with Alec. And that it is too far and way out over its skis to try to assert that you can determine from such information that the shooter had to be 5'2". That's not what you can do. Dr. Kinsey is a crime scene analyst. How many crime scenes did he say he'd done? Hundreds of homicides, thousands of pieces of evidence, real world stuff. That's what he comes and talks about. And you simply can't make those determinations in a real world environment to come in here and try to tell you that from that sort of thing the shooter had to be a particular height. You just can't do it. You can't do it. I submit to you that Dr. Kinsey knows what he's talking about, and Dr. Kinsey has the years of experience in real-world applications of crime scenes to make those judgments. And I also submit to you that Dr. Kinsey isn't going to get out over his skis and try to make assertions to you in absolutes. The guy with the 5'2" people refused to even concede the possibility of variables. But Dr. Kinsey knows that that's how reality works, and he's not going to get out over his skis and try to tell you something that simply cannot be supported by the evidence. And that's what the defense expert did. The shooter could easily be 6'4" or taller and fit all those bullet trajectories. Of course, one thing that the defense expert didn't consider and wouldn't even consider is all his little gray people are holding the guns down like this. No consideration of kneeling, of sitting, of being in any sort of different position. But the reality is, these are fluid. Maggie is running to her baby. She's moving. And when she gets hit, most likely when she hits her leg against that Polaris, there's biological evidence on that Polaris. And she comes forward and collapses as Alec is moving around her, firing. expert come in yesterday, and I've kind of mentioned this, but I'll mention it again, who came in, was it yesterday, the day before? Even I've lost track of time at this point. But tried to get out over his skis again and testify to you that it had to be 2 shooters because there were 2 guns. And why would you not just use the blackout? Is that opinion helpful or makes sense? Knowing what you know about this case and knowing what you know about the firearms of this particular house and knowing what you know about Alec Murdaugh as you look at the rest of this evidence and what he's trying to manufacture to confuse these issues. Kenny Kinsey told you that it's just as likely that it could be 1 shooter and and although this is not to scale, you have the feed room right here, the Polaris is right here, and the cases, while they can't be relied upon as specific location, they still can be illustrating general area, and they're all in that area, moving from here to here. GSR on the defendant's hand and the seatbelt.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
You're listening in there to this trial, this case continuing in Walterboro, South Carolina. Closing arguments underway here as Alec Murdaugh is accused there of killing his wife and son outside of their home in South Carolina. Of course, it's a very curious case as we continue to follow it here on Live Now from Fox. I want to put up some video once more of this as we continue on, as the jury, they visited parts of the crime scene earlier today. This was the video from the scene that the jury was able to view earlier here on this Wednesday near Moselle, the home. Also, you can see the dog kennels, the subject as the crime scene here. There was a little bit of discussion about whether this would be allowed, but certainly the judge making that determination as they agreed this week to let jurors view the property despite opposition from prosecutors who said it has changed since the killings, including that trees have grown taller, thicker than what they were the summer of 2021. Testimony in the murder trial ended on Tuesday. Closing arguments taking place here on Wednesday. They also wanted to give view of that room. That's the feed room where Paul Murdaugh was murdered in the chest, shot in the chest. Of course, they made the trip out there and they were expected to have 30 minutes to view the property, the bulk of their time at the kennels and that shed where Maggie and Paul Murdaugh were killed. The jurors also expected to be taken to the main house to view the outside of the building. So we've been following this very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox over the last 6 or so weeks. The Alec Murdaugh murder trial, this lawyer, and also you just heard some closing arguments that from the prosecution. We have yet to hear from the defense there as of yet, but certainly a lot of discussion about that, as the jury will have a lot to discuss after these closing arguments, after it is sent to a jury here in just a little bit. So we're going to continue to follow all these here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. This is a live look as Speaker Kevin McCarthy expected to make some remarks here on Parents' Bill of Rights. So we could take you out to that in just a little bit. But you can see quite a few young kids in the audience for this speech, potentially a little bit of a roundtable as well, talking about this there. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we just passed the 4 o'clock hour on the East Coast. And we're going to hit some of the top stories right now, including out of East Palestine. And we're learning more as the tours continue of that area that suffered that train derailment and potential toxic chemical contaminants. You see the governor there of Ohio, Mike DeWine, touring the area with some EPA officials as well, talking about the water and the contamination as cleanup underway. Of course, we also heard about Norfolk Southern as the EPA is going to make sure they clean everything up, and if not, they will charge them 3 times the price it would have initially. So certainly holding their feet to the fire after this train derailment earlier this month. So we want to continue here on Live Now from Fox and hear from Governor Mike DeWine as he was speaking with reporters there on the ground in East Palestine in rural Ohio, talking about this latest train derailment and the cleanup efforts ongoing.
Well, it's a huge operation. I guess I wish every citizen could see it in Columbiana County and around the state. You know, hundreds of people working here, from truck drivers to people who are actually working in the stream. You know, it's a long process, but it's a very impressive process with Ohio EPA, U.S. EPA, the railroad, local officials. Local officials have been phenomenal. And you know, when you first see where the train wreck was, I think you can kind of have some visualization of what the firemen and women who were first responded to that. And I have great admiration for them. These volunteers, they came on the scene, and it's tough.
Seeing it up that close, I mean, it's one thing to see it from a drone, or it's one thing to read about it. To see it up that close, it's impressive, but also scary.
Well, it's certainly very scary. And, you know, as we always say, members of fire departments, they run towards problems, the rest of us run away. And they were running into this and not knowing, frankly, you know, what was on that train. So, you know, great admiration for them. Frankly, I have a great admiration for all the people who are out here. This is an amazing operation. It's a big operation. You know, we're moving massive amounts, you know, going out of here. I mean, they told me by the time they're done, they think there'll be 30,000 truckloads. I mean, think of it, 30,000 truckloads going out of here, which is just absolutely amazing. So yeah, this is the first time Trey and I have been down here to look at the whole operation. Look, I mean, the whole goal here is to you know, make this community safe, and it can't happen overnight. You can't get all this stuff out of here overnight. But just, you know, looking at what we were looking at here, and looking at the stream, and you know how they're constantly trying to agitate the water, doing the things that they need to do, so that you're slowly making that better. So.
Early on, we wondered, and I know you were very concerned about making sure things were put back the way they were, essentially.
You're just listening in there to Ohio Governor Mike DeWine as he continues to tour East Palestine after that train derailment and the cleanup after those toxic, potentially hazardous materials went into the air and water. So we're following this very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We want to continue covering some of the top stories of the day, including out of Georgia. And certainly we remember the story we were following here on Live Now from Fox from just a little bit ago. A tragic, fatal car accident lost the lives of 2 people after they're celebrating those back-to-back national titles, Devin Willock and Chandler LaCroix. We remember the memorials were set up, but now we're learning new details on another charge being filed by police. We're going to be joined now on the ground by Eric Perry, our Fox 5 team in Atlanta. What can you tell us, and how big of a development is this?
Yeah, good afternoon. We have learned in the past couple of hours, Carter releasing a statement to his thousands of followers on Twitter where he said he learned about the charges this morning. He's on his way back from Indianapolis. He believes that once all of the facts are out there, he says he'll be exonerated from the crime. Carter is headed back to Athens after what should have been a day of celebration. It's a day now marked by criminal conflict as he prepares to surrender to Athens Clarke County Police related to a double fatal crash. Athens Clarke County Police issued 2 warrants for Carter in connection with the January crash that killed UGA football player Devin Willock, staffer Chandler LaCroix, and injured 2 others. According to investigators, alcohol impairment, racing, reckless driving, and speed were all factors in the January 15th crash. Police say they believe the cars were racing.
Hey, JP!
The owner of this
Hey, you might just go ahead and go to the store, yo.
is not responding to their phone. The emergency
Damn.
location is
Fox 5 obtained this 911 call, one of many from the night of the crash. Listen closely to the recording again.
Hey, JP!
The owner of this
Hey, you might just go ahead and go to the store, yo.
is not responding to their phone. The emergency
Damn.
location is
You can hear a male voice apparently talking to someone. He calls first JC, then Jalen. The person speaking appears to urge JC to leave the scene of the accident. Police reports indicate both vehicles switched between lanes, drove in a center turn lane, and drove in the opposing traffic lanes at high speeds in an attempt to, quote, outdistance each other. Hours after the school held a celebration for the football team's second consecutive national title. This surveillance video from downtown Athens, minutes before the crash, shows 2 cars at a red light that match police descriptions of the vehicles that were allegedly racing. You can see one of the cars speed away quickly when the light turns green. Toxicology reports indicate LaCroix's blood alcohol level was .197 at the time of the crash, more than twice the legal limit. Police say they have evidence showing LaCroix was driving at just over 100 miles an hour moments before the crash. Carter tweeted a statement saying in part, "It is my intention to return to Athens to answer the misdemeanor charges against me and to make certain that the complete and accurate truth is presented. There is no question in my mind that when all of the facts are known, I will be fully exonerated of any criminal wrongdoing." The case against Carter will be handled by the Athens Clarke County Solicitor General's office. Yeah, and back out here live, Kirby Smart, who is the head coach of the football department at the University of Georgia, released a statement calling the charges deeply concerning. He says they're still mourning the loss. They feel it deeply of the 2 members of their team that were killed back in January. He also vows that they will cooperate fully with the investigation. But this is a story that everyone here in Athens feels deeply, as it's a small and really intertwined community here.
Yes, it was a celebration that turned tragic after that back-to-back national championship and the celebration. Jalen Carter was at the NFL Combine in Indy when he got this news, and he was expected to meet with the media. How do we move forward from this, and when do we expect Jalen Carter to potentially be back in Athens, and what's the timeline for that?
Yeah, you know, this news really came down probably about less than an hour before he was set to address the media. Of course, he did not earlier today. It really is a moment of just watching and waiting outside of the police department here. We're expecting him back today, but we're not exactly sure at what time. It could be sometime tomorrow morning as well, but no one really has pinpointed when he is expected back in Athens other than his tweet where he says he will return.
All right, thank you so much. A very detailed report there from Athens, Georgia. Eric Perry, we appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. As we continue on, and I want to put up the statement one more time just so we can read this in full. This morning, I received a telephone call from the Athens, Georgia Police Department informing me that 2 misdemeanor warrants have been issued again for reckless driving and racing. Numerous media reports have also circulated this morning containing inaccurate information concerning the tragic events of January 15, 2021. It is my intention to return to Athens to answer the misdemeanor charges against me and to make certain that the complete and accurate truth is presented. There is no question in my mind that when all the facts are known, that I will be fully exonerated of any criminal wrongdoing. Of course, Jalen Carter predicted in lots of mock draft to be in the top 5 or so, the defensive lineman there for Georgia. Certainly a main name at the NFL Combine, where they bring together some of the elite, the top college prospects that will be heading into the NFL draft. So this is certainly some big news. And we also want to put up these images of Devin Willock and Chandler LaCroix tragically losing their lives during this incident as they were just celebrating the national championship, the second straight national championship for Georgia, who hadn't won a national title since the 1980s. So back-to-back national titles, but celebration turned tragic very quickly as now this new charges in connection with the deadly crash have been filed, and Jalen Carter is on his way back to Athens, Georgia. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And just before that latest report out of Athens, Georgia, we were hearing from Governor Mike DeWine in East Palestine, Ohio, talking about the train derailment and potential toxins within the water and air as cleanup efforts continue on in that rural Ohio city. We want to hear now, as they do every single day at 4 o'clock Eastern, FEMA providing an update as well. Let's take you out to some of these remarks as the cleanup efforts underway after this Norfolk Southern train derailment early this month, and more cleanup efforts underway.
Continues as well. Today, with the help of specialized vehicles like the one behind me, FRA personnel are kicking off a nationwide focused inspections on routes that carry high hazard flammable trains and other trains carrying large volumes of hazardous materials. It's going to start right here in East Palestine. These inspections will use a combination of human inspection and technology combined. We need to keep our nation's railroads safe. Our focused inspections will be multifaceted. We will evaluate the conditions of track quality using our automated track inspection program, signal and train control infrastructure and systems, operating practices, dispatch and crew, mechanical equipment, including tank cars used to transport hazardous materials, and hazardous materials packaging and other aspects of compliance included in the pipeline's Hazardous Materials Safety Administration guidelines. Taken together, these are critical components of maintaining a safe and reliable rail network for the people working on railroads and the many people that live near them. Today's initiative is complementary to FRA's existing regulatory inspection, oversight, and enforcement programs. And this focused effort will start, again, here in East Palestine and then expand to communities across the country. Working with the Pipeline's Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, FRA is identifying and prioritizing the routes that carry hazardous materials using a combination of visual inspections and automated track inspection technology to assess rail infrastructure that detects potential safety concerns and prevents potential derailments. The initiatives make good on one of the key Department of Transportation actions in Secretary Buttigieg's three-part drive I mentioned earlier. In addition to the focused inspections prioritizing hazardous materials routes, FRA also issued a safety advisory just yesterday about hot-bearing wayside detectors. On Monday, Secretary Buttigieg called on the Class 1 railroads, including Norfolk Southern, to join FRA's close call reporting program. And more actions are coming on the way to advance DOT's #1 priority, safety. FRA will continue to use all tools and resources available to support the Secretary's three-part drive. We will continue to take steps to ensure the highest level of safety, and so that no community experiences what the people of East Palestine are going through right now and have endured in the last several weeks. Again, we are grateful to the bipartisan group of senators for introducing new legislation today. We look forward to working with Congress to do more on this important issue. Before I turn it over to the EPA Regional Administrator and FEMA, I want to say thank you to our federal, local, and state partners on the ground, and to all of you for doing your part to get out accurate and timely information. We look forward to the continued collaboration. We stand ready to be of further assistance to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bowes, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Deborah Shore, the Regional Administrator for U.S. EPA Region 5. I'll start with a brief operational update. EPA has conducted 585 home reentry screenings to date and continues air monitoring at 16 stations within the community. There have been no exceedances for residential air quality standards, and outdoor air quality remains normal. EPA is continuing to offer the air screening service to any resident within the evacuation zone who wants a screening. I encourage anyone who hasn't taken advantage of this service to get in touch with us. Tomorrow evening, Thursday, is our next public meeting and resource fair at the high school. From 6 until 9 p.m., we'll be holding a resource fair in the gymnasium to give folks a chance to talk one-on-one with staff from EPA, from HHS, from the Ohio EPA, and other agencies. At EPA's request and per EPA's order, Norfolk Southern will attend tomorrow's town hall. From 6:30 to 7:30, we'll provide a response update and a Q&A session in the auditorium. And out in the parking lot, we'll have the TAGA bus, so people will get a chance to take a closer look. I talked about this bus yesterday. It's the Trace Atmospheric Gas Analyzer Mobile Laboratory, which can conduct real-time air monitoring and sampling analyses during the removal of contaminated waste. Within hours after the derailment, EPA began conducting stationary and roaming air monitoring and sampling in the community. And now, as we transition to the longer-term remediation phase, EPA will also be using the TAGA bus, which will conduct real-time air monitoring and sampling analyses during waste removal. This means we don't have to send samples away for analysis. We can analyze them right here as we collect them. Yesterday we opened our Community Welcome Center at 25 North Market Street. We had a great turnout, and I know we've had many visitors today. This is a place where members of the community can meet with staff from EPA and other agencies to get their questions answered and to learn more about services available to support the community. We'll be open from 8 in the morning till 8 in the evening every day. Later this week, we'll be opening a new incident command post outside of East Palestine near Columbiana. This will give us enough space to park all the mobile command posts and labs and trailers that we need to oversee this cleanup without taking up your parking spaces and inconveniencing the residents of East Palestine. These past couple of weeks, we've all been working out of Centenary United Methodist Church, and they've been extremely flexible and welcoming, but I know they'd like to have their building back. I want to assure you that even though we're moving our command post, we're not leaving East Palestine, nor the wider community. We won't leave until the work is done. The Welcome Center will still be here, and we'll still be here. We're committed to this community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Captain Jill Sugart, and I am currently serving as the CDC ATSDR team lead here in East Palestine. Today I'd like to update you just on a couple of things that we're working on. So in coordination with our local and state health partners, we will be going door to door tomorrow in East Palestine, offering residents in certain areas the opportunity to take the ACE survey, our assessment of chemical exposures. We also are continuing to work with our local, state, and federal partners on community engagement activities, such as those that Deborah just mentioned. We have staff available to provide public health information and also materials. And then finally, we have been working with local, state, and federal first responder leaders and first responders to talk with them and prepare our ACE first responder survey that we will be finalizing this week. That's it for us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Sugart. My name is Tom Sivak, and I'm the Regional Administrator for FEMA Region 5. I'm going to provide a couple updates for today. Earlier this afternoon, our teams were in the field handing out flyers out into the community. We were meeting the community where they were at. As of this afternoon at 2 o'clock, our teams were able to flyer places within East Palestine to 400 residents. And then also that brings our total in the last couple of days, in a few days, to 1,200 flyers throughout the entire community. These flyers have a lot of information for the community. Air, water testing, soil sampling, and just general questions. If anyone has any questions, please call 866-361-0526. Again, that number is 861-365-0526. We are committed to the safety of the people of East Palestine and surrounding communities, and we will continue to focus on this effort for as long as we are needed. It's now my honor to bring up Governor DeWine for the final comments.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Fran and I have spent the day here in East Palestine. I think this is my fourth trip back since the rail derailment. And I just want to say that I continue to be impressed by the resiliency of the people of the village, by their attitude, and how many people are pitching in to really make a difference every single day, not just in the community, but outside of the community. We had the chance to watch really almost all the operations that are going on today. And again, I was impressed by the magnitude of it, and also impressed by the hard work that so many people are doing to make sure that this is a community that is in fact safe and does in fact remain safe. Our Ohio team got here just a few hours after the derailment. We continue to be here. I think the most important message I can convey to the people of East Palestine is we're going to stay here. We're here. We're with you, and we're going to continue to work to get the job done. This is a great team effort, as you can see by all the other speakers, and we're going to continue to play our part in this. Let me just maybe restate some of the goals that I have outlined as far as the state of Ohio and what we intend to do and what we intend to continue to do. Number one, we continue to hold Norfolk Southern accountable. Their railroad, their train, their responsibility. Number two, we intend to continue to focus on the safety of the people of East Palestine every single day, and we will continue that every single day. We will continue, number three, to test the air. Number 4, we'll continue to test the water. Number 5, where appropriate, we will test the ground. We will test anything else that needs to be tested. Number 6, we will continue to report those results as we get them. We will continue to tell you what we know, and we will tell you what we do not know. 7, and finally, we intend to continue to take a holistic approach to this community and the tragedy that they have suffered and the trauma that they have suffered. By holistic, this is what I mean. When I talk to people in the community, the number one thing that is expressed to me is their desire to get back to where they were, get back to normal, live their lives. And that includes all the things I've said, but it may include other things as we look forward to go forward for this community to continue to thrive. It is a great village. It's a great community. They're great people. We'll continue to look at this from a holistic point of view. We're going to continue to work with the mayor. We're going to continue to work with the officials to make sure that their wish of getting back to normal happens just as soon as that is possible. I have a few other items I would like to mention. From the first time I talked to Fire Chief Drabick, and including today when the mayor and he had lunch, one of the things that he has continued to express to me is the desire for more training, specifically in regard to tragedies that might occur, in regard to train derailments. This is something that I have talked to fire chiefs throughout the state, and they all have expressed to me a desire to see very specific training increase rather dramatically. They've all expressed a desire to have the railroads that have unique knowledge about this to actively participate in that training. As a result of that, I talked yesterday to Alan Shaw. We went back and forth with a number of communications, of course the CEO of Norfolk Southern, about that desire. I've also talked yesterday to CSX CEO Joseph Heinrich about that as well. He pointed out to me that this is their number one state in the union in regard to number of miles of rail. Both of them expressed a desire to work with us to dramatically increase that training. To state the obvious, most of the rail miles in this state are in rural areas. They go through village after village, after small city after small city, as well as our big urban cities. The reality is that in most of our rural parts of the state of Ohio, it is our volunteer firemen and women who are the most likely to be the first ones on the scene. And that's what we saw here. So the fact and the need to have them trained to understand more information and to have the railroad actively participate in this is a big goal of mine. And after these two very favorable conversations, we don't have details yet to announce, but I'm very confident that we will be able to have announcement in the future about that. And this affects not just obviously East Palestine, but every community where the rails go through. Let me talk for a moment about rail safety. The first thing I said, I believe when I was here the first time after the derailment, was for the need for the United States Congress to take action in regard to rail safety. There's action going on in the state legislature, and I applaud that. But the reality is that with the preemptions that we've had over the years and the way the laws are today, if we want to make sure there's action taken quickly and it's universal throughout this country, it obviously has to come from the federal government. So I applaud today Senator Brown, Vance, Casey, Fetterman, Rubio, Hawley, as well as Congressman Johnson, congressman from this district, for their introduction of the Railway Safety Act. The items contained in that act are some of the things that we certainly need. I also know, and I also called initially on Congress to hold hearings. Those hearings are getting ready to start. Ann Vogel from our EPA is one of the people that's been asked to testify, and I think this testimony from all the witnesses in these hearings are vitally important, and that Congress and the American people will learn, as we usually do, from very open and very blunt and very candid hearings, and I applaud Congress for doing that as well. One of our goals every day is to communicate to the people of the state of Ohio, and we try to do that, again, telling them what we know, what we don't know, every single day. We have been sending news releases out every day around 5 o'clock. I told my team after I'd been looking at these news releases, I said, look, we need to get these out to anybody that wants one. These are a good, concise summary of what we know for the last 24 hours. And while the most important recipient is the news media, so they can disseminate that out to the public, it's also good, I think, of anybody who wants to get that. We're sending these out now to, I think, about 700 different people. Actually, on another list that gets all our news releases, I think we're up to about 11,000. But I want to make this very, very clear how people can sign up for this. They can go up on the EMA page. That is ema.ohio.gov/East Palestine. That's ema.ohio.gov/East Palestine. East Palestine, one word. Or they can go up on the governor's page as well. That's governor.ohio.gov. That's governor.ohio.gov. You'll see on both of those places where you can click and you can sign up and get these releases just focused on what is going on here in East Palestine. Had the opportunity today, Fran and I did, to visit the school. And again, what we saw today, I think, is a real credit to this community. We had the chance to talk to a lot of children. We talked to Superintendent Chris Neifer, and as well as principals, teachers, and I said most of all the young people who are in school. If you did not know that this train wreck had occurred, you would not know it by walking in that school. They were doing things that we would expect kids to do every single day in school, and I think very glad to be there. So again, that is a credit to our teachers, it's a credit to our school superintendent, our principal, and it's a credit to our students and to their families. And we enjoyed being with these young people very, very much. We had conversation about upcoming track meet. We had conversation about upcoming play, Lion King. That's what we expect when we go into school. And that, I think, is very, very good news. Let me give a couple test results, February 21 test results in regard to the village wells. Again, showing those are all clear. The private wells, we've seen an increase of 15 results come back. They're all the same, so we now have 45 good ones that have come back. We will expect those results to continue to come back. Let me close with a couple other things. One, Frank can hold that. We had the opportunity to visit in Salem, the Brightside Project. These are fellow members of the communities in the county who are just doing phenomenal work. It's a nonprofit. They have focused since their inception on helping kids with food, and they have really stepped up and are receiving gifts from people as far away as they told us they had one group in New York sent some money in, and their money's coming in and help is coming in. But these people are the ones who are out in the front line and doing the Lord's work, and I just want to thank them very, very much for that. Let me conclude in regard to the issue of training. I'm announcing that our Ohio Public Utilities Commission has $800,000 in grant funding available to help our smaller departments pay for critically important training. Today through May 31, PUCO will be taking applications for their annual Hazardous Materials Training Grant Program. Among the opportunities funded through this program are rail hazardous material response training. That's one of the things that you can use the money for, and hazardous material incident response. Ohio is obviously a central point in the United States for transportation. We don't have to tell any of you that. These grants can help agencies execute real-time, real-world training scenarios that address hazmat spills. The money from these grants is from fines paid by hazardous material carriers and shippers. More information is available in regard to this money at puco.ohio.gov. Thank you all very much.
Governor, any questions?
So we're going to open it up to questions. I ask that you speak loudly, please.
My name is Stan Boney from WKBN. Question for Mr. Bose real quick. The inspections that you're going to undertake, the data that you collect from those, do you see them possibly being used to change laws down the road?
Absolutely. We use it for that purpose. We also use it for compliance and enforcement purposes as well. So it's a combination of those, but absolutely we'll use the data and information that we gather from that for our regulatory purposes and enforcement and compliance.
Governor DeWine, if I may, sir. Thank you. As an Ohioan, I want to personally thank you for stepping up to the plate, doing what you've been doing for people of East Palestine.
Thank you.
It's been a yeoman's job. Appreciate it. 1,700 derailments happen in this country on average. Have you reached out to the National Governors Association to collaborate with some kind of effort to say to Norfolk Southern or any other rail carrier, you guys got to get it together and stop having these derailments around the country? If you have not done that, will you do that?
Yes. Obviously, Governor Shapiro and I have talked about this, and we both are feeling this up close, but I can just tell you other governors are looking at this. They understand. What we as governors do, if we see something happen in another state, we then think, okay, how are we going to deal with this? How are we going to maybe stop it from happening? But if it does happen, how are we going to respond? And I think as a governor, and I can't speak for every governor, but I think it's true for every governor, what we try to do is learn from every experience, whether it's our own experience or whether it's an experience in another state. Again, if we're talking about changing the law, Congress has got to do it. And I'm sure that other governors are talking to their members of Congress as well. So, and I appreciate Congress's response.
Thank you.
Governor, my question is for you as well. Governor, why isn't the U.S.
Hearing from Ohio Governor DeWine there in this daily update from East Palestine, Ohio. Want to take you out live now to the Murdaugh trial where closing arguments are still underway. So let's listen in here live on Live Now from Fox.
One of the things I asked him and we've talked about this, the last question I had to him, and the first question I had to him was, what is the most important part of your testimony here today? And he wouldn't even concede that, but he at least conceded that the most important thing was to look you in the eye and try to explain to you why, after his entire history, you should believe him when he says, okay, I was down at the kennels for one brief minute, but I had nothing to do with this. And we went through that long cross in which he identified all these factors, from his partner saying you need to have an attorney present, to his distrust of SLED, to Dave Owen asking him about his relationship. And I asked him, at what point did you decide to lie? And he finally agreed, okay, it was in this interview. It was that moment in the June 8th interview. It was during that interview. But in his 911 call, ladies and gentlemen, at 10:06, when he was asked when he last saw them, he said an hour and a half, and then changed it to approximately 2 hours. Consistent with what he would later say. Before any of those factors that he sat there and ran through with y'all as the reason for his decision even ever existed. And if that's not enough, ladies and gentlemen, you saw, and I played it for him, Daniel Green's body cam, where he was asked the same question. And he said that it was 1.5 hours plus 45 minutes. And all those factors that he identified to you as to why he supposedly lied, he was lying to you, ladies and gentlemen, when he made those up. He was lying to you when he made those up. Just like he's lied to everyone close to him. And he's good at it. He's good at it. Is that up?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul.
Motive, the means, the opportunity, and ample evidence of guilty conduct and guilty conscience. All four factors are present. Maggie and Paul deserve a voice. They need a voice because they can no longer speak. And this has been a tough job, but the system depends on people who take that oath as jurors and are willing to honor that oath and make that tough decision to vindicate these victims, to vindicate Maggie and Paul, who were cut down in the prime of their lives. This is a sealed exhibit. This is what he did. This is what he did right here. This defendant on the other hand, has fooled everyone who thought they were close to him, everyone who thought they knew he was who he was. He's fooled them all. And he fooled Maggie and Paul too. And they paid for it with their lives. Don't let him fool you too. On behalf of the state of South Carolina, I ask you to return a verdict of guilty against the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, for the murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul, and for his possession of firearms during the commission of those malicious offenses. Thank y'all for your attention during this long trial.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for this day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. If you go to the jury room, and you'll be dismissed in just a few minutes from the jury room. And please do not discuss the case at all with anyone, including your fellow jurors. We'll recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning, except for the matter that we will address in chambers with counsel.
Okay, so hearing from the prosecution there in closing arguments in the courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina, we are going to step away for a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. Still much more to get to. We'll be back right after this short 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Well, you just heard the prosecution wrap up there in the